guys, I'm Lucy, and it's our time for the relay interview. And let's start with Tiggleton of Team Falcons. How's it going?
It's going good. Just got some gimbap.
Oh, you got gimbal. I love it. Do you feel more pressure this time compared to season 1?
Not really, because we qualified for the Esports World Cup through our regional events.
So
much happier this time. Just gonna play to get better and improve.
Yeah, I'm loving the confidence. Have you learned any Korean phrases? Please say one for us.
Just like regular stuff, like
Please say it for
Sorry,
us.
the first thing that's going to mind all the naughty stuff. Just like asking for stuff like "주세요, please," like "사랑해."
Like 주세요.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the magical phrases. So, and whenever you visit Korea, is there something you miss from home?
Well, I live abroad anyway, so I just always miss my family. But they're in Australia. That's a permanent thing. That's not a career thing.
Yeah, totally agree. If you could pass the baton to another player, who would it be and what would you ask them?
I would like to pass the baton to Batulis, and I want to ask him, how does he just stay so cool, calm, and collected all the time, and he's never angry or anything?
So thanks for the quick chat, and we'll keep the relay going. Bye-bye!
Thank you.
Robbery in progress in the Diamond District.
There's nothing more I need to show.
Be advised, suspect armed and extremely dangerous. All available units, please respond. There's a bank robbery in progress. Waiting. Now there's an armed robbery near the freeway. Assault downtown. And another bank. All available units. All available units. We're moving on your position. Come peacefully or face the consequences.
But 7-7 Olo finds the dirtiest of angles. But he's got more. He looks for the final. He's got him. 7-7.
大家好，我是17战队的77。最初玩这个游戏，印象最深刻的时候就是当时这个游戏刚出来的时候吧，就是很火。然后家里的电脑玩不了，然后就只能去网吧里面去偷偷的玩。然后当时就印象很深刻吧，总是偷偷跑到网吧去玩这款游戏。对，当时这个游戏刚出来的时候，大家就想去尝试着玩一下嘛。所有人玩了之后就全部都爱上了这款游戏。没有一瞬间吧，就是每天都想着什么时候能玩这款游戏，每天都想到这款游戏，就没有印象很深的一瞬间。一开始玩这款游戏的时候，就是抱着娱乐的心态嘛，然后发现自己总是单人吃鸡，然后打出来的压枪很厉害嘛，然后就觉得自己好像有一点天赋。当时想走职业这条路的时候，可能周围的人都不是很理解吧，然后不是很支持，然后我就想一点一点证明给他们看嘛，然后就去尝试了，就去试训了，然后慢慢的就证明给他们看我是能够走职业这条路的。我打职业以来最难忘的一个瞬间应该是2024年 PCL 秋季赛吧，当时在天霸战队夺得了联赛冠军，就是自己很开心吧，因为是我第一个大赛的冠军嘛，就很多大小的比赛我参加过很多，我也打了很多年了，但是那是我第一个大赛的冠军嘛，所以印象深刻，也有压力也有动力吧。 保持自信的根源，就是我觉得我对自己有自信，因为我觉得自己有实力能够来到17战队，并且17战队也愿意信任我，所以我还是有自信的。从 FPP 转换到 TPP 的话，我个人的话，那应该是就是多练习嘛，多练习，然后多习惯 TPP 视角嘛，因为毕竟 FPP 跟 TPP 在我看来是两种游戏，所以肯定是要多练习的，绝对不会改变的东西。这款游戏就是职业比赛上面从 FPP 变成 TPP 了，但是我觉得我不会改变的是，这个游戏是一个团队游戏，我应该就是我打法应该是不会改变的，就是要比较团队一点，因为我觉得这个游戏是团队游戏嘛，然后只有通过团队协作才能够赢下比赛。谢谢粉丝一直以来对我对17战队的支持，就是让我们一起期待明年的赛事和明年的17战队。我相信明年的17一定能够重回巅峰。
We're like super confident. We have 4-time PGS winners, so I guess that's enough.
Hi guys, I'm Lucy, and I'm standing here with Batulis of Twisted Minds. Yeah, and Tiggleton picked you, and he left you a question.
How does he just stay so cool, calm, and collected all the time, and he's never angry or anything?
So nice of him to ask me this question.
Yeah?
I would say it's a huge experience.
Oh, huge experience.
Yeah, many years of being professional player, so I'm kind of experienced.
And since it's a new circuit, do you feel more pressure this time?
No, I feel less pressure.
Oh, why? Why less pressure?
This time we are playing with a full roster. We're like super confident. We have 4-time PGS winners, so I guess that's enough.
Have you learned any Korean phrases? Please say one for us.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
감사합니다.
What's your favorite Korean food?
It's Korean barbecue, bibimbap, kimchi soup.
Oh, kimchi soup?
Yeah.
If you could pass a baton to another player, who would it be and what would you ask for them?
It will definitely be Hakatori. Why you are so good, Hakatori?
Oh, why he's so good. Thanks for the quick chat, and we'll keep the relay going.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
On the world stage, the gateway to becoming Battlegrounds Esports champion PUBG Global Series returns in 2026 with a brand new look. PGS is back this year with a total of 12 series, where 3 series are grouped into one circuit, making a total of 4 circuits before PGC. The biggest change in this PGS is that daily matches have been reduced from 6 to 5, and the group stage, which used to run for 3 days, now just takes place in a single day. However, in place of fewer matches, teams must compete in 3 organically connected series over 3 weeks. The long and arduous journey to becoming champion. Shall we take a look? First, in Series 1, a total of 24 teams are divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, and play in cross-group matches. The first day, each group will play 6 matches for a total of 9 matches on that day. The top 16 teams advance to the winner stage, while the bottom 8 teams drop to the survival stage. The top 8 teams from the winner stage advance directly to the Series 1 final stage, while the bottom 8 teams face the bottom 8 from the group stage in the survival stage. While in the survival stage, only the top 8 teams can advance to the final stage. Additionally, in the winner stage of Series 1 and Series 2, the top 8 teams who advanced first receive additional points based on their ranking, allowing them to start the final stage in a more favorable position. Only the teams that reach Series 1 final stage become the final 16 teams of Series 1 and can proceed to the winner stage, the first match of Series 2. Next up is Series 2. The final 16 teams from Series 1 compete in the winner stage. In Series 2, the winner stage works the same as in Series 1. The top 8 teams advance directly to the final stage. However, the bottom 8 teams face the bottom 8 eliminated from Series 1 survival stage in yet another survival stage. Of these, only the top 8 teams can advance to the Series 2 final stage. After 2 days of competing in the final stage, the teams advancing to the circuit's crowning event, the Grand Final, are determined. But wait, you might be thinking, can't you just do well in Series 2 final stage and make it to the Grand Final? However, in this year's PGS, only teams with consistent performance can reach the Grand Final and ultimately make it to PGC. To advance to the Grand Final, PGS points earned across Series 1 and Series 2 are crucial. Only the top 8 teams, based on combined PGS points from the final stages of Series 1 and Series 2, can advance to the 3-day Grand Final. Excluding the series finale, all 3 series award the same PGS points, so performing well in only the later series will not give you an advantage. The bottom 16 teams that did not make the Grand Final must once again fight for their lives and finish in the top 8 of the survival stage to advance to the Grand Final. Of the 16 teams that then make it to the Grand Final, only 1 team can become the circuit champion. As you know, to become the circuit champion and advance to PGC, reaching the final stage and the Grand Final is essential. Starting in this year, there is also one important factor. That's right, prize money. In the final stage, ranking prizes are awarded only to the top 8 teams. But any qualified team that earns a chicken dinner receives a cumulative $1,000 chicken dinner bonus. In the series final, ranking prizes are given to all teams that manage to make it to the Grand Final, and chicken dinner teams continue to receive that $1,000 chicken dinner bonus. From points to prize money, motivation has never been clearer. The path has been revealed for our PGC 2026 champion. Anyone can claim the throne.
Tên thật của mình là Lão Phước Tín Đạt, còn trong game của mình là Himat. PUBG máy nghĩ em rất là xuất sắc. Nhờ game này mà em được biết đến khá là nhiều, cũng như là kiếm được tiền. Vô tình là em lướt trên mạng, thì em thấy game này hay, thế là em chơi thử thôi. Có một anh rủ em chơi, thế là em theo tới bây giờ luôn. Thì tại em chưa giỏi game này nên là em sẽ giỏi game này đã em mới sẽ chơi game khác sau. Khi mình coi đây là một công việc vì mình vừa chơi game còn vừa tập luyện nữa nên là không mệt mỏi lắm. Mọi người hay gọi em là thế hệ mạng nhưng thực ra không phải đâu ạ. Mọi người đã học luyện tập theo em cho nên là chắc gọi em thế. Vì em chỉ một người bình thường thôi, em chỉ tập luyện chơi game hàng ngày thôi. Tại giải đấu PUBG3 thì em đi Thượng Hải mà cho nên là em nhuộm tóc kiểu cho vui thôi. Nhưng mà không ngờ thì tại giao đó thì em lại bắn bay cũng như là vô địch. Từ lúc đó là mọi người cứ gọi em là con quỷ. Trong khi tóc em bạc nữa cho nên là quỷ đồng bạc. Nhắc tới tên em thì em cảm thấy bên đối phương sẽ sợ hơn một xíu. Trận đấu sâu sắc nhất có lẽ là tại giải đấu PUBG3 năm 2024 vừa rồi. Em đã có một pha club newbie cũng như là Team Sonic. Đội của em được vô vào chung kết. Thế là bọn em đã vô địch tại giải đó. Tại giải đấu đó là giải đấu đầu tiên mà Việt Nam vô địch. Thì sau đó là vào trong cánh gà. Thì ban tổ chức có thông báo là em được MVP. Thì lúc đó em rất là bỡ ngỡ, kiểu không hiểu sao mình được. Em cảm thấy rất là vui cũng như là tự hào. Sau chức vô địch đó thì mọi người cũng nhắn tin chúc mừng, cũng như ba mẹ em trên mạng xã hội thì cũng mọi người đã chúc mừng em rất nhiều. Em không nghĩ là bọn em có thể làm được như thế. Cảm ơn mọi người đã ủng hộ mình tại giải đấu BNC 2025. Đây là giải đấu mà team Việt Nam thành công nhất từ trước tới giờ. Cúp này là dành cho các bạn. Trải qua năm 2025 vừa rồi, mình nghĩ là có lẽ mình nói nhiều hơn. Trước năm đó thì mình chỉ tập trung mình bắn thôi. Còn năm nay thì mình đã tiến bộ như là mình nói, mình con tim nhiều hơn. Về vấn đề chơi game thi đấu thì em nghĩ là như thế không phù hợp. Bình thường em chỉ tập trung em bắn thôi thì em sẽ phát huy nhiều hơn. Còn mà em vừa nói vừa bắn thì em sẽ yếu hơn phần đó. Trước khi mà em quyết định em nói nhiều hơn á, thì em cũng nghĩ là nếu như mình nói nhiều hơn mình sẽ bắn được như trước thì sao. Thì em sẽ thử một lần. Nhưng mà sau khi lần thử tại năm nay thì em thấy không phù hợp lắm. Thì năm sau em quyết định thì em trở lại năm 2024 hơn. Việc thay đổi lối chơi em nghĩ là bọn em sẽ tập trung combat nhiều hơn thay vì bọn em sẽ đi bo. Kiểu thế mạnh của bọn em tại khu vực Á Bắc á, là FPV. Khi mà đổ qua TVP thì hơi khó cho khu vực của bọn em. Nếu như mà cần thời gian thì khu vực bọn em sẽ mạnh lại như FPV thôi. Thì em sẽ đi học hỏi cái tuyển thủ của Hàn. Tại vì Hàn là chơi TV rất là giỏi. Thì em sẽ học hỏi họ và em sẽ thay đổi dần dần. Trong năm 2026 tới thì với tư cách là một tuyển thủ, mình sẽ cho các bạn thấy là mình sẽ nâng cấp thêm một lần nữa. Thì mình cảm thấy rất là tự tin, hào hứng á. Mình muốn thử xem là TV này sẽ như thế nào. Sang năm 2026, mình sẽ hoàn thành nốt bộ sưu tập MVP của mình. Mình sẽ vô địch BNC và BGC và sẽ biến năm đó thành năm của bọn mình.
저는 Sigma Movement.
Hi guys, I'm Lucy, and I'm standing here with Navi's Hakuri for our relay interview. Hi Hakuri.
Hi.
Batulis just picked you and left a question.
Why you are so good, Hakuri?
Я просто багато тренуюсь і мені трішки щастить.
Yeah, and is there any secret?
Ні, просто щастить.
So Navi's on fire right now, and expectations are really high. Do you feel any pressure coming in today?
Ні, я вважаю, що це наоборот на нас впливає так, що ми будемо краще показувати свою гру і без ніякого натиску.
Yeah, and you've got this little bit mysterious kind of nonchalant vibe, and fans really seem to love that. Is there anything you would like to say to our fans?
Нічого не хочу. Сігма мовчить.
Who do you like to pass the baton, and what would you ask for them?
Хочу передати питання Example Twisted Minds. Як навчитися так добре давати інтерв'ю?
Yeah, thank you so much for the quick chat, and the relay will go on. Thank you.
Дякую.
Bye-bye.
A new heist mode with some familiar perpetrators, a new way to finish off your foes, and a collaboration with the legendary Harley-Davidson motorcycles. All this and more as we dive into the Update 41.2 patch report. First up, we've teamed up with the ultimate heist game, Payday, for a new game mode filled with crime and cash. In Payday mode, you and your squad will choose your class, pick a target, don an iconic Payday mask, and try to get out with as much loot as possible. But be careful not to trigger any alarms unless you're itching for a hefty fight. Completing objectives will award money that can be used to unlock more weapons and equipment. So complete as many as you can to up your arsenal. There's also a special Payday event pass for you to unlock even more cool Payday-themed items. Next, finishing off your enemies just got a little more stylish. When you approach a downed enemy with a melee weapon out, you'll now have the option to perform a finishing move with a special animation. For now, executions can be performed using the crowbar, sickle, machete, and of course the pan. But other melee weapons and additional execution animations will be added as time goes on. Motorcycle enthusiasts rejoice. The Great American Ride is coming to the battlegrounds. For a limited time, you can pick up the Harley-Davidson CVO Road Glide ST motorcycle skin from step-up packs in the workshop. There's also a custom lobby skin to grab, and plenty more, so be sure to keep an eye out for the official announcement. PUBG and Harley-Davidson. Live to ride, ride to live. We've also got a limited time weekend tournament called the Rumble Royale, a new secret room on Miramar, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 41.2 is here. So rev up that Harley, grab yourself a melee weapon, and get ready to execute the heist of a lifetime. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Look at this Posa with 5 kills, still alive after doing so much damage.
Hello, I'm Posa. My name is Francisco Posamay dos Santos. I went to PUBG after playing other FPS games, so when I started playing, I saw that I could be a good player. There is a lot of dynamics because the game isn't always the same. Every match is different. Moment when I started playing, I was so nervous playing, and I feel so adrenaline when the game is almost ending and the safe zone is getting smaller. This is a feeling that only PUBG makes me feel. Usually I'm very calm. When things get loud, I usually take a breath, and this helps me a lot. In the beginning, I was just playing casually, so I started playing solo when the game was released. In 2020, I think, I started playing with competitive players and getting better. This choice changed everything in my life. I have the opportunity that a few people have in their lives. Right now I'm living the dream. I am traveling and playing, and this is very important for me. I will say the last regional, the PAS 5 last year, That was a good tournament for me individually.
Posa has been an absolute menace here so far in this game. 5 kills to his name.
So this year I have a new role in the team. I'm a support. I can see that I am always increasing and getting better and looking for evolution and be the best on this role. Now that the league is transitioning to TPP, I think that the casual players will have more interest to watch the competitive scene. I think we are confident, but we have to adapt to the meta. We are going to look to get better, so I have to think outside the box. For the fans, thank you for the support. I see you guys on 2026. I would like to reach a new level of achievements that I have never had. We will do our best. In 2026, I want to win both PNC and PGC, and I want to stand in the center of the victories. I want to face any changes and make 2026 my year.
Hi guys, I'm Lucy, and it's time for our relay interview. Our next guest is Twisted Minds Example. Hi Example.
Hello.
So Hakuri left you a question.
Як навчитися так добре давати інтерв'ю?
Any words
So talented, I don't know.
So talented?
Yeah.
Any words
God
to it?
blessed.
God bless, okay. And do you feel any pressure coming into today?
No pressure.
No pressure. And was there anything you missed from home while being here?
Food.
Food, yeah, totally agree. And you could pick another player for the next relay interview. Who would it be, and what would you ask them?
I'll pick Shilla. Why is he so tall?
Why is he so tall? All right. Thanks for the interview, and the relay goes on. Thank you.
Bye bye.
Now it's just going to be seeing if they can step into the new angle. Neo on top, finds one, Park Pro finds the other. Gold all by himself, up on top.
안녕하십니까. 저는 PO 차승훈입니다. 제가 펍지를 처음 접하게 된 계기는 2017년도에 친구 때문에 PC방에서 같이 진행을 했었고 치킨을 먹었던 게 너무 기억에 많이 남아서 지금까지 쭉 해오고 있는 것 같습니다. 제가 제대로 시작해봐야겠다라고 생각했던 시기는 막 나가다 보니까 그게 너무 재밌어가지고 프로팀을 들어가면은 대회를 임하기 편하겠다 싶어가지고 들어오게 된 것 같습니다. 합숙 생활이나 단체 생활을 별로 안 좋아했었는데 그냥 하다 보니까 그런 게 좋아진 것 같고 그러다 보니까 규칙적인 생활을 좀 하게 된 것 같아서 그런 게 제일 변한 것 같아요. 제가 제일 기억에 남았던 경기는 2019년도에 있었던 PKL 페이지 2에서 우승했던 경기가 제일 기억에 남는 것 같아요. 세계대회 우승했던 거를 꼽을 수도 있긴 하겠지만 처음 우승을 할 때 그 힘들게 노력했던 순간들이 다 기억이 났었어가지고
자 아직 한 발 더 왔다. 잡았다.
변하려고 하는 모습은 사실 도전하는 거라 보니까 도전하는 모습이 좋은 것 같아요. 원래 제가 TPP를 하는 사람이라 그냥 뭐 TPP의 변화에 대해서는 그렇게 별로 크게 신경 쓰지 않고요. 변하지 않는다라는 건 잘 모르겠고 제가 원래 TPP를 주로 개인 방송에서 하기 때문에 뭐 그 부분에 있어서는 다른 선수들보다는 자신감이 더 넘치는 것 같습니다. 티글드 선수랑의 라이벌이라 하기에는 제가 지금은 많이 부족한 것 같고요. 티글드 선수가 조금 더 훨씬 더 저보다 연습도 많이 하고 실력이 더 좋기 때문에 라이벌이라고 생각하진 않습니다. 아직 뭐 승부욕이 넘쳤었을 때랑 다른 것보다는 지금은 제가 연습을 많이 못했기도 했고 실력적으로 많이 내려왔기 때문에 다시 올라가면 또 대답이 달라질 것 같아요. 배틀그라운드라는 게임의 의미는 저를 180도 변하게 해준 게임이라고 생각합니다. 제 인생에서 펍지란 그냥 전부인 것 같아요. 저를 여기까지 만들어준 것도 펍지고 그렇기 때문에 좀 더 애정이 깊게 더 담겨있는 것 같습니다. 뭐 펍지 안 했으면 그냥 게임하면서 일하면서 그냥 평범하게 살았을 것 같아요. 팬분들에게는 사실 우승하는 모습을 보여드리고 싶고요. 그래도 3인칭이니만큼 저희가 또 3인칭을 잘하기 때문에 우승을 하고 싶지만 그래도 최선을 다하는 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다. 2026년에는 정말 열심히 할 거기 때문에 2026년 PGC에서는 한국팀의 선봉으로서 제가 우승으로 이끌고 가고 싶습니다.
Hakuri will get that knock on Shell. And with the final bullet in the chamber.
Мій ігровий нікнейм Hakuri. Справді мене ще з дитинства вдохновляла кіберспорт. Брат показав шутери. З того часу мені подобається стрілятися. І от коли з'явився режим королевської битви, я от зайшов, мені дуже сподобалося. Те, що я став кіберспортсменом, це дуже змінило моє життя. Я навіть не знаю, яким я став би. Так, я займаюся тим, що мені подобається, і я дуже щасливий. Моя найперша спогадка про PUBG. Напевно, мій перший топ-1. Я пам'ятаю, як зараз. Це було на Мірамарі в 2018 році. І так, це найяскравіша емоція. Я пам'ятаю, що я хотів досягнути топового рівня. І потім це переросло в більш професійний рівень. Найбільша емоція, мабуть, з PUBG Global Series 10 у цьому році. Це коли я вбив 1 з 4 17-х. Це найбільша емоція була.
Getting on Navi, but Hakuri aware of it, keeping him at base. Good peak shot. Really nice stuff from Hakuri.
У мене дуже багато знайомих, які мене підтримують, сім'я підтримує, і після цього моменту вони всі писали «красава», «молодець». Минулий рік ми дуже грали добре міні-турніри в ТПП, і зараз наступний сезон переходить у ТПП уже в основні турніри. Останні зміни, які були, насправді ніяк не вплинули на мій плейстайл. Напевно, що я нікого не буду крисити, завжди буду пушити. Дуже приємно, що фанати слідкують, і я б сказав, що мене мотивує показувати добру гру, бути в топі по статистиці. В майбутньому я б хотів би стати найтитулованішим гравцем у PUBG. На наступний сезон у нас більша ціль звикнути до TPP, і це все. Ми будемо показувати максимальний результат, і нові зміни – це лише краще. Слідкуйте, вболівайте. У 2026 році я хочу виграти PGC. Неважливо, які будуть зміни. Я стану переможцем, це стане моїм роком.
He say me Pablo.
Oh, Pablo?
Yeah, he say me Pablo.
Hi guys, I'm Lucy and we're back with our relay interview. Our next guest is S2G Shilla. Hi Shilla.
안녕하세요.
Oh, so good. An example left you a question.
Why is he so tall?
Aile genetiğimden dolayı birazcık uzunum.
And do you feel any pressure coming in today?
No.
Oh, no pressure at all?
No, zero pressure.
Oh. Yeah, was there anything you missed from home while being here?
Yeah, food. Turkish food.
Food, Turkish food. And do you know any Korean phrases?
안녕하세요.
Oh.
감사합니다. 그치.
Kıçı.
Yeah.
So, and you could pass the baton to another player for the next interview. Who would it be and what would you like to ask?
Salute.
Salute.
Yeah,
So,
Cancu salute.
what's the question?
Why he toxic?
Oh.
Because he say me Pablo.
Oh, Pablo?
Yeah, he say me Pablo.
So it's another Korean phrases you learned.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks for the interview and we're coming back.
What is mean Pablo?
Thank
Like
you.
stupid, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he say me Pablo.
Where you witness Tig send the C4 in. Immediate peek and spray from Tig.
Hi, my name is James Gazen, aka Tiggleton. I think for the last 7 years, PUBG kind of has been my life. I moved away from my family. We travel a lot, play it every day with my teammates. I think you would be hard pressed to find a group of people that have spent more time together over the last 7 years than me and my teammates. The first time I ever played PUBG was expecting it to be very realistic, and in my very first match, this naked guy landed on a roof next to me, and I got a pistol, and I was like, he's dead. And he ran and jumped off the roof, and it fell 3 stories, landed on the ground and kept running, and I was like, it's Superman. He just fell 3 stories off a building and his legs are fine, what? I ended up falling in love with it after that. For me, PUBG always gave me the most adrenaline. My very first couple games, I felt like I was gonna die in real life if I died in the game. At the very end of the game, I'd be shaking, my heart rate would be I guess I've just been chasing that feeling my entire career. I finished my high school and I got into a university course and I was pretty happy with where I was, but I didn't take a gap year and I felt like my whole life I'd just been kind of going with the flow. And then I got the opportunity to fly to California for this tournament called NPL Royale because I got picked up by an American team. And that was good fun, but I still wasn't taking it too seriously. But I met this guy there, Bizzle, and he basically said to me after watching me play a little bit, he was like, I'll get you a visa and you can come to the US. And I was like, really? So I just full sent it at 18. I went to the US. I took a gap year off university and then never ended up going back. Well, I want to start by saying that I think anyone can be a pro player. That's the beauty of it. For me, being a pro player is about discipline, practicing with a purpose. Like when you boot up the game, you kind of have to switch your mentality from being, okay, I'm here to have fun to how can I improve the best? And you need to be very mindful of the way that you're putting in the hours. The word change to me obviously brings a little bit of fear and a little bit of excitement because with changes, there's always a bit of uncertainty. No one likes uncertainty, but in a way, it kind of feels like an advantage because I know that I'm willing to adapt, and if someone else isn't, then I have an edge on them. One thing that's not going to change, I think for the most part, it'll be the positional play. Like teams will still play for the good positions. If anything, it's going to become more important. And PUBG's always kind of been like that. It's all about teamwork. It's all about position. So I'm expecting that the good teams will still be good. To the fans watching in 2026, we love and appreciate every single one of you guys. It's really important to me that you guys feel happy. I don't think anything matters more than the fan sentiment. Obviously, there's some big changes on the horizon, but hopefully we can all just trust the process. It's people at Crafton, it's their job to think about what they can do to make our lives better. So just gonna trust them and see where it goes. I think that you guys will still enjoy watching. Like the Esports was in TVP initially, and we saw a PGI 2018 that is still fun to watch. It might be a little goofy, there might be some chaotic moments, but I think it'll still be fun. It's still PUBG. In 2026 at PNC and PDC, I hope my team name will be called. And I hope my name will be called. Even when the battlefield changes, I want my wins and my hard work to speak for itself. I hope it'll be my year.
Oh, example! Going absolutely huge right now! Some big kills, can he find another?
Всем привет, меня зовут Артём, мой игровой никнейм Example. PUBG для меня занимает очень важную часть жизни. Без нее бы я не стал просто профессионалом. Мое первое воспоминание было это, когда я увидел стрим по этой игре, и для меня тогда был режим Battle Royale в новинку. Я ни разу такого не видел и начал играть. Меня просто затянуло, и я проводил весь день в этой игре. На самом деле у меня не было какой-то конкретной цели. Я просто играл, знакомился с новыми людьми. Мне это нравилось. Ну и тогда познакомился с моим нынешним тиммейтом Batulis. Мы просто с ним списались. Го поиграем. Ну и так вышло, что пришел инвайт в команду. Самый запоминающийся момент в моей карьере был на турнире PGC 2022. Тогда был матч на Мирамаре. Мы раскинули стенку смоков. Это дало начальную точку камбэка, так скажем, в этом турнире, и в конце мы его уже.
All right, it is time for the most grueling moment of PGS4, the survival stage, best of 5.
We got 8 spots left for the grand finals, and the pressure is at an all-time high. So let's see who's got what it takes to survive.
More flashes forwards, everything going forwards. He's going to duck and dive, he's going to weave, and it's T1 all day long. What a win from them in the final moments of our first game of survival stage.
Let's head on over to the dusty dunes here for game number 2.
Now, the team that I'm curious about is Na'Vi. This is a team that has shown nothing short of total domination in past events, including the one leading up to this. And here we sit in the Survivor Series with them really struggling to pass in the last couple of chances.
You can see how important this victory is to Na'Vi. They are not overextending. They're not running into him. They're waiting for him to be put into a bad position.
And then he's going to pull the... I assume Panzerfaust, you just sit there and hold the wraparound because you got your man on the high ground. It's like, should be really, really clean. Here we go.
Here we go.
Oh, baited!
Gonna miss, but it doesn't matter in the end. Soul had nowhere else to go, and Na'Vi will get a much-needed victory.
Na'Vi, though, pushing forward here. Hakuri with some lovely shots. He's lighting it up right now.
This is, it's preordained. This is going to be a Hakuri 1000 damage game, easy. There's no, like, from this compound, surely.
Just looking for the second place. That's what he wants here right now. And the Panzerfaust comes through, leaving them down just to 2 here. And I think Team Liquid can be pleased with second place. 3 players up right now for Na'Vi. Luke sends a nade, but he's blindsided on the broadside.
Na'Vi wins themselves the game here after holding down strong for as long as they did. It got a little bit tricky towards the end. So let's get game 4 started, boys.
Oh, babies. We've got this as Rondo is ready to pop. And he's going to find Ian through the smokes. He knows where Heather is as well. He'll go out, eat the blue, coming from the backside, gets the spray down, gets him low, but doesn't get the knock, and he will go down to the blue.
The winds of death are blowing, but now it is Shen that must finish the job. He's got a double barrel. He sees him, but it does not work. T1 gets aggressive, plays defense, holds the line, and with 1 man remaining, they get the chicken dinner.
And it could not be closer going into our last game.
Let's see exactly who does make it into that top 8 here in our final match today.
There is a little bit of a snake lying in wait here in this shack. No, wait, no.
I think Team Liquid has just about made it.
There we go. Anyone's legend manages to put the nail in the coffin there for CTG. All right, here is our 16 teams that will be playing the final stage across 2 days. Best of 10 will determine who becomes our PGS4 champions and the first champions of Circuit 2. All right, we are done. We will see you tomorrow for more PUBG action. It's going to be a good one. See you then.
We got next, we ready to flex, we're ready to rock, headed to the top. We got next, can't settle for less. I'ma need your best, so give it all you got. We got next.
Take me to the front line, better get your head right. You ain't gonna take my pride away. Take me to the front line, put me in the limelight. You ain't gonna take my shine away. Take my shine away.
2 days is a best of 10 here as we now have all of our teams situated, good to go. 16 of the very best from across the world will line up and fire at one another live from Seoul, South Korea here to be able to claim PGS4, the first stop on Circuit 2 here for PGSs for 2026. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kalaris, your host to get everything a-rolling. I've got Toffees, I've got Poro, I've got Blank. He's somehow still here. We are going apoplectic here for everything that's going to be going down, and we have got an opportunity here, Poro, to watch the very best duke it out. It is a great lineup of 16 teams. I'm pumped.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm still trying to figure out what apoplectic means. Maybe
I mispronounced.
Apocalyptic, maybe. I think maybe what we're going for. But yeah, no. We've already had some great days of play. A lot of surprises on who is not going to be here. But we're not going to talk about the teams that aren't here, James. We're here to talk about the 16 teams that have made it to this first final of PGS 4.
Yeah, absolutely.
Only final PGS 4.
That's correct. Technically speaking, so far here for 2026, we've had China be able to take one of these. We've had EMEA take 2. Toffees, I think that we have a chance here for Americas to be able to get themselves on the board here for 2026. What do you think?
I mean, yes. I hope. I hope. Okay, because I spent last year being like, Liquid's going to win PGC, and look what happened to us. So,
sorry.
No chance America wins this one. We're just chasing and we're praying. Okay. No, I do think we have a chance. I think we got some great teams out there. New rosters that have been impressive. I just don't know if they're going to come through.
Yeah.
I'm nervous.
Well, I'll see. We'll follow that up with Blank as well. Do you think that one of America's best chances has come off the back of them picking up a European player?
Yeah, we'll see the Europeans. Very good. Gustav now talking more than the rest of them. They're always asking for advice, just because the EMEA players, they're just so strong at the end of the day. It's been a bit of a road for our other European teams, so surprisingly. So maybe we do need a bit of EU America's partnership.
I like it. I've really thrown us for a loop here at the beginning of the show. I'm so sorry.
I don't know why we were so taken aback by you asking about who we think is doing well. That's feels weird, but that's like the kind of lobby it's been, hasn't it? Like everybody has had really good days, and then a whole bunch of teams have had really bad days. So it's like I don't want to be put on the line to like guess who's going to come out on top. It's hard.
I love the idea that everyone's scared to say their region's going to do really cool. Yeah, I like that. So what we should do is we should just throw our hats in with Korea, China.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Crazy
Korea fan. No, right now. I'll tell you this right now. Falcons going to go into game 1 in first place.
That is...
that's a bold statement from Posa right there.
Bold statement.
But also factually correct, because we haven't really spoken about it too much in the past couple of days. However, the teams that were able to come through from winner's stage, of course, did have those advanced points coming into this final, right? So when we get to see those leaderboards as we start off the first game, as well as before that, Toffees, we have Falcons starting with 10 points. Twisted Minds teetering on down there from the normal kind of placement points from a single game, right? So, and those have had big impact in the past couple of PGSs.
The crazy thing to me is that Crazy Raccoons has 5 points going into this to start. They're third place starting off this tournament. But yes, it has had a big impact, and we saw that with Petrichor Road the first time out, right? So we do know that these come into play often, especially when it's a very close race. We see a difference of 5 to 8 points in terms of the lead. And so the fact that Falcons is coming in with the 10, as much as I was listening to 4 copies of myself at the start of this and didn't want to talk too much about the Americas, I will stand on that and say that I think the Falcons are probably one of the best teams out there. The addition of Gustav is incredible. And more importantly, a 10-point run at the start of this is actually a huge head start. It doesn't seem like that, but when you talk about statistics over 15 games, it can make a massive difference.
Absolutely. As we take a look at the 16 teams that are going to be coming in, and for those advanced points, right, they've been a bit divisive between some of the teams. Some teams like it, some teams don't. And one of those people that was vocal about it was someone like Gunnar, but they've benefited from it this time around. So, of course, it swings and roundabouts, right? Sometimes you're probably not going to benefit from it. But here is the prize pool as well. For PGS4, it's going to be $100,000, $30,000 for that first place here, Blank. So a nice chunk of change to be able to go and spend on whatever hobbies you like.
Yeah, absolutely. You just spend it all in South Korea. I mean, either works at the end of the day.
Nice.
I think that I would be going home broke, to be honest with you, if I was there. But it is a nice chunk of change. There's road to PGC as well, Kale. I mean, a lot of points on the line here as well. These are important circuits running all the way through to the end of the year.
Oh, for sure. Currently, Na'Vi is in number 1. And if we were to stop the count right now here, Poro, technically that would mean Na'Vi was straight into the grand final of PGC, but there's still a lot to play for.
Yeah, fortunately for everybody else, right? Like, and we're also looking at Esports World Cup. We're looking at possibly getting more slots for regions. So if Falcons coming into this final in first place, they end up in first place after all is said and done, that's a nice little stack of PGS points for them as well. That could put them into the top 8, which would then maybe possibly open up another slot for another additional team from the Americas. So we'll see how it plays out. There's still a lot of time left to go, as it's not going to be all sorted until after PGS 6 grand final. Wow. But, every point counts.
How are your wing teams? How are your wing teams for you guys? Like, I know we've got Godlike sitting in the wings watching this thing, which I think is a pretty good roster to send if one of our guys gets there on the PGS points. Do you guys have a really strong wing team waiting to come in should that happen over in EMEA?
Wing.
We have a... Don't do that. Don't remind me of Martin's terrible jokes. We do have a few, like, really important ones in terms of, like, if you're thinking about, like, Nemesis position. Obviously, S8UL was is a far cry out, but obviously they were picked up by a kind of a strong org that kind of is very interested in things like EWC, right? There's definitely some. Let's take a look at everything that's going to be going down in terms of the matches for today. We've got 5 coming at you. It is a lovely Miramar Tego and Rondo sandwich with Erangel being the good old bread on either side here, Poro. So a normal path here for these teams to be able to try and get themselves to number 1.
For sure, and these are maps that these guys should be used to from the last couple of days as well. So it'll be interesting to see how things start off and wrap up on Erangel, because I feel like we've seen some crazy games there. A lot of hardships going on this weekend so far. So we'll see how those adaptations come through as we get to see a little bit of a head-to-head there between Young Falcons and the boys from T1, who decided to show out yesterday in a big way.
Yes, they did, of course, as T1 looking very, very strong there towards the end of it. But at the same time, in terms of being able to step up to the plate for the first winner stage, not exactly very easy at all. Perfectix, who missed out on the first circuit blank, back in here in the winner stage and being able to pop off. It's good that Twisted Minds has him here.
I mean, it's actually a really good thing that Twisted Minds have him here, because it might have been a very different story without him. I think obviously Molodoctor is a very good player, but Perfectix is just a different story entirely for the squad. They've been practicing with him so much, and I think that was one of the big reasons, they're able to get themselves towards the second place. I think there was a fair few amount of times that we saw Perfectix making it through all the way to the end of the game. This guy certainly keeps those placement points up for the team.
And we have Heather standing head and shoulders above the rest alongside Bean here. But in terms of the damage done here by Heather yesterday, he was making a huge impact. Alongside that, I would say the rest of T1, it felt like very much a team effort, Toffees, from T1 to be able to look as good as they did in survival stage.
Yeah, I think T1, if you talk about Korean teams that seem to have this sort of comms on lockdown that goes along with star status of players, T1 for me is sort of the pick to make those moves. I think Super's been fun to watch, but T1 has these like moments of inspiration that I think can translate into truly world class. Whereas like Gen G feels a little disjointed. It doesn't make sense that they're struggling, but they are obviously. And then the Crazy Raccoons, I mean, I'm sure their communication is fine. Like, I'm sure it's like, let's go have fun, right? And then they all go do crazy stuff. But I think that as far as their potential to win a PGC, skeptical about the Crazy Raccoons doing that.
Shen caught up, overpassing Tian because Tian's not here. So that's. But actually, speaking of players that are maybe kind of coming back into the rosters, I'm getting an update saying for the roster changes that 04 is back in instead of Ike's left, and Wang F is back in instead of Jund over on Gam at the Expendables. So some big moves there. I think that if you think about those two changes, Poro, I think Hwang F is definitely the one that the Expendables is very excited about, I would say. Petrichor Road, Ike's kind of sick of the video game, so it's kind of by the by.
It's still very strange to make a change like that when you clearly came in from the group stage. You were looking really good. Then after... what did they finish in winter stage? They were in first place, or no, they weren't. They were in 7th place. But yeah, it's weird. Why make a swap midway through unless like there's something weird going on? But regardless, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see 04 come in, because he was a really good player for Petrichor Road in the last series or last circuit. So, we were already kind of shocked to see Ike's left here in the first place whenever he came out in the group stage.
Yeah, we were.
And then even more shocked to then see him frag out. So, it's going to be an interesting change, and I'm curious to see how Petrichor Road's going to adapt to that.
Of course, we've just looked as well. PNC is coming up, and for some of these teams, that's very important. Some of these players, that's very important. And that'll be happening a lot later on down the line. You just saw it on the bottom of your screen. But let's bring the focus here back to PGS. Toffees, you wanted to say something?
Well, I was just laughing. I mean, Ike's left is he's like a father, right? He comes out there, he sort of sets up the tees. He's like, all right, boys, I'm going to get you to the final, and then go off and be yourselves. And just like a father, Ike's left, and now they have to take care of themselves. So I'm curious to see how they do here in the final. My eyes are also on Supers. I think Supers has won game 1 of 2 of the last 3 PGSs. So there's a very strong chance that they seem to have a good understanding of how to launch strong on Orangel. And so I expect them to come out really strong here in PGS 4.
Yeah, definitely. We'll just wait for the stage to be ready and good to go here for day number 1. But a best of 10 changes things, right, Blank? We've had so many best of 5s and even that best of 6 as these teams have been trying to get themselves going. So best of 10 is going to be a bit easier on them.
Yay, variance goes down. Woo! Why is Ike's left gone? I don't get it. I know we just saw it. I'm sad. I don't understand. It's my first. You guys are all memeing about it. It's like he'll come and go when he pleases. And I was like, haha, he'll be here till the end of this tournament, right? Surely.
He's ethereal.
Why is he gone?
Well, I'll tell you, he's not gone. It's good old Bella on the stage.
Bella, and welcome to the final first day of the PGS4 Grand Finals. Well, from the grueling group stages to the high-stakes winner stage and the chaotic survival stage that happened just yesterday, 16 elite teams have survived this race. And now they stand on this grand stage for the ultimate showdown. And the stakes for this grand finals cannot be any higher. This tournament is the crucial stepping stone for the upcoming PGS 5 and 6, and of course the definitive path to our final destination, PGC. More importantly, as the race for the top 9 PGS points and those direct tickets to EWC come into focus, securing every single point from here on out is absolutely vital. And of course, I would like to remind all the PUBG Esports fans that the PUBG Nations Cup 2026 is coming to Changchun Arena right here in Seoul starting from June 23rd to the 28th. Well, the players are all here and waiting for me to wrap this up, so here goes day 1 of the PGS4 Grand Finals.
สำหรับสกิน 1ก็รู้สึกว่าเป็นการแข่งขันแบบต่อเนื่องครับ
Перемога чи поразка, результат все одно буде залежати лише від нас.
Chỉ có một lựa chọn trong một khoảnh khắc sẽ thay đổi mọi thứ.
Как только игра начинается в PUBG, напряжение наиболее высокое. Но это напряжение, наоборот, вызывает еще больше желания играть в эту игру.
If you can't beat the pressure, then there's no reason for you to be here.
It was important for our team's growth. So our team is a new team with BL and draft, so it was an important circuit to get improve and be better.
ผลงานในแกรนด์ไฟนอลครั้งนี้เป็นผลงานที่มีความหมายกับพวกเรามากครับตั้งแต่ได้เข้ามาอยู่ Arena ครับนี่เป็นผลงานที่ดีที่สุดตั้งแต่ได้มาอยู่เลยครับซึ่งทำให้พวกเรามีความมุ่งมั่นมากขึ้นครับ
We evaluated our play style and we figured that sometimes we weren't taking risks when we should be and we were getting punished for it really heavily. So this time we're going to be a little riskier and hopefully that pays off in the average long run.
После первого круга PGS можно было подумать, что время Twisted Minds уже прошло. По сравнению с первым кругом PGS, сейчас мы пришли уже с новыми силами и мы будем побеждать.
我们队伍现在的磨合情况和状态已经达到了最好的效果。如果说在第2轮系列赛里面，我们如果有运气加成的话，我们一定会拿到冠军。
We want to reach a level that we haven't reached yet. That is to compete for the title.
Tại vì giải đấu với cái lần này bọn mình rất là tự tin và mục tiêu bọn mình tại giải đấu là sẽ vô địch, nhiều nhất là sẽ là 2 giải. Trình độ về cá nhân của mình thì các team đều biết hết rồi vì mình là MVP BG cũng như là BNC.
Circuit 2'de çok güçlü takımlar olduğunu biliyoruz ama biz de bir onlar kadar güçlüyüz. Biz de şampiyon olabiliriz çünkü biliyorsunuz ki PUBG bazen şaşırtıcı olabiliyor.
อยากขึ้นไปอยู่บนจุดสูงสุดในการแข่งขันระดับโลกพร้อมกับทีม Arena ครับ
We want to start the tournament off strong so we can build confidence to win the grand finals.
저희가 교전력이 안 좋다는 얘기들이 많은데 운영과 교전 둘 다 제일 잘하는 팀으로 거듭나고 싶어요. 아직 저희 말고는 대한민국에서 우승할 수 있는 팀이 없지 않나요? PGS 서킷2 다시 시작해봐야죠.
Вдача може бути у всіх, а скіл є лише у нас. Так як ми вже перемагали, для нас нічого крім перемоги нічого не значить. І цю перемогу ми не збираємося віддати іншому регіону. Обережно їдуть Наві.
Huge contenders for PGS4 as we, across this best of 10, are going to witness some great plays. It's already been fantastic in our winners, in our survival, in our groups. We get to see shining performances here from the players each and every day. And today it will be no different. This is the best lobby we have got here so far. And let's talk about, to start off, the team that came in from winners in number 1, Poro, it was Falcons. They start off with 10 points. They're looking to fly high.
It was indeed, and they looked very, very strong whilst doing so. Off the back of a lot of points and kills from Gustav. So obviously the new addition, a lot of question marks about how he was going to fit in with the squad, a lot of questions about how Kickstart was going to be able to take over the comms on everything. We got a chance to listen into those comms a couple of times, and what I noticed is that Kickstart is taking control of that team. Like they're giving him information, they're giving options, they're giving everything, but when it comes down to brass tacks, he is taking control and he's saying, guys, shut up, we're doing this, let's go. And everybody is listening, and it seems to be working a treat for him so far.
I love it. I really do. I like the decisive nature that it's going to be able to take on, and they found themselves in situations where someone like Kiss, for example, on Myth was really kind of causing them problems, but then they were still able to recover. So that is the signs of a champion, no doubt. Other teams that we want to talk about here, Blank, you got the Expendables, Gam the Expendables, in fact. Hwang F's back in. He's a bit of a firecracker, but the rest of the squad, we know, like we've said, as someone like Tamvu, we've thought at times he's the best player in the world, so they've still got the chops to be able to make this happen.
It's Gam time, baby. And I think that, honestly, for this team, I did really want to talk about, and you've already hit what I wanted to talk about, because there's a lot of chat around about Hwang F here, but I think we got to drag it back to Tang Vu. This guy is insane. Throughout the group stage as well, there was a massive amount of clutch moments. They were saying in their interview, right, Cloris was saying that, hey, if we had Hwang F, maybe this would be a little bit easier for me. Lo and behold, he's back in. I actually have I've got high hopes for Gam the Expendables.
Awesome stuff. Of course, Navi here, our PGS2 champions, looking to run it back once again. They did not quite do it in the winner stage. They had to take second place in the survival stage towards the end. But let's turn our attention to South Korea as well, as we got supers. But never mind here. I wanted to talk to you, Toffees, but I'm going to give it up to you guys. It seems like we're almost ready for this game here, Toffees. I'm excited. Whoa.
I'm excited for it as well. 1 second left. The plane is in the air. The grassy pastures call Poro, and game number 1 of the finals kicks off. There's 15 games to make the statement that you are unequivocally, currently, the best team in the world. The pressure is on. The plane is down the middle. We could not ask for a better start.
Definitely could not. And looking at the maps that were kind of where, you know, the drop map kind of channel that they have where they kind of sort out everything. There was one thing that was kind of sticking out, and that was that T1 and Twisted Minds were going to be, were both claiming that they were going to land at all the same places in pretty much every map today. But it looks like T1 will go ahead and take Pachinki, while Twisted Minds will work off to North George. Now, we did see them doing this yesterday, or not yesterday, but the other day. And it worked out pretty well for them, so I think they'll be okay with this.
Yeah, but like, good for T1. I mean, last time we saw a team just last time somebody tried to do this, like, Na'Vi got destroyed by 17 multiple times. The fact that T1's like, yeah, we'll take it, and they got it. We'll see how that affects the way that they work. So I'm fascinated to see how they play out of that location. Twisted Minds, yeah, it did work for them on the north, but we also saw 2 games where they seemed discombobulated in terms of those transitions. So I'm fascinated to see. They do have the entire Georgia Pool area to themselves as favorites to possibly turn up at this event, and we'll keep tracking that. Now, the circle pops, and it is so far to the opposite side of the map that I think it's actually good for Twisted Minds. Those guys are going to have a nice long northern rotation come up around Stalber and should be able to get in without many issues. It's the teams over on the bottom, Gen G, I think, is, for instance, and Expendables are going to have a very long, arduous journey to find themselves a spot in this.
It is going to be interesting watching how that south side of the mainland plays out, as we've got a number of teams already in the center as well. So Falcons dropping over by Milta Power, they've kind of got their choice of where they want to play, and it looks like Cerberus in Lipovka kind of in the same boat. Crazy Raccoons also inside the circle. I'm not sure what they're going to do. They can't hunt teams on the edge if they're inside Circle 1, Toffees. I don't know what they what's the plan here. It looks like Guyon's already sending it up to the north.
I was saying, in before they leave the circle to go cause trouble somewhere.
I would not be surprised.
Right? They are absolutely bananas. They're doing a nice little spread loot, though, so they should be in a great spot. I also kind of think they might mess around up here because you know you're going to have some teams coming around on long north rotations, so you find a good spot at the crossroads, there's a chance you actually get some picks. As we jump over to Twisted Minds, speaking of long north rotations, very likely this team will be looking to achieve that as they go ahead and get their loot started. Now, the issue for me with Twisted Minds, Poro, is they are made up of one of the best foursomes in the entire world and have yet to lift a PGC championship. And there's a point where I start to wonder if the weight of that weighs heavily upon a team and a leader in the form of Batulis.
Yeah, I mean, it's a long road, a long, arduous road throughout the year to try to make it to that final PGC stage. But it almost felt like if they were going to do it, the year when they won 3 of these things in a row might have been where it was going to happen. But I mean, that was not meant to be. As we check in on some highlights from the survival stage, if it's anything like yesterday, I think we're going to see highlights from every single game. So if you didn't get to watch yesterday, you're getting a very good refresher right here.
Yes, sir. So we saw a lot of good grenades, a lot of decent breaches. And I think the moral of the story yesterday was that mortars and grenades in the late game are king, right? Skyburst, good bounces, lots of cleanouts. Everyone died in a hole. It looked like a golf match. That said, though, it has shown the quickness and speed that our teams have had to adjust to the meta, which has only been around for a few weeks, Poro. This idea that I can now dig holes, the idea that I can now blow open cover when there's nothing on the field. This is our first PGS with this, and so seeing how fast the teams have adapted to it and how it feels almost natural and comfortable for them is actually pretty impressive to me to take that turnaround time and work with it so quickly.
No, absolutely. And I think every game that passes, these guys are starting to learn more tricks and tips they'll take on to the next one. As you got to see there, Liquid just barely making it through. They were not, they're happy. What did he say? It was all smiles of relief because they're obviously happy to make it through, but not necessarily happy on how they took the road there. As we see Pio just hanging out underneath Cerberus. When will he decide to spring the trap? Stan is coming up as well, though.
Yep.
But this is not surprising at all. We saw Crazy Raccoon kind of flexing off to the north in different spots, and Pio has just kind of been hanging out here. So Tanbin and Stan have a snake in their midst.
Yep. I wouldn't be surprised if he brings the rest of his team in on the north side so he can try to make catch them a little bit off guard here as he very slowly goes back and forth. He's on top of the roof. He knows they're looking at his buddy's cars. The bait works. He pulled him to the top, got the shot, gets the knock. He immediately throws a Molotov off so they can't counter him through those windows. Very, very smart. He knows that that's the only other window option he has. Pulls the shot but cannot hit it. Pio's down, and Stan L is going to come to try to get the flush, but here comes Guyon and the rest of the team. No one hurts my Pio, they scream as they charge forward aggressively.
And that'll be 2 down immediately for Cerberus, and in all likelihood, they will be able to get Pio back on his feet. As you see, Cerberus tried to get Uter over here, but Shen actually, I believe, was going to hold him off. So 4 a.m. was kind of starting to make their way over in this general vicinity, and we'll see a few shots from them sent over towards Crazy Raccoons as well. But I think all is going to be fair in Love and War. As Team Liquid, their rotation, they decided to come north of the river, and they are catching Twisted Minds out.
Interesting. Whoa, that's crazy. So Alo's already opening fire. We talked about the need for a northern rotation to be careful, and I did not expect conflict here. This feels like maybe Team Liquid had this planned out, and we're like, why not? Let's set a trap for them. Because it is a little bit awkward on how close they are to northern Georgia Pole with this rotation. It would have stand to reason that they would have gone past Cube instead. So interesting choice. Cowboy dodges Donnie Dustin. He doesn't. He goes down, but a nice spray from the back. Purdy's trying to help out as Perfectix gets very, very low.
And the rest of Twisted Minds, Lou is off north of Stalber right now. Batu is still a mile away. Example about the closest one here. So Perfectix really wasting Liquid's time as the rest of the squad is starting to arrive. And it looks like Example pulls up. Maybe he did not spot out Purdy Curdy, but he's going to know he's there now as the shots come through.
Purdy very smartly relocates. Sometimes you just got to shoot and go. And so he resets as quickly as he can. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Crazy Raccoons are still in a battle. Perfectix has healed himself back up. Looks like he's going to try to smoke and rotate. Oh, he sees Alo transitioning as well.
Yeah, I think Team Liquid rather just going to go ahead and bail on this. It was not. It seemed like it was maybe a camp of just timing and convenience. that ends up going wrong a little bit, and his Cowboy will go down. But now Team Liquid's going to grow. They look like they were driving away, but it looks like they're repositioning. So we'll keep an eye on that. Yeah, they were maybe trying to fake him out a little bit. Virtus Pro, they are all the way on the south side. No one anywhere even near them as they cruise past Milta. Meanwhile, you saw in the kill feed, Crazy Raccoon was taking something there. Oh no, the C4 UAZ is going to pull up, and Perfectix has to be on the move, and he's going to hop in the vehicle. No shots even coming towards him.
Just blue chip destruction.
With the blue chip.
Yep. No orders, no tilted.
Oh, I got confused. Yep. We're bouncing around. Yep. Oh my God, I'm an idiot.
Right.
I'm
so
sorry.
He got
Chad.
rid of Cowboy's blue chip. He's sending a message to Liquid. There's no point waiting for this. He's done and dusted. He's going to try to rotate away. Liquid did rotate back to try to see if they could catch them, but it looks like a safe blue north shift by Twisted Minds means they'll make a long rotation. Liquid's going to hop back in their cars after the blue chip is destroyed and make their way into the circle. So there should be no more conflict from those teams. We jump over to VP, who's headed towards Milta Power and is completely uncontested on this rotation. You've seen them stop to check checkpoints, make wide rotations. They have done everything they can not to end up with what Twisted Minds just experienced, and no one has been around. It's one of those things which are like, well, I'm glad we did it, but it was not necessary.
I play these cliff sides. We'll wait and see where the next circle decides to take us. A Super is going to get a little bit close to 4 a.m. They'll be able to escape for the time being. While we were watching Team Liquid and Twisted Minds, Crazy Raccoons lost another player, so they're down to just Glazen and Onyx going forward as Supers looks like they'll find some actual space to play here on the northern side. So maybe just sitting back and hoping for another hard shift, which honestly, hard shifts have been the order of the day.
As the circle starts to close, we'll find their spots. We saw VP make that big rotation. I'd love to hear what they're thinking as they look down on the rest of the map from the high ground on that ridge.
He could have left, but I think he's still on blow.
Take a smoke long. Tell me if you find low 2 on it. I'm gonna scout other one.
Bro, I don't see anyone on green. Can we have 3 people drive up to green? Like on pop? Crexy can watch it from here. We can just drive, cut it good. Yeah. I'm gonna take your gas.
Pop you see, right?
Yeah, he can see it.
Yeah, I will.
There's no gas in this fucking car, bro.
Wait, I'm gonna cast it up. I
need to move.
I'm driving already.
Crexy, go at green.
1 sec. Yeah, there's more car from Lipoka now driving on blue. Right team is with the close car. Yeah.
Shift circle. Should the fucking go up. Let's just draw scout Toran. Take this lead.
Come with us.
Yeah, he stopped on blue sec. Be careful.
Just come. Let's draw scout Toran.
As we watch them rotate into what they called green, Poro, I think it's open. I think they should be okay.
Yeah, we'll see. We gotta get our map zoomed in a little bit. We are looking at the eye in the sky, and there's a lot of colorful Skittles running around right on top of each other. But you heard the problem that comes with making those big, long rotations as they were running a little bit low on gas. We'll see if they'll be able to have enough to get to where they need to go as we check in with Navi playing around Shelter. They've got Gen G off to their north, and Gen G is actually getting really close here. Navi gonna have to be on time here to watch as D finds an angle.
D spent some time playing with the Americas, brought over here to play with the Koreans, and has been doing pretty well. It's just Gen G doesn't seem to be turning it on as they do take a couple of shots here on the transition. Hakuri getting a little bit of damage on him, but I just don't think D is going to have what it takes to get them out. The range is just too high, but it does set Gen G up. So this is our area, stay away. And Navi has to stop down short, get some heals back up and running, and replan their rotation. So Hakuri will do that, gets out for a second, heals safely, and then continues that transition.
Yeah, they'll be hugging that western coast, or western side of the circle, rather, as Team Liquid are going to push into Heaven. Now, this is already occupied by a 2-2, or the western half of a 2-2 split from 4 a.m. Looks like Winda and HSM not really anywhere near right now, so this is all going to be on Shen and Spaceman, but Liquid not just going to blindly rush up here. They're going to stop, scout down, and see if they can spot out anybody before they make the send in.
Yeah, especially down one player at this point, you've got to be super careful with how you take these compounds. They're going to be happy with the low up here on Heaven and probably just lock up. I don't know that they push up to the top compound, but they do feel like it's safe to bring the cars in now. So they will very likely do that. I hope that they don't go up to the top because 4 a.m. is waiting, hoping that Alo goes up on that high ground and sort of tries to take a peek.
Yeah, absolutely. And for their part, it looks like 4 a.m. they're content to just hold on to this 2-2 split for now. And eventually, you got to imagine if the circle shifts away, then if they're going to compound, they might compound onto Mansion. just because of the fact that they know that there's another team here. But we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. Falcons, meanwhile, have been playing that eastern coast just south of Lipovka. They've still kind of hanging out there. They haven't tried to go more towards the center. They're content with just having this edge, knowing that their backs are clear with the water behind them. And they'll wait and probably wait for the next circle.
Na'Vi trying to find this. They really, man, this has been a very tough rotation for Na'Vi. Everything that they've gone to or looked for has had somebody there. But then it's not hard when you've got Hakuri able to hit shots like that. Double taps with the SKS. And does not get the spray, so he's going to have to keep here harassing a little bit outside of the noob compound.
And the rest of Cerberus are Expendables, rather, are fortunately close enough to where they're able to get back in there and get that res onto Tanvu as quickly as possible. It looks like the rest of the squad is going to arrive as well. So Na'Vi will get the knock, but they won't get the flush. They won't get the point, but they'll open up a little bit more room for them to continue that wrap on that northern side as they wait for the circle to collapse. You see a few more shots being sent over in their direction, but mostly just spooking them here as we get another hard shift, Toffees, this time all the way to the south, playing up around prison.
There's another quick hard shift, and you know, this is really brutal because a lot of these guys up here at the top had to fight Twisted and Maliquid both out of the circle, both huge rotations to get here in the first place, and now they have to go into a very full southern circle where there's not a lot of locations left to play. Crazy Raccoons, we jump over to them. They've already lost 2 because they're the Crazy Raccoons. They don't know how not to take a fight in the early game. So as Glaz and Inonix try to play a little extra recover, at least they got 2 points on the board. That's the beauty of the Crazy Raccoons. They make games fun.
Well, they might not be 2 for much longer either, as I'm pretty sure Glaz is coming over here. Yeah, going for the emergency or the revive station. Batulis, eyes in the skies, taking shots from up top, and this is why he dropped the smokes down, isn't it? As we'll put a pause here for Glaz, but now Batu actually he's calling the rest of the team over. He's saying there's a solo over here, and this is a free and easy pickup, but Lou is going to get spotted out. He goes in a little bit too deep, and he gets knocked and flushed immediately. A rare mistake coming out for Twisted Minds.
Lou, you can't go that deep that fast. You've got to have backup. Examples here now. He's trying to make a little bit of play. Goes for the roof. Misses the jump, though. Perfectix tosses that nade up. Misses the window. Twisted Minds has missed 2 executions so far. They need to close this out. Molotov to the high ground. Glaz does light up and takes a little bit of damage. Perfectix around the right side, but now they're fighting with a blue closing behind him. Glaz down. Good. I mean, not good, but you know what I mean. Like, they won the fight.
Yeah, they do. They lose Lou in the process, though, and that's definitely one that Batu's not going to be too terribly happy about. But hey, guess what? You got a revive station right here, right?
Yep, so exactly.
Let's get him back. But
bring him back. You know what?
It's very late to bring him back, though, isn't it?
It is, but they've got the UAZ, and they can put his gear into it right now and drive it to wherever they're going. So it's not the end of the world for him if they get a good spot in circle. Now we go to DraftKing, who sees Na'Vi. Na'Vi been getting shot at left, right, and middle. Here they defend their tower and say, this is for us, no cats for you. And the cats will have to find a different tower to settle down at, as Na'Vi seems pretty comfortably locked in here on this ridgeline.
Came all the way back down south. So Na'Vi, yeah, this is you're going to have to see the distance traveled by the time that this thing's all said and done. But now they're getting backfilled by Gen G a little bit here, too. So might not be out of the woods just yet as we see the Falcons. They look like they might have been aware of what was going on over in Lipovka. And they're also going to see that revive station beacon light up like a Christmas tree. So nobody's shooting at them. They're just hanging out on the edge, waiting to see if they can maybe catch Twisted Minds while they're slipping.
Well, yeah, because they saw the first beacon go off, then they heard the fight, saw the kill feed, and saw another beacon go off. So they're very aware of where they are. Smartly, though, Twisted Minds is going to revive and then go north right away. So they will not have to worry about that Falcon's trap, though they might bump in to the rest of Crazy Raccoons as they settle in right here. Yep, there it is. Crazy Raccoons, though, is eliminated because Example is just that good. That was a drive-up slay. He is.
Just easy as you like. And well, I guess he must have got him low enough to where he goes down to blue. But 04MB, welcome to the lobby. He's going to get taken down by Huang F. Our 2 new players somehow, some way, finding each other in the open fields on the right about the center of this new zone pop. As Petrichor Road still looking off in that direction, would love to be able to take down the Expendables, but this is what happens when you get these open fields. Remember the new terrain destruction that we've seen be such a player so far this week is definitely going to be looming large here, but mortars are still a thing, Toffees, and T1 is sending them downrange.
Man, I love that the two first players fight each other to start out. It's like it was like a rite of passage. All right, subs, you got to get in there and do this thing. Lots of mortars coming out, but that's not uncommon. We've learned that this is a major part of the build nowadays, using mortars not only to clean out teams, but to be able to push forward. And because so many people love to sit in holes nowadays, a good mortar is a great way to just clean out an entire crew. As you can see over here, getting hit left, right, and center. Finn, the Cerberus guys are done. They're toasted. They're out right now. They walked away with only 1 point. So on a 10-game series, that's going to be really rough for them to sort of start. They have to play fight back already, and I am a little worried about that.
Wow, Super's actually kind of cleaning up there in prison. They take out Cerberus. They take down Lou as well as he tried to drop down in the prison. Twisted Mind's going to go ahead and try to send it down towards that area as well. We'll see if they can get away with it. Right now, they've got 3 teams taking shots at him while Na'Vi is still trying to get themselves sorted here on the south side between Furia and Gen G. You see Twisted Minds have found a spot to play, but it is precarious to say the least.
Absolutely. And as we close into this, you can see the scoreboard. Some teams have points because of how they qualified for this. Team Liquid is out, unfortunate. They need to go a little deeper here on game 1. An example, and the Twisted Minds boys are building forts as desperately as they can, but already down 2 as Perfectix crawls over and says, please res me. Example, trying to defend them with a car burning in front.
Yeah, Expendables just taking shots downrange, really, but looks like they might be able to reset this with enough hard cover, and should be able to get that revive here as Made in Thailand will also go down. Anyone's Legend cleaning up on the northeastern side. So they're going to be our farthest north team still playing, as T1 was the team that cleaned up Team Liquid. They kind of waited for Liquid to settle down in their little, dig themselves some cover, and then T1 just comes and sweeps it away.
Tingleton is softening up VP. The rest of his team has already moved to the ridgeline, hoping to progress here. Curexy gets the knock that should open the door. The problem is Furia came from the south side and stopped the Falcons' push over the top of this ledge towards VP. They put all 3 of these teams into a bit of shambles as they try to figure out how to recover. It was a really nice opening knock by Tingleton that Falcons couldn't fully capitalize on.
They managed to get one close, but Beamy was ready for it. Gets the spray on a Shrimzy, and this is the problem when you've got foxholes everywhere. You just don't know when somebody is going to pop up on the other side of a hill and mow you down, and Shrimzy is the one that suffers, as Falcons will try to lay down some smoke cover to protect themselves not only from Virtus Pro and not only from Furia, but all the teams that are downhill to the north. You see Furia now has eyes on Beamy, so he cannot peek up anymore.
Stop fighting. We already lost Liquid, Furia. Leave Falcons alone. Go fight Na'Vi. Now, Kickstart is going to go ahead and get that res. The ambush was there, but again, because all 3 of these teams could see each other, they had to pull off. No aggressive breakout fight. A good 4v4 is just not really in the cards right now. Furia has pulled off a little bit to the left side, but they're not going to give up that northern rotation. They have to make sure the Falcons go north and stay away from them on the south side. So expect Furia to lock this spot up and prevent any movement in that direction.
Man, that spot that Beamy is just diabolical, man. Like, you cannot do anything about that if you're Falcons, unless you just land the godliest of grenades. Virtus Pro, meanwhile, have Beamy keeping eyes on Falcons while the rest of the team's keeping eyes on Furia. Not a bad spot for VP, as T1 looks like they were getting pressed by 4AM, and Ian will find the double knock and take down 4AM with the help from Destroy.
All right, since I think most of the other fights after 4M's down have ended, let's take a quick listen to Falcons as they set up this fight against VP.
Okay. Car on the north on orange. Guys, we should stop peeking now. Can we team nade this dip right in front of me on green? Yeah, I'm down. Yeah.
He's one's behind that on the rock on blue, I see.
Green. It's further, brother. We have to smoke, guys. I don't have any.
He's knocked. Green, nice.
The run is really bad if we don't have smokes. Pride is shit on us, guys. We need a lot of smokes.
I don't have any. I just use mine.
I'm gonna look for north here. Guys, we have to run it down. We have to run it down north. Can we?
I'm headshot. Go north. Yes, go north.
Yeah. You have to anchor here.
I'm gonna pull up with you guys.
I'm running. Anchor green. There's a hole. Nothing here.
I'm 1 HP. I'm probably dead.
Just keep anchoring again. I'm flashing. Slow it down for him.
Nice, good knock.
One's 1 HP,
Let
running
reset.
back.
They can't peek into us, boys. We're in here.
I'm flashing.
Just chill. Just chill. You're 2 standing.
Guys, we have 2 knocks. Nice. Knocked Dossie, healing.
Okay. I will rest full safe on me.
Full safe on me. I see the other guy far, I think. There's a guy really far by the U.S. on green. Kick.
Very clean work there from Falcons, but now they are getting pressured from Furia as well, but not the entirety of Furia, only sending 2 down here. We'll see if Falcons is able to reset off the back of Kickstart staying alive, but it's Posa and Biel Calmo trying to make the push down, but they're getting shot in the back by Genji and Na'Vi.
Also, we saw T1 get locked out elsewhere on the map. It was Anyone's Legend sort of stopped them short, as now they've hit a good spot. Anyone's Legend surviving. As we go back to this fight, VP, it did fall apart there. You could hear the sadness in Kickstart's voice. The worst thing for an IGL when you yell, "We need more smokes," and everyone on your team goes, "I just used my last one." That said, they still managed to somehow turn this and keep 4 alive. Furia will fall back. The circle has shifted. They will lock up the south side. Falcons will go north, and these two will no longer have to fight.
And we said it was going to take a godly grenade, and Kickstarter managed to hit it as Anyone's Legend tries to make the push into Twisted Minds. They have the C4 car, makes another appearance as it takes down one Twisted Minds, just down to a solo player, and it's going to be Perfectix.
And Gustav, they just finished with VP. They see blood in the water and death on the field. The C4 was strong. Gustav says, "What can I steal from this?"
Oh, he's in perfect spot here as well. Nobody can really pressure him. Actually, no, Hakuri has an angle, so Gustav will have to make a run as Na'Vi continues to create a lot of pressure, even though they are down to a duo. And there's the knock onto Gustav. Shrimzy going to go down now as well to BL, as it is pressure all the way on this northern side. Even a solo player, Heather, out in the middle of the blue, taking shots, gets a knock. And now Kickstart trying to come over here and see if he can get rid of Chewy.
It was wild. It was just too much blood in the water, and everyone came running over to see if they could pick up some points here. So we got Falcons, we got Twisted, we got Petrichor all facing off head-to-head. Batulin on the low ground, Kickstart on the high, trying to wrap around Petrichor, while Batulin just hunkers down and says, "I'm just going to try to survive whatever the heck this is."
Oh, and meanwhile on the south side, on the high ground, Furia gets a little bit too close. Gen G making the push. The aggression starting to come out from Gen G here. 4 strong on the south side. They take out 2 of Furia. It's down to just the Kraken and Bielcamo, who are hiding in the cliffs. Na'Vi down to Hakuri as well, as Gen G is sweeping.
Gen G did a really nice job in the way they pushed. We'll cover that in a minute. Twisted Minds is now eliminated. The Falcons are sweeping the north. Gen G is sweeping the south. Both of these teams playing very aggressive. Falcons came in with a 10-point lead because of their performance in the early divisions, and now they've gone up to 17. A really good start on a 10-game series. Kickstart looking to try to make a move here on Petrichor, who's fallen back, but D, the other sweep, is hitting him from the other side. I2 6v6 is going to get finished, and that does mean Gen G, who held very comfortably on the south and waited for the close, was able to backstab all of our shift teams. Now we got lockdowns. We got the solo Na'Vi. We got the 2 Petro. We got the Furia guys all locked into the rocks. They do catch the circle, which is great news for Na'Vi, but Gen G doesn't have to push down. They can now pay cleanup, as Falcons has to push through the rocks and try to clean out every single tick that's hanging on.
Falcons has to make a decision here as well, because supers are going to have to go somewhere. And this is the only shot that they have at winning this game, is if they try to go and wrap out right now and backfill where Falcons is. But Falcons trying to make their way up the hill immediately. They're going to spot out Chewy, get him low. That grenade going to fall just off to the side, as Kickstarter will have to stop down just briefly. That's going to fall a little bit too far. Chewy has that foxhole that he can work around, and a Panzerfaust in hand. This could be bad news for Falcons if they catch him at the wrong time.
And honestly, the big thing here is they've got to deal with this fight as they go up here against Chewy. Also, Gen G is in a good spot, but they have to maintain 4 alive, because DNS, the soup, is in the prison waiting for the final circle. Here we go. Gustav queues up the flash, is going to lead with it. They're going to do a double push. It pops right away. Chewy was trying to heal. Not going to be allowed to get that boost off. Kickstart in the lead, goes up to the top of the rock, sees the hole. He calls it out, says, "Look out, they're down low." And they get the spray. Chewy goes down. Kickstart gets the kill, and Petrichor is out.
Very nice, very cleanly done once again by Falcons as they collect their 7th kill. Supers, meanwhile, are now locked in with Lucarux on this low side. Looks like they've got a couple of vehicles that they're moving around. They might be trying to make a late run. There's still some space in the low side for them to play, and it looks like that's going to be the call, Toffees.
They had locked in next to Luka Rux. They heard him on the other side of the wall because he dropped down after the Falcons fight, and they eventually had to move to circle. So Luka's been backfilling them very slowly. They know that he's there. Tiggleton and the rest of the Falcons are trying to still move up to this south side, but you can see Na'Vi and Gen G pointed in their direction with no other interest, as well as Furia. Keep in mind, the Pride Rock location they have can see down into that area. Heaven finds Luka Rux. Now the prison is theirs with no other worries.
Prison is clear, and Hakuri is hiding in the shade of bullets from Falcons and Gen G. As Tiggleton will spot out the flanking member of Gen G and D playing up against the wall. Gen G having themselves a good game here so far, 5 kills. But Falcons also farming right now, 7 as they fight their way up.
It's two different stories. Gen G has played a quiet, more passive style of game. Falcons have been smashing on every side of this prison, trying to find points, smashing into fights left and right. Hakuri going to go low ground. He is the last remaining member of Na'Vi waiting it out. Fascinatingly, Furia has sent one of their camp players down into the prison. So they're doing a split now, top and bottom, on that prison area, which I think they both want to try to shift into the circle. DNS Supers can only wait. Gustav knows they're down there. He's been put in charge of using the perspective to keep track of Soup.
And the problem for Falcons right now, you look at Tiggleton, you see he's knocked, but they don't have any smokes. They have no utility left. So going for that res was just going to be practically impossible. And D was waiting for it, even if it ever came. So Falcons instead will hide in these foxholes, try to keep eyes on Supers, and that will work. They get the knock and the flush on a deal before Gustav has to drop down once again and heal up.
Yep, he was there to make sure this flank didn't happen. Soup sent 3 out to try to slide through the blue with that P90 and get the Falcons from behind. Gustav was assigned this position whether he chose it or Kickstart gave it to him. It was the right move. BL did the drop down from behind. He catches Scuman. I don't even think they knew he was down here. Soup thought they were fine in the prison, but as with all prisons, you never know what to expect as both were attacked unexpectedly trying to rotate. BL is going to get flushed as Heaven turns back around and says, no, you don't get to be down here. We run this place.
My goodness, Heaven. The grenades are just landing in the perfect spot now as Hakuri, he will reveal himself, takes down Kickstart. They had no idea he was here. Let's see if he can take down Gustav as well. He'll at least secure that point for the squad as Gen G will take him down in the end, and it is looking like it is going to be smooth sailing for Gen G here at the end as Supers are pinned down.
Nice throw by Heaven. He gets a good knock. That's going to open the door, but how do you get out of here? Heaven been playing very, very well. Takes some damage from being on the back. Trying to use as much utility as he can to get up here to the top of this hill, but they are just outnumbered, and Gustav is still here, waiting to get him in the back, but he doesn't do it. Heaven, you're a king.
Give Heaven every single grenade. He is landing all of them, and the shots are going to land as well. We'll see if Supers, I'm amazed that they've actually managed to get 6 kills playing from inside of prison, a place that usually you just see the squad go to stay safe and play for the late game. Well, the late game has arrived, and so have Supers. Gen G do manage to get Salute back on his feet, so it is a full 4-man squad that Supers are going to have to dispatch.
As much as I love Game 1 Supers, the problem is they've used most of their utility to push up here. They do get another knockdown, so it's a 2v3 essentially, but Gen G has so much more utility to battle against them. They've got pop shields, they've got grenades, they've got smokes, and Soup is running low.
Just another effective grenade for Supers as you see D with this flanking angle, but they know exactly where it is. I'm not sure if there's much they can even do about it, though. Oh, now they can. They'll take the shots. The P90 will shred through that deployable cover, and D goes down. And now, all of a sudden, just like that, is a 2v3 as Gen G is starting to fall apart a little bit here.
They are, but you know, at the end, it's because they didn't expect this. They thought they had overwhelming force. Down to a 3-2, though. They'll play a lot more careful. Soul's in a really good off position. Rex is sneaking up on him. He might get caught. He does. Bean sees him and burns him down with that MG, and now it's just down to 1. Heaven does get the knock. He turns around, but he can't make it happen. The Soup is burnt, and Gen G comes away with the golden win. It's a chicken dinner to start the day for a team that we had questions about, but they said we are powerhouses. Congratulations. Let's get James and Blank back in here. Boys, it was a prison fight, a ring around the rosy that ended with Gen G taking the win.
Oh, looks a little bit dicey there. DN Supers was actually making a bit of a meal out of that. Yeah, but in the end, blank here, Gen G, we were watching that game in the back and we thought to ourselves, with like 8 teams still alive, this should be Gen G's, and they are able to convert.
And the operative word there is should, because I think that we've had a lot of worrisome moments from this team on Gen G where they should be able to finish a game, but sometimes they just don't. So this is actually a nice conversion, but it wasn't too easy towards the end versus the end Supers with some absolute crackers of some grenades. I mean, I pretty popped off the exact same time as Poro when he hit that huge one over towards Fira on the rooftop.
Yeah, Heaven and Rex really going for it there with the P90 towards the end as well. There was a world where, I mean, as soon as they brought down that foldable shield and shut down D's position, that was almost an opportunity there for them to really kind of rise to the occasion. But let's take a look at the highlights from this game. PO, I was saying in the back, Poro, that if this was 2022, 2023 PO, there's no way he loses those fights, but it's 2026 Poro.
It is. Yeah, give the man some credit. He got the first one, man. It's Crazy Raccoons continuing to do the things that Crazy Raccoons do, and that is be very active in the early game, whether they want to or not, and we see them suffer for it. But we didn't get to see this actually play out in live, but Team Liquid, they had to go somewhere, right? Like, they were in heaven, they sent it to the fields. T1, though, just was able to wait and bide their time, and then I can't imagine, like, 4 a.m. just gets absolutely destroyed. So the story of game one has to be some amazing utility usage.
Yep.
Destroyed by T1, and Blank tweeted out when he started today, oh yeah, T1 just keeps bonking 4 a.m. on the head, and we're here again, Blank.
Yes, we are. I mean, T1 seems to have a death wish versus the guys on 4 a.m. It's a bit wild, Good to see, though. I always love a little bit of rivalry between squads, and T1 certainly hates 4 a.m.
No doubt. Crazy stuff. 19 points go the way of Gen G, but beyond that, Toffees, it really did feel like a couple of these teams, it was the rich got richer, right? Falcons, a great game from them. I thought that they were going to be dispatched of completely when they had 3 down on that side of Prison, but they kept going.
I mean, I was impressed. I'm glad we actually got a chance to listen to them take that fight, because it was a 3-way fight. They were able to hold off Furia, get the kills on VP, force Luca Rux to the low ground, and they came in with 10 points. So the fact that they're now sitting on more is pretty exciting. Match records here. Heaven is the king. This guy with supers has been incredibly powerful. The fact that we all thought they might pull off the upset on Gen G with the high ground coming out of Prison, okay? Everyone here has been in Prison and thought, well, my game's over. I can't get up there, right? Like, that's a tough move, and they almost pulled it off. But Gen G locked in. They played really smart from that top side. They sort of backstabbed into Furia and then held the high ground the entire rest of the game. This is what you wanted to see out of Gen G. It was intellectual play, not just let's charge and try to punch you in the face play. And I think that was really nice.
Absolutely. I think, of course, take a look at the man of the match here. It will be Heaven. I think there was a moment during PGS 1, 2, and 3 where we were like, they're all doing the esports pose. They're all doing the crossed arms. And then we came back the next day and suddenly everyone was doing different poses. I'm hoping for that change again, Paul. I want to see the little, V for victory signs, the little...
like Halo's...
that was amazing. I loved that. I want more. Where's that? Where's that gone?
We can't allow them to show personality, man. We gotta have them look in the uniform across. That's how we do it. It's a military game, James.
Only Pixel was here.
Yes, in his little construction worker's hat. That would be lovely. But I would argue good, but go on.
I would just argue the symptom that you guys are talking about is because the Korean teams tend to do really well in the first couple of games of these PGSs, and they all have the same pose. And then as we advance through the PGS, we start to move into Western teams thriving and getting the features, and those guys are all doing the silly ALOs and things like that. They've started strong. DNS Supers has won 2 of the first 4 games, and they almost did it here again. Because for some reason, I don't know what it is, these Korean teams especially seem to come out so strong on the first day in the first couple of matches. Gen G gets the win here. I think that they're just willing to stick it to the lobby aggressively early, where the Western teams almost pull back a little bit and slow play that first 2 games. So look for the poses to change, but also I think look for the winners to change as we move through this.
Yeah, Supers has been, that happens in PWS as well, actually. Like, especially on Erangel, like, they control space like no other team in PWS. And it's, to me, it's undisputed when they're playing in their region. And again, we're in South Korea, right? They're going to feel much more comfortable compared to some of the other teams coming in, even a week deep, playing on a stage like this. But yeah, for that, as it all is said, another team, Blank, that we do need to talk about that kind of went through the ringer a little bit there, and then also had an insane split at the start and then dealt with Team Liquid a little bit. Twisted Minds, their game was all over the place, but they did get some decent salvage.
Yeah, it was Twisted Minds. Again, that team was incredibly unlucky on their start, catching Team Liquid where they probably didn't want to, right? They just thrown out the line on the fishing rod. Someone bought a bit straight away. I don't think that's what they quite wanted. They had two players off in two separate locations looking for those gliders. But all things considered, that's a really late pushing from North George. A very good survival play. It was multiple times during that game where we were saying, they're dead in the next 3 minutes, and they just kept living. But that kind of consistency is going to keep them up towards the top side of the table. And hopefully with that whole less amount of variance over 10 games, put them maybe in a first or podium position.
Maybe. Of course, we took a look at Falcons and Gen.G there as well. Those are two teams that just kept living through this game as well here, Poro. And Gen.G, I think that when you look at their game there was so much room that they'd carved out themselves on the south side of that circle. I think if the circle shifts north and then suddenly we're on the north side of prison, the game could look a lot different because they're having to go through solos and duos and things like that. So it's a good game for them to capitalize on this one.
Yeah, I mean, look at the teams that they dispatched with. I mean, Petrichor, Na'Vi, Furia, all were full strength whenever they first took that fight with Gen.G, but Gen.G managed to pick one away, two away here and there, but never really fully committed into the fights to where they would take risks of losing somebody. So they managed to keep four alive, and they forced the rest of those teams to kind of play hands down or heads down for the rest of the time. And then when it got to late game, it was just the high ground wins, right? Like that's just kind of how it plays out. But they're also just hitting their shots. Like they looked really good and really in control of their entire environment in that time.
You looked very inquisitive there, Toffies. What's on your mind?
I just, it's nice, but I just don't expect it to continue. Gen.G made none of the finals leading up to this. They were in 16th place yesterday. This was really cool, but until they do it again, call me mean, but I just don't buy into the Gen.G hype. I love D, I love Soul, but I'm not there yet.
I think a lot of people on this panel are probably on board with you. Like, we need to see multiple instances of Gen.G being able to take a big crack at it here before we give them their flowers. But anyway, it looks like we are ready to get into game number 2. We will be on Miramar. Poro, Toffies, take a break. It's time for me and Blank to do the do here over on the Dusty Dunes.
And the Miramoo, as we jump straight in. Puerto Paraíso all the way up towards La Cobraria. Relatively even playing path here overall. For Gen.G, I think you guys are completely right. These guys need a little bit more, right? Before we can concretely say that they're a really strong team. Because right now, it's still all on paper. We've not signed the contract just yet with this squad. Na'Vi, Hakuri doing Hakuri things last game, but we want to see some of that conversion rate from those survival stage come into this finals.
Yeah, I think if you'd have put any team in Gen.G's position there as 4 alive with the solos and duos around them, and then you get that shift that actually comes towards the south side hill of prison, most teams in this lobby should have won that game out. So for Gen.G, though, it's good. 19 points to be able to push them up in second place there, as they have to basically play catch-up with some of the teams that came in from that winners stage and got themselves those advanced points. As Falcons is definitely reaping the rewards of that right now, still in first place. As Gen.G dropping on over to the west. It's a good playing path here, Blank, for all these teams to get situated and good to go. And I'm always happy to see Twisted Minds in a home location compared to whatever on earth is having to go on for them in Erangel right now, even though they did well in the previous one.
Yeah, it's much better. This is right on the edge of the plane path over towards the northeast side of the map. We do keep getting these nasty circles thrown into the midst of it, and we've had a similar circle like this before in this tournament. A lot of high ground to be working with. Cruz de Valle a little bit more barren on that side of things, although to Campo Militar. Will be amusing to go all the way towards Campo Militar. We'll see if Cerberus can get anything done with that, because they're right on the edge of the map on that northern side right now. Petrichor Road, last game, didn't mind where they were playing, you know, over towards the Harry Potters. It's a nice spot to start in. It does get a little bit more dicey towards the end game, and it certainly did. In the meantime, though, Anyone's Legend, they've rocked up on Onyx, and they certainly saw the parachute.
Yeah, they definitely did, and they're even just chasing him now, just hunting this down. This is actually very aggressive and very smart by Anyone's Legend, because the thing is that they knew that with a long drop from Crazy Raccoon, it's a perfect opportunity to do some damage. Guyon here, though, with the ump, tries to go for a bit of a trade. I think Anyone's Legend's probably happy with a single kill and might back off from this, because the thing is that the other two members of Anyone's Legend aren't exactly here. So yeah, I think that this was a very smart play by them, considering they knew that Crazy Raccoon was going to go here. They knew that the parachutes had been opened early, so they had time to be able to get guns, get over here, and get a kill. Lovely.
Yeah, watching back some of the streams from yesterday, a lot of players talking about, you know, who can we hot drop earlier on? Who can we try and... well, not hot drop, but who can we capitalize off the back of, who do have long drops quite frequently. It didn't happen all that much during those survivor stages, and it sort of makes sense to me because you are switching around the teams quite frequently, right? But you come into this one, it's the same 16 teams every single time for 10 matches. You're going to see these early push-outs happen more and more often because these teams are very much downloaded at this point.
Yeah, as we take a look back at the highlights from this game, as Gen G's lines, as they try to eventually get themselves towards the high ground on that south side, you could see that they went for a big wide wrap, and eventually, unfortunately for Furia, they were the big victim of it, because if this hadn't happened, if they somehow Furia shut down Gen G, maybe Furia wins this game completely, being able to control exactly the same location for them, but not to be the case. And also Hakuri really being annoying against Falcons.
Yeah.
It's kind of scuppered all their plans as well, trying to go up against them.
Hey, got an additional placement. Can't say no to that. I do think for Furia, though, there's been quite a few times where they take some really, really strong positions. I think the consolidation is a little slow sometimes. I think that's the only thing I'd like to see a little bit different from this team, because the amount of times that we actually get towards a mid game, we're like, Furia is in a good spot. I'm quite like where Furia is playing, other than for it to go down to like one player dropping and then the rest of the team not being quite there to back him up on that one. It has been quite a few teams for our Brazilian squad here, so hopefully they can get a little bit more done now, because they have been fairly impressive on this side. They're one of the more crucial teams from the Americas side who had a really good run in towards this final stage.
Yeah, they have. Yes, they have. It's undeniable. The Americas, they've been able to get all their teams here, and hopefully they can be able to convert from it. I don't know. I think that, I don't know what it is about PGS1. I feel like, as much as maybe the Americans are shying away from the idea of saying it, I think this might be Falcons. I really do. I think they look good in winners. I think if it all comes together here for them as well, I think that they've got some fire underneath them. And an America's win might be on the way here, Blank. What do you think?
Well, Gustav has been a really good pickup for the team, but I think we talk about him a lot. I think it's more the way he's melded into the squad, because the squad is already really good. Your biggest problem when you're coming into new teams, right? It's like the vibe check, isn't it? It's like whether you can work well with the rest of the squad, whether you can blend in. And I think when you've already got a fantastic team with you, you're bringing someone else in, that can maybe bring you down a bit. Instead, it's absolutely elevated Falcons to new heights. So big up the big green bird. Hopefully they can continue this type of behavior.
Yeah, of course, the man of the match moments there coming on in from Erangel as well, as we have DN Supers here jostling for position and on board with them, because they really did make a good run of it from prison. As Toffee said on the desk, right, it is not common that you would see teams from prison somehow survive and then get into a position where they might actually win the game when it doesn't end in prison. It ends like on that south side, so impressive stuff.
Damn, Billy Goats, were they really crawling up that hillside? Yeah. Fantastic nades. I mean, Heaven has been astonishingly good with the util, and we all keep banging on about it. You're probably very bored at this point, but utility, it's very important. It is very important.
Yes.
The same old phrase coming back once time and time again, but Heaven really does take that to a very different painting, right? This guy is looking like Leonardo when he's dropping those nades. It's good to see. It is good to see. Twisted Minds, though, making their way in from that southwest side. You said they had a good start to this game.
Yep, over on Power Grid, that's normally their spot in terms of a drop spot here, always on Miramar. Speaking of drop spots, and what's actually interesting based on the fact that of how this final has worked out, I want to turn attention to another team that I think actually might also have a good run of it. I talked about Falcons. I want to talk about T1 here whilst we join on top of them as well. Because T1 in internationals, and this is important, guys, T1 in internationals never gets their PWS drop spot. What do I mean by that? Well, normally in PWS in the finals, they're dropping Pachinki, Picardo, all these places. Who else drops there in internationals? 17 Gaming and all the like, right? They never get their spots. With 17 Gaming not in this final, we saw them in Pachinki before. We see them in Picardo now. There's a world where they could parlay those strong central drop spots into a good result throughout today and tomorrow. So if they do, that's an exciting moment for them because they never get to drop here on internationals.
No, yeah, I mean, it's absolutely bringing a little bit of different life to the team. They are sort of the clutch maestros when it comes to those endgame moments. I think that if you can clutch up a lot of times towards really, really difficult endgames, that's what's going to push you towards the top side of the lobby. But right now, it's all about getting here. Shen finally makes it up to 100 kills here across PGS. A little bit later than Hakuri, but still very impressive result.
And Himas. Yeah. Unfortunately for Tian Tian, he got him beaten out. Crazy stuff. And by the way, if anybody's interested in the Tian Tian situation, I did see over on social media that there was a bit of an interesting story about that. So we will continue casting this game, though, as Purdy Curdy does the best here against Salute. Team Liquid, that's their first point on the board.
Now, I started reading that story. It got very convoluted very quickly.
China's a crazy place, man.
Yeah,
at the moment.
It's like it felt like V for Vendetta dominoes effect on the side of how Tian Tian is not playing in Circuit T Series 1.
Yeah.
I mean, fair enough. If he's got to do what he's got to do to make it through to later tournaments in the year, it makes sense. He's a great player and deserves to be there. It means taking a bit of a roundabout approach to it. I mean, respect to him. But obviously 17 Gaming have suffered because of it.
Agreed. Yeah, I do agree. It's a bit of a shame how things all work out, but this is how the cookie crumbles. As now for Virtus Pro, they're going to try and push their cookies all the way up this hill in just a few moments, I think. I don't think they want to be sticking around the Al-Azhar West Road for too long. It's Cowboy and the boys here from Team Liquid now coming in on this very west side. However, they may end up running into anyone's legend who clearly, at the beginning of this game, showed that they're happy to be aggressive. So,
yeah.
Be careful.
I think that was somewhat shown even last game when Sololzi decided to drive that C4 through them all. Yeah, the Kaboo moment. That was a little bit of aggro, right?
A little.
But yeah, I think that anyone's legend, I like that. I'd prefer that, honestly. I think a couple of other games earlier on in this tournament were a little bit lukewarm. They've turned up the heat on this one. They've got great players. They have really good high fragging power on the squad. It was a shame that they looked a little bit timid in some of their approaches to fights. Now they're just going absolutely gung-ho with it. It's working.
I mean, that's what we always cast our minds back to when it comes to some of the players on anyone's legend. Like when they won a PGS as Cerberus, Himas and the boys, like they were unbelievably scary in gunfights. And nobody wanted to fight them at all. Like you would go and ask Tiggleton, right? And he'd be like, no, don't want to fight him. Absolutely not. And in fact, Falcons lost to Himas in a terrible situation. And I think like a Vikendi way back when, where it was like, how has Himas won that game? So anyway, as we take a look, we are centering on kind of crossroads position, just a little bit northeast of it. And 4 AM has an all right spot to be able to play this from. So does Furia, as we have now 4 Angry Men trying to wide on through. As long as 4 Angry Men doesn't have T1 crash, no doubt they're going to win this game.
Yeah, no doubt indeed. Yeah, I mean, it's a strong position. You've got Longhouse on the other side of things. It does allow for some crashes on the backside of the warehouse, but it looks like they're going to try and control this as much as possible. Potentially, this is probably the better approach as well, as you assume the team is going to have outposts in Longhouse, but 4AM is just going to go for the big risky play and just place all players in warehouse and shove anyone off trying to backfill on towards them. Did Shen here over towards Cloris. No, gam time. Not quite happening here for the boys.
No, definitely not. And at the hands of an M249 as well, as Cloris made a big push with the Expendables with the M249. Shen will claim his 100th kill with it. Now, yeah, with these warehouses, obviously, if you get these warehouses eventually being on the edge of a circle, the roof becomes incredibly powerful.
Yes.
Shen's kind of up there at the moment, having a look. Oh, they're up there at the moment, having a little look around. But it does come with its own dangers if people are looking that way. As our pundits are saying, Petrichor Road is going to be able to do well. Some faith in good old 0-4. Back in, I assume, after the visa issues have been concluded here for him. That is what we have been led to believe. And let's see if Petrichor Road can do it, because they did win PGS1 in the first circuit. So maybe they can win PGS4 in the second circuit.
Yeah, I was sort of joking that Ixlef basically drags them through to the finals. It'd be funny if they do that multiple times. Like, just pretend there's visa issues and Ixlef just comes in for the qualifier. Annoying them. Very annoying with how good he is. So talented. But we understand he's got bigger fish to fry, apparently.
Well, let's listen in with Team Liquid now as they make some choices. Down on this south side, looks like they're going to be heading to the high ground of Minas Generalis.
There's one guy top Minas. I just saw him peek. Blue.
Civ taken. Could just be a huge greedy split on yellow line.
Yeah, definitely Civ.
I mean, it's kind of ass. Maybe something like Waypoint, but we have 2 cubes. I don't know.
We play more east at all, or like get ready to go like
We
this?
could definitely hit blue off Waypoint.
Yeah.
Or we could do orange line and work that side. The orange line's just going to be hard if they have top Minas control.
Yep.
I think we have to go even more east and like go through truck south.
It's either a sin line or we go east and blue.
Okay, let's get ready to descend on the north first.
Yeah, pick me up then, Luke, right where I'm at.
Yeah, it's gonna be like waypoints are like our only playable spots.
Could hit this guy and save pre-pop.
Well, they have a lot of options available to them, and it was interesting listening to their choices that they did have.
It was indeed. I think for the boys over on... Are we frozen?
I think so. Hopefully they'll be coming back soon.
Okay. We're back in.
Did they...
Check in with the Team Liquid
They
cards
hit
again
blue?
for a little bit.
They hit blue.
They went for special needs.
They could have given up free win then.
So we're looking for Hossie guys, and we're trying to play towards the compound and play that northwest.
Heard. Freeman does look free, it's just a hard scout. I don't know if that is that.
Plays after free win.
Yeah, we're being super aggressive off this spot.
I don't know if that is that.
Plays after free win.
Just kind of just driving in, right?
Yeah, we're being super aggressive off this spot this weak side. I'm kidnapping Ayla, we're going more north. You guys set up on blue.
We're playing the open blue. Full open.
We can kill this from the open.
Car's just fucking gonna dig. Big team wrapping us, maybe blue?
Good here.
I'm looking. I don't know what team it would have been.
He's healing inside on orange Ayla. Yep.
Shooting. I'm looking.
Okay, potential send. Let's
There is a flipped car there and a bunch of smokes.
Yellow taken. I have a mortar.
He might be in the bowl blue. Might be a guy in there.
No,
He's not. There's a dead body there.
Okay, I heard. Who just died then?
Body. I don't see the crate, so I can't.
Freeman looks free still, but there's still a car above it driving.
All the road spots are taken basically, except for yellow.
Yeah, that's south of
Good spot.
what you saw, Gavin.
We have the hay bales as well.
South team's taking blue.
VP
Luke.
or I don't know. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention.
I don't know either.
Perra's on green. 2 knocks right now.
Seen. We can see it a little bit.
Yeah.
I can try and mortar that from here. Setting it up.
We should. I do like what Ayla was saying. Maybe pulling up blue marker. If it is free.
Is still range on this motherfucker? Let me look.
We could pull up like new blue, which make playable.
I think it's
with
too
the
far
rock.
for me to even mortar. I have
Do we
2
like
shells
that?
to make something playable.
Pretty?
Yeah.
You can mortar blue. We can play that. We could probably play with the shack as well. Waypoint.
I
The
saw
other
that
bulls
one
are taken.
here.
Like blue would be our best bet. Looks like. We have no play for northeast unless we full wrap again.
There's another team sitting on the north Northwest.
Also, if this,
All right, just to get
this
everybody
goes, like,
back
hard
up
north
to
center, it's
speed
gonna be
here at
kinda
the moment,
scuffed.
we are just
Maybe
waiting
take
for our
blue
feeds
flag
to come back, and as such, we're watching
flag.
Team Liquid's POV, which we do still have. But we are currently lacking the map as well as the full POV. So thank you very much, guys, for your patience. If you're a big fan of Team Liquid, don't worry. Seems like we're locked in on them. And good to go here, Blank.
Yeah, this is nice. You know, we get to ride on the shoulders of Purdy Curdy at the moment, like a couple of monkeys here, which is absolutely fine. You know, I have a shoulder. But they were right. Right? They were on side with talking about the big greedy split, and indeed Na'Vi was playing that big greedy split, so potentially he could go for something like that. But it looks like the feed is back, so maybe we can get off Purdy Curdy's shoulders and back on board with the game.
All right, let's get people up to speed here. Although maybe Team Liquid speeding to their deaths as Crazy Raccoon reach them on this push on through. The problem is for a lot of these teams is it's in a big field situation, and now they're gone to Crazy Raccoon. Oh dear me, but they didn't have many options to go for, right? With the field so much of a focal point on these kinds of circles, Blank, where were they supposed to go from where they came in?
Damn. I feel like I need to re-cosplay a Boo, get back on Purdy Curdy's shoulders there, because we seemed to give him a bit of good luck until that point. We jumped off and they died.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. But now I think Crazy Raccoon might be dead pretty soon as well. Like, Team Liquid was going really for the consolation prize on this kind of send forwards, and I think Crazy Raccoon being here as well, they're going to be shot by a lot of teams as this does go down. Type can pepper a few shots in here with the MK12 against them. And there might be other teams very soon that sees them. And what's even scarier is if somebody has a mortar, that is prime mortar bait location.
Yes, it is. And sadly, Alo's not in the game, so maybe Crazy Raccoons potentially are safe. Type, though, is not giving up easily. They're still taking some shots inwards. Calmo will find Inonix on the backside of this rock, and Pio looks to be panicking as Heather continues to rain those bullets in. He can't seem to get anywhere, lies down, but Phil in full purview. There's shots coming from everywhere. This is a very, very tough position for them to play. T1, in the meantime, they're able to get themselves in towards this spot, nestle themselves in over towards that northwest side. They've got the Falcons behind them. In the meantime, Gen G is looking to make a big old run in over towards anyone's legends and through the fields.
And those mortar shots coming in against Pitchfork Road's position as well. Technically, it's just hunkering them down even just a little bit more in a already strong spot, especially with some of the deployable cover that they do have here. Here comes Gen G, though, trying to clean up Crazy Raccoon. Guyon on the other side of this. Little Nate goes forwards with the underhand that actually might connect, but Soul does take him down. That's Crazy Raccoon's out, currently in 5th place.
Hey, you know this circle's tough when Gen G's fighting for a place like this, right? This is horrendous terrain, but where else do you really go? I think Gen G realized that quite quickly. Gustav still taking some good shots over towards Udirt, over on Cerberus. Kiss does go down, not quite fully flushed out yet, but they're playing on the edge of the road over on this eastern side. A lot of teams have to make their way through. DN Super's looking for the lineup over towards them.
Yeah, trying to head on the other side of this road, not too bad at all. Falcons, I'm concerned that Falcons might end up in a similar situation to the previous Miramar that we watched, where they had a good compound and then kind of got caught as they needed to transition. Unfortunately, they don't have a good compound per se. I just don't know how they're going to make transitions. As Tiggleton trying for some good old trigonometry once again. Looks like he's aiming towards Cerberus's spot.
Good down.
Will be able to connect. Oh, it's just a little short, maybe a little further.
Oh, there it
gets
is.
you, Dirt. That's a good confirm.
That's a very nice confirm, and another over towards Stan L. All right, let's go. But that was a very important pickoff. Again, we have to really reinstate that there, because that is the line that is going to do the most damage to Falcons as they're moving in. If they can delay Cerberus any way they can right now, it's going to make their push in a lot easier. They know they have to create as many casualties on the map as possible, and this is the problem they had on that last Miramar that you were talking about, Kale, is that they were doing a lot of damage around the map, but they weren't cutting teams down to size.
Yeah, especially shutting down the east flank. From this, there is definitely paths that they can make happen here. Cerberus likewise also making a bit of a dash for it. What can they actually do in terms of the shutdown? Doesn't look like too much just yet, because they are being shot from elsewhere on this map. Example and the boys from Twisted Minds, they have a little bit of room to play in from the warehouses that they have on the south side as 4-man still.
Yeah, you're just trying to get any kind of elevation to look down towards these fielded areas. This is a really grim, disgusting, horrible circle that these players have to work with. Folded shields are going to be really critical here, as are the pickaxes. Example with some clean shots over towards DN Supers. Jacob looking to finish them off.
Yeah, they want to hold on to some of that high ground that they have from this compound as long as possible, because technically it really opens up so many angles of attack against the teams that are also coming in from an east side position, just a southeast position, as 4am as well as Myth. Now understand that this is only a spot where they could find some solace, and it's no solace at all for 4am. They're down. Let's see what now Falcons as well as Twisted Minds here. North and South are causing absolute havoc here, especially with the Lynx AMR.
Oh my god, Lubu with the roundhouse kick over towards them. Goodness me. The Lynx AMR in hand. That's some good stuff. Furia also looking to make their way in. Twisted Minds, they've cut open a big pathway forward here, but there's still sightlines that's going to be looking towards them. Next circle is going to be brutal, as it will pull all these teams in. Falcons are going to make the move here. They're wrapping underneath Furia, who have yet to see sights over towards them. There's already some folded shields down. They knock a couple of them out of the way, but they have to make some impromptu cover quickly. Kraken takes a huge amount of damage. That is nice for Falcons, and perhaps they can stabilize here.
Yeah, trying to make a car fort as quickly as possible. The car's being pushed into them as well. Everybody's being knocked. They just didn't clear enough to be able to find themselves a spot. That's a nade going forwards. It's miles away, though. But the shot in from Gen G especially absolutely caned their position. That said, though, Falcons in the last game, they were down to just one man with a potential three-man res. They could still recover here if the shots don't hit from Gen G and the boys.
Oh, my goodness me. He's going to stick the res on that one. And it is very, very spicy. And up towards the northeast side. I mean, T1, they still have a position to play on this one, but they've got to start thinking about the future here. DraftKings with another nade. It's the last one he's got left in his pocket. Falcons, they are very good at getting back from these hellish scenarios. The nade is bounced away by the vehicle. The fort is looking good, and Furia knows they need to move. It's a long blue zone sent in, and it tucks itself in right in the midst of them.
Literally every single person on Falcons needs to go for a bit of a heal here to try and deny some of that damage, but at the same time, Fury knows exactly that. They're going to be preoccupied as they do drive on in here. At the same time, though, it is Sololzi knocking BL, defending the position, stolen away by Heather, though. Falcons here trying to shut down Posa. Definitely do. One of them does go down. Heather likewise finds an angle here against Shrimsy. So this is such a deadly position to try and make it work. You saw the lay of the land before. It's so flat here. How can they somehow weather this storm?
Quick nade out the side. That's a very, very cool little nade there. Prevents DraftKings from getting in too much quicker. Has to delay him. The bullets are coming in quick, but so are the bleed outs as Tiggleton will go down to E end. T1 having a field day here from their position on that northern side.
Absolutely, literally, here as Twisted Minds now on the south side having a bit of a difficult time trying to get back on in here from this one. With it shifted up into those fields, they've also got to make the big play. Where are they going to go? They know that they've got Virtus Pro ahead of them here. They're going to try and maybe hit some of this little shack area, but there's nades, there's the ace, there's a lot of damage going to be coming their way here. I think it's all but naught here for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, Twisted Minds definitely going to struggle to get in on this one. Virtus Pro has played a really nice match here. They've stayed out of purview from a lot of teams. Nice nade from Kickstart. A second one goes in, but it's not required. Salute takes shots over towards Sololzi, but like you're saying, Virtus Pro really dug themselves in nice and early on this south side. They knew they cleared a lot of it already, and they left this shack open towards the west because they knew it was free nading over towards Twisted Minds.
Mate, this is why I think I'm on the Falcons train for this one. They've survived all of that. There's 3 alive for them. T1 is now moving into the middle of this field as well. Anyone's Legend moved at almost the perfect time. They are taking some casualties to Gen G, though, because they were still in on that south side on a nice little dip here. One of the stronger spots in this circle or previous circle. But as time goes on, if this shifts into the field, everybody's going to be looking Gen G's way like, yeah, it's our turn now, boys.
Yeah, I mean, Gen G, they've been taking shots at quite a few of the players. Eventually, they're going to get pushed out. They're banking on a southwest shift on the circle, forcing teams to come towards their roadside, but we won't know for a few more seconds yet.
I totally don't agree with these percentages unless they get the shift, and they do not here at all. As now, again, I think a lot of this lobby will be looking their way. The Bean does take down Sololzi, so there's a few more kill points here for Gen G. They got themselves a win in the previous one. Yes, technically they have 4 alive, but eventually these transitions are going to have to come in, and I do think the rest of the lobby is not going to be pleased with any attempts there.
As soon as they cross that road, it is lights out, right? Good night, you're over, it's done. It's the knockout. The bell is ringing in the ears of Gen G. I don't know how they're going to make this push. They would need a lot of distractions for them to get across. I think what they're working with right now is having 4 players. So potentially they can send a 2 forward, have those 2 backstops. That's their only option. But even then, it's dire.
And one of the issues for all of the teams in the field currently is that in order to get to where they have got to so far, they've taken so much damage. So much damage to vehicles, so much damage to the utility, so much damage to chests, helmets, and everything like that. And there's some teams that have to still move, like Falcons. So they're going to have to use the few smokes that they've got left. How many do we have? 2 more here on Shrimzy and Kickstart to try and make a bit of a dash forwards.
Yeah, they've got plenty of meds, plenty of first aids, but the smokes are not looking great. You're wondering how many smoke launchers there are on side. The Falcons, they got a big resupply from Fury. We have to remember that.
Oh, I can't believe that did nothing to Nixie. He got very lucky about that, obviously, denying some of the damage from the line of sight that was going on there. Gustav hits Beamy. D does knock down Delwyn. Gen G needs a few more knocks here before they actually have to make the transition, but they've gone over to the other side of the road pretty much unscathed. That's good for Gen G here, as the other team's going to be ripping each other apart with some more nades going down.
Perfectix out behind the tractor. He gets mowed down. And now they're looking for a little bit more on side. I think for Falcons, they were able to get Kickstart forward, but Kirexi with the absolute slammer from the Dragunov over towards Gustav. It is unlikely they get him up, but Falcons are going to try anyway.
Yes, they are. It's the most terrifying range for a Dragunov to go up against. And yeah, you are not surviving that one. Here we go. A bit of a sprint and insta-dead there, as it will be Soul taking that one as much as we were watching it from Kickstart's point of view. So T1, really, technically speaking, I do favor their position. Really depends on how the circle goes, right? But on that north side, the 2-1 split that they have is going to be Gen G trying to get rid of Himas by the looks of things, and also trying to get rid of Shrimzy as well.
I mean, we talked about at the start of the game. T1, they are looking good. They have their drop spots. They move into position. This team is looking fantastic, and it's an end game, Kale. We know what they can do with this. Let's see what they're able to cook up.
Oh, okay, right. You're really gone. Super gone. You're in the Shadow Realm, Himas. I'm so sorry about that. That's
Gen G, though.
4 alive. Yep, against 3-man here, Bank.
Yeah, they did what we thought they would go for. They went for the 2-2 move across, but there's so many distractions around the map that barely anyone was looking towards Gen G as they made those maneuvers. Yeah. T1 still with a very strong spot, though. E-End takes some shots, understands the general location they're coming from. Falcons, immortal in this game, but the stake might have just be plunged through the heart soon.
Starts alive. Oh, that's a great knock from Salute. Are we getting a back-to-back here for Gen G? It's the question now, as Heather as well as Type need to really make something happen here. Salute goes for a mad play, but Kickstart here, the snake in the grass, is able to hit Salute on that crossover here. D is also down now. Heather gone. He's going to be on Type here to try and make something happen for T1. Bean and Soul here, looking for the back-to-back.
Oh my days, Gen G. We asked them, we need the signatures signed here. We want to give the flowers away. And Gen G is looking for their day for a bit of romance, it seems, from the caster desk. A little bit more. Kickstart is unwilling to give this game away, though. Heather will finish off D. There's more shots piling through as Soul will find the knockover towards Type. Ooh. And Gen G's looking to make it happen. 1 player left on T1, now down. Just 1 player on Falcons. Gen G with the back-to-back.
Oh my god. Oh my god, and they are loving it here for Gen G. What a play. They had the right spot. I thought the rest of the lobby was going to be able to shoot them upon arrival, but no, as you said, too many distractions, and Gen G is able to get in on that south side. That said, though, Gustav's all smiles as well. Let's bring back in Tara and Toffees to talk about this one. Did you boys guess? Coming into this, a back-to-back for Gen G Toffees to start off the day.
I specifically said, well, they didn't make the finals last time and they got 16th yesterday. I'm not going to trust them to do well yet. And then Gen G goes, we took that personally. And comes out and plays a bopper of a game. Like, look at these guys. They get the feature again. We get more esports poses. And I can't judge them for that. They played in a really crappy circle, hit some great shots, and this is good. I mean, they looked amazing.
Yeah, obviously we didn't get full purview and kind of image of what was going on in some of the mid of that game, but you know, sometimes these things happen. But I guess really who was able to take all the fruit, it will be Gen G from this one. Poro, what did you make of the game? It was a bit of a blinder.
South side once again for Gen G too. I mean, once that circle went to the wide open fields, it felt like it turned into salvage mode for just about everybody, and I cannot believe that Falcons managed to get second place off of that. They were knocked, you brought it up, they were knocked down to one player with 3 knocked twice in a row. That was absolutely insane that they were able to recover that as well as they did, and then collect as many points off of that as well. Like, that was just unreal.
Falcons looking like a goddamn phoenix that game, honestly. Totally different type of bird, always getting back up on their feet. But they've done this quite a few times. This team is damn resilient.
Yes, they are. There was one nade. You mentioned like it was bouncing around and stuff like that, and it bounced off. It wasn't the vehicle it bounced off. It was like the pole of the tent. If that had not gone and hit that pole, they were all dead. It was a wild scenario there for Falcons. So fair play to them for being able to make it work. T1 as well, Toffees, on the north side of this. They're one of the teams that I think that will do well, considering that they do have those central drop spots that I was mentioning in the cast. And so far, look, I mean, they're up on the podium now.
They're on the podium. In fact, the whole region is on the podium, right? We saw T1, we saw Soup in the last game, we saw Gen G dominating this one. It seems like they just play starts of tournaments better right now, but T1 looked very good. 9 kills is a really good take. 14 points for them. Falcons finding 6 out of a hole in the ground is also pretty shocking to me. And I do want to give a shout out to Anonix. You got to see it in the replay. A 4-piece against Team Liquid, who was rushing him, was wicked impressive.
38 points in 2 games for Gen G. They came in with no advance points, then got a 19 banger after a 19 banger here. Is Gen G finally finding themselves the purchase they need here to be able to do something on international soil with this roster? You'd expect it. It's 919 from Seoul. Oh, he's dialing it in here, Poro. This is a great performance from him.
Oh, he's looking so good, isn't he? And credit to Falcons too. I mean, if you take away the 10 points that they got for finishing first in winners bracket, they're still in second. Like, they have gotten 25 points in 2 games without getting a win. That's pretty impressive stuff. But yeah, I mean, God, that story's got to be Gen G right now. And again, it's still, you know, you want to say, like, okay, let's see if you can drag it out the whole time, but let's give them their flower. Let's give them their flowers while they've earned it, man. Back-to-back wins to start off the final stage is huge.
Yeah, in basically the hardest lobby that exists in PUBG right now, right? So that's very important of note here. But again, for someone like Seoul, a lot of people look at him. He will be man of the match. And for many a years, even when Toffees, he wasn't playing on internationals, people were still saying, yeah, but Seoul's not here. You know what I mean? Like, crazy.
It actually got irritating for a while because you're like, stop, he's not here, he's retired. Why are we still conversing about him as the GOAT? And then he shows up and does stuff like this, and you're like, okay, I get it now. Also, worth noting, they passed the Falcons, who had the 10, like, they have 35, but they had 10, I don't want to say free points, but like given points at the start of this thing.
Yeah.
And Gen G has made that a complete non-factor. So the fact that within 2 matches, the race is dead even at the top is wild to me.
All right, well, Bella is ready with an interview with Salute. So let's head on over there for Gen G.
Hi guys, it's Bella standing here with Gen G. Salute, 2 back-to-back chickens on the first day of final stage. Congrats to an amazing performance so far. I wanted to ask you, you talked a lot after the day wrapped up yesterday. What was the talk that enabled today to work so well? 안녕하세요. 일단 2치킨 너무 축하드리고요. 어제 서바이벌 스테이지 마무리하고 나서 젠지 선수분들이 되게 이야기를 많이 나누신 모습을 봤습니다. 어떤 대화를 나눴길래 오늘 이렇게 연달아 치킨을 드실 수 있었나요?
일단 좀 팀적으로는 그냥 전체적으로 여유가 없다. 그래서 좀 여유를 가지면서 하자였고, 제가 좀 여유를 많이 가지니까 선택의 폭이 좀 넓어진 것 같아서 그럼 그 부분에서 좀 좋은 방향성이 나왔지 않나 생각합니다.
Well, the overall talk was that the team was not relaxed. We needed to calm down a little bit, take a step back and look at the bigger picture of how we were running our games. And personally, it's been working well for me, and I think that's what enabled our performance so far. And I wanted to ask you how it has been like with D on board. Does he bring, what's the impact that he has on the team? 이제 D 선수 합류하고 나서 한 번도 말씀을 못 여쭤봤는데 어떠한 영향이나 어떠한 변화를 갖고 있는 선수일까요?
일단 D 선수가 좀 적응력에 있어서 좀 빠른 것 같고 일단 피드백 수영이 신인이다 보니까 확실히 좋은 것 같아서 굉장히 가파른 속도로 성장을 하고 있어서 좀 그 부분에서 좋게 보고 있습니다.
I mean, I think he is a master of adaptability. That's his definite strong forte. And because he's a rookie, he's very open to the new feedbacks that we give him, and he is improving day by day. All right, thank you, Salute, and I'll let you go. 감사합니다.
Great interview. Thank you very much, Bella. Of course, the Salute is being able to perform so well. Truly a veteran. And interesting to hear as well, Poro, when you listen to that, it's like, oh yeah, D is learning day by day. It's very new school versus kind of veteran leadership as a whole.
Yeah, it's easy to forget that D only kind of really sprung up last year with Alcatia. And, we talked about it yesterday. When things are going wrong, like if you're going to be a superstar player like Salute or Soul, right, you get all the credit and all the laudits that come with that. You get all the hype around it, but when things start going wrong, you're the one that everybody looks to fix it. So getting to see Salute and Soul kind of take on that leadership role as well to try to get the ship righted after things maybe weren't going as well as they would hope. Love to see that, and I hope we get to see that develop more throughout the year.
It's a good point, and let's see if they can continue it on. They have negated the advance points so far from the teams coming in from the winners. It's time for a break. When we return, we got 3 more games coming at you for today.
Robbery in progress in the Diamond District.
There's nothing more I need to show.
Be advised, suspect armed and extremely dangerous. All available units, please respond. There's a bank robbery in progress. Wait, now there's an armed robbery near the freeway. Assault downtown. And another bank. All available units. All available units.
On the world stage, the gateway to becoming Battlegrounds Esports champion, PUBG Global Series returns in 2026 with a brand new look. PGS is back this year with a total of 12 series, where 3 series are grouped into one circuit, making a total of 4 circuits before PGC. The biggest change in this PGS is that daily matches have been reduced from 6 to 5, and the group stage, which used to run for 3 days, now just takes place in a single day. However, in place of fewer matches, teams must...
2 games down and they've been painted gold already. Gen G has been able to get themselves a back-to-back here to start off the final stage for PGS 4. Will we have a South Korean champion here for one of our PGSs in 2026? Maybe this is the foundations of it. And welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We've got 3 more games coming at you for today here as all the players are live from Seoul, South Korea, to be able to put themselves on the board. Oh, I'm excited because these two, they were a bit wiggly, these two. These games as a whole, Gen G, I think, had some decent circles for them, but they were able to convert, and everything else going on in these games, Toffees, was just madness. So it's a really good start for the final stage.
I mean, 2 Gs, 2 Ws. These guys come out ahead. You can't argue doing it, right? Doing it 2 in a row doesn't matter if you catch circles. At that point, it just proves that you've got what it takes. I wondered about this roster. I think they've got a lot of potential. I've heard rumors that Soul can be a strong personality in terms of his leadership. I think maybe Bean and D are the people to put with him. We've met D. D is chill. He's the chillest person I've ever met, okay?
He probably could have done that, yeah.
Right? But, like, he is. And I think that him, and I think Bean, and I think that personality type works so well with this roster that maybe this is that moment that we see Gen G step back up to what they deserve to be a global partner team, to be a world champ. These guys won world championships in the past. They should do it again. That said, now that I said that, watch them do badly in Game 3, because that's just the way it seems to be.
16th place, down with you.
The second we believe in them, that seems to happen as like a fan base.
I think you made a really good point of, like, there were so many questions we had around Gen G being global partner for like multiple years when they were having a terrible time. They gained traction at the end of 2025 with their previous roster, but then they were like, yeah, but we have infinite money, so we'll take on Salute and Soul and see what happens. Blank, but there's other teams here that are being able to contend with the top. I do think Falcons has made a really good run of it in these past two as well.
I mean, Falcons look really, really good. I've been very pleased to see how Falcons have been doing. Anyone's Legends also getting quite deep into these matches. I want to see a bit more of DN Supers. I don't think they're done just yet.
I think so too. All right, it's time to take over. We're going to leave you in the very capable hands of Porosaurus and Toffees. Poro, I didn't ask you anything, so you take it away, my friend.
Okay, I'm going to do it, and Tego is where we're headed. The plane is in the air, and big, strong starts from big, strong men on big, strong teams like Gen G and Team Falcons, Toffees, but there are other squads on the right-hand side of the leaderboard that desperately need to get things going in the right direction.
I think the teams on the right got to make their plays. Starting right now, it's only a 10-game series. But as far as this front goes, yeah, I think it's a misnomer to say that Gen G and the Falcons are making a run for it, because Gen G looks like Usain Bolt. And right now, the Falcons, with their 10 opening free points, basically, look like, you know, Mark Powers trying to catch up to him, which is kind of like a little limping behind. You know, they dragged themselves into the top points in that last game. And I don't know how they keep up with Gen G if Gen G keeps charging forward with this level of aggression. The free points have actually been their saving grace. And that's even tougher because they're so far ahead of everybody else. It's not even the right side of the leaderboard. It's 3 and below has catch-up time. You know what I mean?
I think a strong percentage of teams in the lobby, if they were faced with the situation the Falcons were faced with last time in the circles that they were forced to chase, probably would have ended up going out earlier with less points. So I want to give credit where it's due.
You can give them props, but I think the same Falcons 8 out of 10 times would have died there, like early. That bounce off the pole with the grenade, come on. There was some grace. There was some blessings there.
A little bit, but every team in this lobby gets blessed at some point, right? It's just a question of what you do with those blessings, and Falcons managed to go take theirs and get 6 kills, 7 kills, and a second place off of those blessings. So
your Sonic's employment is showing.
All right. You know what? Look at here. I'm just saying what I'm seeing, my man. I'm just saying what I'm seeing.
I mean, I agree. I think that the Falcons played that end game incredibly well. My only argument is that they got a really crap spot. They survived in it in a way that was unexpected. And I don't know that you can repeat that over and over again. I'm glad that they got the points. I think that a lot of teams need to step up, right? And the problem is, like, T1 and Twisted Minds have both had really good games, multiple in both of these. They're just not able to convert into the level of conversion that Gen G is walking away with right now. And the only reason the Falcons are hanging with Gen G is because of those 10 points. So that's more of what I'm expressing, is my worry of Gen G. If they do it one more time, it becomes a very difficult chase 3 games into a 10-game series.
And that's fair. I mean, look, and you can't really emphasize the difference that having that 10-point cushion makes in the way that you kind of judge your ability or your willingness to take high-risk plays, right? So knowing that you have that little bit of cushion allows you to play a little bit more aggressively when otherwise you may not. And that is definitely a fair point. But, you know, at the end of the day, they're still sitting in second. They're looking pretty good. But Gen G is the problem right now. So we'll see. This is... the fact that they waited until the very end, until all the mortars, they saw Crazy Raccoon just get absolutely blitzed from the skies, and then they saw, okay, well, no more mortars are coming out. I guess if they were going to get used, they would have been used by now. So let's go ahead and send it, and it ends up paying off huge.
Yep, I do think you're onto something with the Gen G, because both of these times They got to a spot, were able to wait out the end game, and the same we saw in the first match when they took the south side of that high ground circle, and were able to kind of wait everyone else to a limping position. And then here we see Gen G surging forward. They get a great shots on T1. They've got Falcons locked down, and I do think you're right. They benefited from everyone else not having options while they got a nice little spot. But they did their move at the right time, so we can't take that away. As we check in with Sol and the guys from Gen G in their transition right now. I don't think they're under any duress. It seems like it's going to be a pretty quiet early game. Circle mostly fair. Lots of transition channels for almost everybody.
Still a large chunk of it out in the water, so it's going to be a little bit smaller. But again, a lot more playable area this time than we have seen previously on these Tagos. It looks like Virtus Pro and Twisted Minds actually getting a little bit close to each other, but these two should be very well acquainted with each other and each other's timings on trying to go to these circles a little bit further down south. We'll see if Virtus doesn't. Yeah, like they're going to go downhill. So you see Twisted just off on that mini map example, and Batulin's going to hear the engines, but they're not going to stick around and take shots.
All right, so a nice little rotation here, and I do think that'll be the question that everybody gets to watch the rest of the day. Will Gen G continue this action, and we'll kind of leave it at that? I don't think so. I'm still skeptical after those first two games, but again, maybe I'm just a negative Nancy. VP, this is a team. Oh, hold on, let's talk to Furia, baby. As Cerberus drives on by, and Draft King takes one down and hurts the rest, and they can't stop. No, they will stop.
Oh, they are going to stop. They're going to figure out that this is a solo man on the top of this mountain. But the fact is, the rest of the Panthers are arriving, and they are roaring their way down here as Draft King gets that first knock, does a lot of damage, and actually going to slow Cerberus down enough. But Cerberus, I think they're going to try to make this run, but now they realize that it is not just a solo anymore.
Yep, everyone is here. So as the Kraken comes around the outside, they try to surge into the house. Zest throws up a nice grenade back behind the flatbed. They didn't know he was there. Gets a good spray. So Posa is done and flushed, but BL's got U-Dirt. So it is a tough fight, 3v2 right now.
Big trade coming through. Nobody third-partying this just yet, so they got time to play this out. We'll see how much utility these guys were able to pick up off the first thing. Night grenade will take down Draft King as the blue zone grenades will continue to do a lot of damage. The Kraken will heal through it. Stanel still playing around on the outside of that wall. That wall seems like it's going to loom pretty large. Furia, looks like they might be separated here for the time being. It might be just time to drop smokes, try to slow things down a bit here.
Anyone's Legend came in across the road. They're hungry. They want to try to steal some. Zest gets the knock on BL. Tonbin inside with the S12, jumps out the window, but him ass is on the high ground looking to get picks. Wow.
Oh my. Okay, go ahead, Stanel. There you go. Furia tried to turn it around on him, but in the end, a great crash from Cerberus. They end up losing U-Dirt, but I mean, that was the initial knock, the first knock. So really, really nicely played there from Cerberus, and they do it quickly enough to where it looks like they're going to be able to defend against any push from anyone's Legends. Tombu's already taking shots at Sololzi, who is trying to reposition once again. Unfortunately for them, the Expendables now have made their way in from the north.
Yeah, anyone's Legend was hoping to take that spot if Furia faltered up against their opponents, and there wasn't. They cleaned them out so fast that there's no push you can do down there. And it wasn't even a crash, Poro. It was we stopped because you knocked U-Dirt and we want to fight this. Like, I think they would have just driven on by in theory. So that was an interesting fight that just did not go the way of Furia in any way, shape, or form.
No, it did not.
It's such a good spot to open that.
For sure. For sure. Oh, look at Liquid. Yeah, Cowboy's got his pick of the litter as to what he would like to play going forward here as we check in with those Falcons leaving the airport. Road is clear all the way down to the edge of the zone where it looks like Twisted Minds has been slowly making their way in on that eastern side. Lou left behind in an anchor position, checking to make sure that nobody backfills, but it looks like they'll keep on moving in, and Falcons should be safe going into the next zone.
Yeah, they are well behind everyone else in terms of rotations. They should be pretty comfortable, especially because Twisted will start to move forward as this shift comes out. So I don't see too much trouble for them. The other team that's got a long rotation is Crazy Raccoons are still on the island all the way to the north. So they will be coming in very late to a wide open Hosan side of the circle. So no things to worry about there. Soup also on a long rotation. Now we check in with T1. They're being very careful about this compound, even though they should be alone in it. Petrichor in the center of the circle, dug a little hole behind a rock and has, I don't want to call it a huge spread, but just a little spread in sort of a 4 square in case someone does try to crash one of them.
Yeah, just playing on the top of the hills, digging holes. That is a nightmare to have to push into, and I think most of these teams starting to figure that out with more reps being played with the destructible terrain in play, as we see Baron just taking a few shots over towards 4 a.m. Nothing too terribly interesting. As the rest of Myth, it looks like they're going to continue making their way west on the coastline, so we'll keep an eye on them as Cerberus and pretty much every other team in the lobby, Toffees. It seems like they've found spots to play. Not really seeing any shots being taken. Everybody being pretty normal here, as you get to see that replay.
Yeah, I didn't realize you used the Panzerfaust to get that. That was a sexy Panzerfaust. So this fight went super fast, and what impressed me the most about it was how quickly Cerberus was able to sort of lock up the opposite side and push in. And they knew, they heard the rest of Furia coming. They collapsed really strong on the blind side and took the house and turned what was not a crash, it was a defensive maneuver, into a better, like they had the fortress and pulled it out from under Furia's feet. And I think that was a really, really smart play.
Yeah, they played the walls very well, and they kind of funneled Furia all into that same building where it was just kind of a matter of time and good utility usage and planting the right grenades at the right time, managed to take out the Panthers. But as we see, the circle is going to pop. The E-pickup has been popped by T1. We'll see if they decide to take it now that the circle has moved down a little bit farther to the south. Most of our teams already in there, and they'll just have to kind of regroup, maybe play, go from these 2-2 splits or 3-1-1 or 3-1 splits into one, as Twisted Mind's getting very close to 4 a.m.
Now, I will say this, that you saw how fast the collapses happened in the middle, because that's a middleized circle and everyone is trying to like consolidate their spots. We saw at least 5 or 6 teams immediately collapse into one spot from a 2 to 3 person spread. So it's going to be very congested, but we should see everybody grouped up to cover each other's back, because it's going to become a very difficult place to find real estate. A lot of holes being dug.
Yeah, that's the terrifying part, right? Like you can see Virtus Pro taking that high ground. That is most likely the first thing on their mind. Let's go ahead and start diggy and get bunkered in as Na'Vi coming in from that north side. They're going to see the Expendables right in front of them. The T1E pickup does drop, and they find themselves a nice little shanty shack to play. They do lose one player in the process, however.
Halo doing a good job of looking around here. It's Liquid going to be playing a lot tighter, I think, after what happened in that last game when they tried to crash onto, I believe it was Crazy Raccoons, and Inox got that whole team wipe out of them. So they're going to play a little more, I think, careful, collapse this 2v2 relatively soon and make sure they're watching each other's backs.
I do like the 2-2 split. I like the spot that they're in right now because, I mean, those two compounds, very easy to provide support to each other in case one does get crashed. But nobody, I think, is going to try to make an effort to crash either side because it is so dangerous. You just don't really know. As we see Falcons coming in from that southeastern side, playing around the coast. They've got Kickstarted, the eyes in the sky, looking back towards the hospital, just kind of making sure that nobody is behind them. Twisted Minds, meanwhile, have a big split over there on the east around 4 a.m. And now Chewy has himself right in the middle of Na'Vi. The rest of the squad not anywhere near this.
Crazy Raccoon's making a really tough rotation here as we jump over to them. They split right between Cerberus and Expendables. And they don't really lose anything for it. I'm actually pretty impressed they're able to get here without taking any losses. They both teams shooting at them. No one comes away with anything.
Oh my goodness. Crazy Raccoons. That is actually crazy that they were able to get in there.
These guys can find trash positions like it's their job.
I'll tell you, they're working the sewer pipes, they're working the gutters, they're working the trash cans, and they managed to get all 4 in there alive and well, right under the nose.
And
of
if you happen to stumble upon them, they give you rabies and then run off. Like they play to their namesake. It is very impressive. Nobody wants that. Liquid found out about it last time. You step into the wrong trash can, you get bit. Team one.
We do, while things have kind of slowed down a little bit, we got an opportunity to listen into Twisted Minds, so let's hear what they're saying as they approach this next circle pop.
сюда.
Бля, меня ебут нахуй. Окей.
Не надо, не надо, не надо.
Кто там ебал дипки?
Я все сделаю, все в порядке. Я тачку вывез. Я не хочу тебе заправку отдавать. До последнего конца победного.
Я вот тут справа чекаю.
А ты поэтому?
Никого не видел.
Так, мое брать.
Я выезжаю. Ну, бля.
Надо...
Давай. Я согласен, что мы два седа не удержим.
Можете вестись, ребят? Можете все втроем на тройку подъехать?
I don't think we speak Russian, but I know that word, that's for sure. Well, Petrichor Road gonna catch Navi slipping, but Ming will get taken down by Ferris. Ferris, though, the last player left alive for his squad. The rest of Petrichor Road is gonna have to collapse on this quickly if they want to get down Navi and get their teammate back up. Chewy will get the flush there on the boosting. He gets it on the Spear, but Ferris finds another one. Ferris trying to keep his team alive.
And he knows where they're coming from. He's got 2 so far. Can he flank around to the right side? Now it's not even about keeping the team alive. It's about getting some extra points as everyone's getting flushed. Ferris with smokes left and right, tries to slide around the right side. Petrichor has taken the high ground and the rock, but Ferris has smokes for days. He's going to make an aggressive offensive smoke to try to keep Petrichor from having any vision as he sneaks around the right side.
It's huge stuff here from Ferris as Navi was taken by surprise. As we said, the top of those hills, it's just absolutely brutal trying to get through there because you can just be surrounded and not even know it. And that is exactly what happened to the rest of the squad. But Ferris doing everything in his power to try to make sure that Navi collects a few more points, maybe gets a little bit further in this game as he finds a way to escape for now as we cut back to Crazy Raccoons and they're trying to kite their way in from the western side.
This is my cat, and he screams as P.O. throws a grenade out the door. Nice little defense there as Delwyn taking shots from the outside. Meanwhile, remember, it was Anyone's Legends and Expendables that were shooting at the Raccoons when they crashed here. So now they're fighting each other while the Crazy Raccoons get to sit on the inside.
Crazy Raccoons have that smoke down, trying to play around on the edges of it and see where the next move is going to be as we come back to Ferris. He's going to find I-26.
No.
Petrichor Road is getting dismantled by the solo.
This isn't Ferris at all. This is cruel. Look at this. Immediately goes for the relocation wraparound. They keep thinking he's leaving, but he keeps coming back. The problem is, it sounds like Twisted Minds hears a little bit of what's going on.
This is interesting, but you can see Batu just does not want to take that risk of pushing into that forest because he knows to expect the foxholes. As we see, Clories will get taken down. Tanvu will get flushed out as well as Expendables, I believe, down to just one player, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, they are just hiding out in the fields for now as Ferris will just diggy hole right on the edge, try to survive a little bit longer.
You got to do what you got to do. Ferris got the 3 and decides he's going to go ahead and hide out for this one, but Tulin just sitting in the car. I think sneaky deaky, hoping maybe somebody walks up on him. Example, advancing to the rock. Maybe we got Liquid setting up mortars in the middle of the circle and getting ready for the late game.
Big shift again. There you go. You see 4 a.m. in beautiful position. Falcons also have a compound that they could play around. I believe we saw a game and over here not too long ago. Might have been an America series, though, but you can see Twisted Minds. They know that there are a couple of players over here, and they just want to see if they can spot them out, maybe get the free point. But I-26 staying alive. I think he knows that Twisted Minds knows. So we'll see if he can get in. Again. Crazy Raccoons gets a little close, but Shen going to take out 2 of them. I-26 does get picked out in the end. Team Liquid going for the same spot that Crazy Raccoons is going for, and they're getting picked apart.
Close the door! Door micro! Remember, they attacked each other last time, and Crazy Raccoons came away with the survival rating. Right now, it's just Purdy Curdy locked in this building. The rest of his team got turned back on the push, and now he has to hold by himself. The saving grace is that 4 a.m. is spattering the Crazy Raccoons and buying Purdy some time.
This is actually huge for Team Liquid as well. They have a compound, but it's on the edge of the zone, so this move from Purdy Curdy to be able to get in there and stay alive there is, oh my goodness, Anyone's Legend. Him has to destroy and get absolutely picked out. Udor, can he find the other 2? The seed swap comes in. He's going to swap weapons. No, he will go down in the end. Delwyn, though, will get picked off by Tom Ben as the Expendables, or I'm sorry, Cerberus, rather, collect their 7th kill.
A-Pack be A-Packing as they fight each other and go down. Meanwhile, Liquid is just trying to farm up a few extras as Cowboy is sort of watching his leader from the distance say, good luck, Perd. Not much we can do here. VP on a rescue mission and trying their best to keep the angry boys from the Expendables away from them.
All right, Twisted Minds, this is looking like it's setting up to be a vintage Twisted Minds type game where they have the entire north side to themselves. They have all the room in the world to play around with as they pick out Huang F. And now that's 2 kills for them. But look at the room they have to work with in this new circle. As we kept back in with 4AM, they're trying to defend their territory against Myth, but Myth is able to crash. Now Cerberus is going to try to make their way in. Udyr gets taken down, but 2 managed to make their way through.
I mean, that's just what Cerberus has been doing. Just send, and fight. They lost 2 on this end. They're down to this last player as he tries to make the transition. There's just nowhere left to go. Hit the rock, dig a hole. That's all you can do, man.
And Tombin managing to stay alive for right now, but Cowboy will spot out Heather. That's going to be a point picked up for Team Liquid. They're up to 2 now, and they still have Purdy Curdy playing from that foothold a little bit closer towards the center of the zone. Myth, meanwhile, have been playing around the revive station. That's managed to keep them alive for the time being. As Ming Ming tried to just land here, but that's not going to happen. Example will pick him out of the skies.
Example putting in work. Falcons trying to get some kills. We saw Team Liquid triple their points in this game so far. That's how dominant they've been.
Why the shade?
Can you type a kappa verbally?
Oh my goodness. You're brutal today.
I might, yeah, I guess I am.
Kind of are. A little bit. But you know, hey, you're not wrong. Chewy trying to land as well. Petrichor Road, they tried to go for the revive. Gustav will end up getting the last shot, so he can't even donate that point over to the blue as Falcons will pick up a second one. But they now have to move once again, Toffees.
They do, and that is going to be tough. Tiggleton here seeing what he can find to get his mortar. He's getting his range all set up. He's got mortars aimed at Cerberus. He's got to try to sneak the peek to get exactly the distance. There he goes. Trigonometry in full effect.
Protractor is out. The compass is out. 2 things that I thought I would be having to use a lot more when I was in elementary school. Never had to use them since. I know, right? Team Liquid, they have to finally make their move as it looks like they'll leave Purdy Curdy to his own devices off in the shack to the north and instead will play around the compound. Meanwhile, Super's trying to escape, but Gen G, they are not only finding themselves in good positions these last few games, but they are also just hitting shots. Deal goes down and gets flushed out.
Who are these guys? It's like they've been sandbagging for the finals all of a sudden. Now, yeah, they only got 1 kill, but they're being effective, they're being cruel, and they are moving to aggressive edge play, and so far it has panned out for them. Meanwhile, we got the Supers hiding in a hole trying to make their way forward under serious assault with not a lot of options in terms of where they can go. Gen G going to go ahead and charge towards the Falcons. They've got the high ground. They're trying to hold them out. Salute pivots to the left, and I think they can get by without too much trouble.
Go on, son. How did they make that rotation without taking a single loss? And they find a nice little ditch to play around too. Make it 2 nice little ditches to play around.
Wait, those are the Falcons holes that Tig just made, I think.
It could be. It could be them. Well, Falcons a little bit too late on the uptake there. Gustav, though, is in good position. He will spot out D. Gets that first knock, gets the flush immediately to follow. The rest of Falcons are now making their way over. They've left Tiggleton behind in his new role as anchor. He has been finding a lot of success from there as Team Liquid try to take a fight with Myth.
Beautiful. You don't take our hole. We've spent mortar rounds on this, darn it. As Kickstart goes forward, grenade after grenade. Yeah, you know what? There's not going to be any utility left after this, but they were more than willing to do it against the team that has taken first place away from them. This is the moment where Falcons can regain that top spot.
Oh my goodness, Soul, the last player left alive, and only by the grace of the smokes right now is Falcons still remaining 4 strong. It looks like 4AM has an angle on him, though, and they've also managed to steal Bean away. Soul will continue to go from hole to hole, try to survive a little bit longer. Looting up, what's he going to get off of that? Looks like maybe a little bit more utility. See if he can get away from here and just survive just a little bit longer now that the circle has popped away. And once again, it's going off to the north. Twisted Minds in beautiful position.
Yep, elsewhere on the map, Soup has gone bad as they are off the map. This is their chance to finally finish off Gen G. The circle moved away from them, so they have to finish this fight so they can continue to fold their way forward. Soul, the survivor, over and over and over again. Tickleton throws a little bit to the right on that one. They get in the cars, they've cleared the hole, and they look like they're going to just go ahead and crash this. Soul decides to cancel the heal, gets a grenade queued up.
See if they can spot him out. You don't want to take any L's here as you're making your way into the late game, and he will get spotted out. It's going to be Example that gets him, though, so that opens up the door here for Falcons to move forward, and they're going to try to third-party what's coming out of the south, and that is Team Liquid 4AM. Everybody's scrapping. Cowboy's going to go down. 4AM hops in the vehicles, but the spray from Shrimsy is huge. He's going to find Spaceman as Tiggleton will finish him off.
The amount of people who just died in that quick rotation, it's because this circle is brutal. It's snuck up to the north. Twisted, the only team fully in, with VP sticking their toes. Everyone else trying to find formidable positions if they've got more than one person. So tough transitions. Tiggleton, they made holes. They had a plan for moving into the circle, and then it shifted away. So now they got to come here and continue to sort of re-up as much as they can off utility from these kills and try to push forward. Example against Shrimsy. They knew this was going to be a problem. They saw him get Soul.
Oh, this is tough, though. They have nowhere else to play. T1 does go down in the end, and Falcons will collect that point. So 7 more kills for Falcons as they continue to find points in every single game. Let's see if they can take anything here towards 4AM, but they are being overwatched by Twisted Minds. Virtus Pro has complete control over the western side, but they have nothing really to shoot at right now. They're just kind of vibing over there and waiting to see who makes it out of the south, as they will hide behind a rock because Twisted Minds had an angle here, but this is the fight. Falcons versus 4AM. Trade's coming through. Shrimsy's down. Gustav's down. Winda's down. Kickstart's down. It's all down to Tiggleton as 4AM is down to HSM.
You're not out till Tiggleton's dead. Let him run. He got the spray. There's a half-health man there with a grenade. Tiggleton trying to sneak forward. The nade comes out to the right side, but it'll overshoot. Tiggleton looking left, right. He's got 2 to deal with and a man in the distance. Slides around to the right side. He saw him. He knows he's going to peek. He goes left, gets the spray, tags him, but it's not enough. With 4AM finishes the fight, and that's Falcons out.
But Falcons go out. They do get 7 kills in the process, so they manage to get a firmer hold back onto first place as Gen G is down by 4 points. We'll see if 4AM can keep anybody alive, or anybody from the south can stay alive here, as it is looking like it is setting up to be a Virtus Pro versus Twisted Minds endgame, and that circle is going to go along with it. But that's a great grenade right on top of Beamy. Purdy Curdy puts it right in his pocket.
Purdy and grenades, so tasty. As BB, nothing you can do here as he gets dunked and flushed and left for dead. Purdy a solo. Now got to try to find a way forward, and there's just not a lot of options for him as he's still got Guyon to the left and Hasameme watching him from the right side. And I don't know if he knows Guyon is there.
He may not. Yeah, Guyon has been lying prone here for quite some time for Crazy Raccoon. I think Kurt may have spotted out a hole here, and he was trying to get the grenade dunking, but unfortunately it hits the backboard. It gets swatted out into the 5th row, and
they're just going to start yelling out of the hole. You go first. No, you go first. Listen, man, we both have to run here. Like, if you look at the minimap, Lucarux and HSM are just watching.
I mean, it's literally Twisted Minds 4-man squad, a duo from VP, and then 5 solos. As HSM going to try to make the run. Purdy Curdy takes the spray, gets him low, but doesn't get the knock.
And there you go. So Lua and Twisted Minds goes, hey, there's food out there for us, as they peek up and try to take shots. Purdy does creep forward. He knows where the bad guy is, so he decides to take the push. Guyon is not out of the hole yet. Once he stands up, he should see Curdy, so Curdy needs to run. There it is. It's not going to happen. Guyon is the stab in the back as Liquid goes down. He should know there's a player there as he's been watching this through his little hole, but he takes shots from the left side and will also die in the field as the Crazy Raccoons are eliminated.
Twisted Minds on snake cleanup duty on both north and south. The thing is, I don't know if they know that 04MB has made his way down here. So Petrichor Road's still in this one, despite getting basically annihilated by Navi early on. By Ferrist early on. This is the last player left alive for them, but they've managed to make it to the top 5. We'll see if he can outlive the other 2 solos. Tanbin trying to make his way up, but he has been spotted out by Lou, and the blue is tickling his heels.
Tickle, tickle, Twisted Minds happy up on top. They've got comfortable circle. They've got hard cover. They've got vehicles. And they still have utility. I don't know how Twisted Minds doesn't win this at this point. It's just a matter of how many points can they put on the board while doing it.
Absolutely. And it's just sometimes the circles work out this way. They've managed to take this compound early on, and everything hard shifted back off to the north. And they have been the beneficiary as they have now to the tune of 6 kills. Let's see if they can collect a few more as, Batulis, yeah, he spotted them. Oh, just on the wrong side of the tree, though, as 04MB. Let's see if he can do anything. No, he cannot. Lou will collect that one, and that's a 7th kill now for Twisted.
7th kill. I love how you saw Batulis get struck on the left side and even phase him. He just stepped around the tree and finished the job. Nice play there as we look down at 4AM, locked up by Perfectix. There's just not much they can do. VP more than happy to wait for this kill to come through and take that 2nd place. And I think they're probably discussing, should they just deny or do they take this fight?
Well, there goes the exploding vehicle, and Virtus Pro knows exactly who they're facing here. Nixie, not one to deny easily, as he will take a few shots there. I think if you've got 2 up, if you're Virtus Pro, you feel like you maybe have a chance here. If Twisted Minds does the unthinkable and manages to make a couple of dumb mistakes, they could give them a couple of 1v1s, but Twisted Minds, not really a team to make too many mistakes, Toppies, as they will just continue to drop those smokes down, get a little bit closer.
I would say dumb and mistakes is not 2 words we put together with Twisted Minds very often. As it now goes down to a 3v1, Lou continues to just grind his way forward. They have so much utility left over because they've been able to watch from a distance, and that's all it's going to be. Accuracy through volume. They create their own red zone as they push forward, and Twisted Minds takes the win, making it a race on top by 3 massive teams. 2 that we always expect in the Falcons and Twisted Minds, and 1 that we don't. It's Gen G, but Twisted Minds walks away with the win, and I know that's got to get Kylaris fired up.
Yes, it does. Me and Blank are having flashbacks to PEC because this was not too dissimilar from a 4v2 in Virtus Pro versus Twisted Minds, and Virtus Pro won it somehow. Of course, on Rondo and how things do boil down, but Twisted Minds made it look easy in this one, Blank, as the circles go north and get themselves the victory.
Yeah, I mean, they set themselves well in the early game, but you can't deny that they're not chasing any circles there. The circle comes to them. It's an uphill battle towards Twisted Minds. They have all the space in the world to work with. They should be winning that game. But because they've got some decent points outside of the other 2 matches, this puts them in a really good position. I think they're 3rd, 2nd place now on the leaderboards. Looks really good for them. Looks very, very good for them.
Yeah, they're almost developing a bit of a 3-horse race here to start off, but there's still 7 matches to go, of course, here, Poro, as we have Genji flying high, but the ones that soaring really feels like Falcons. Every single game, it feels like they're having to battle against the circles, but they're winning against the circles. They're making such good runs of these games.
And that's the difference between good teams and great teams, right? Like when you have these bad days where circles just aren't giving you any favor, you're having some bad luck, can you still manage to find a couple of points out of them? And they're finding more than a couple. They're getting 6, 7 kills, and they're looking fantastic so far. So it's been great news for Falcons going forward, but if Twisted Minds is going to start getting comfy, cozy wins like this with 9 kills on top, that's a terrifying prospect.
I like that we're in this reality where I am the one saying, I think Falcons is going to take this. And now Poro is saying, oh, yeah, actually, you know, if Twisted Minds keeps doing this, I think they might actually be able to take this.
There's still 7 games left to play.
This is a weird reversal of roles, though, I think, Toppers, that I wasn't expecting coming into this final.
But he felt bad because he defended him so hard during the broadcast. I also would say, I think for me, the other big takeaway is I'm still smitten with what Gen G's doing right now. I mean, at the end of the day, they didn't walk away with an insane amount of points in that game. I'm trying to find them on the board here. So they got one, but they're still holding that top position. Keeping in mind, Twisted Minds had the 2nd most points. Like, they got the free 6, whereas Falcons got the free 10. So the top 2 teams who came in with points already are only now scratching the surface of catching Gen G. So I think Gen G, if they can, I don't expect them to hold, but I'm still really impressed that they are in this race with these 2 teams.
Well, if we cast our minds back, Poro, these 2 top teams being in this position, this is the rivalry for the West when it comes to PUBG Esports. And right now, in these 3 games, they've both been looking absolutely blinding.
I tell you what, though, that drop off from third to fourth is kind of stark.
Yes,
like it's starting to become an issue. So you know, any other teams that are wanting to have something to play for tomorrow or have eyes on taking first place, they better get something done in these last 2 games because time is starting to run out. These guys are starting to sponge up points and find a lot of success everywhere. But look at that, it's good to see these boys back up at the top, huh?
Yes, it is. I just think it's a flattering angle.
Nah, he's hitting the weights, Doug.
You think so? You think so?
I think so.
Look at him.
I've seen him walk past the gym a few times.
He looks vascular.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Well, the man of the match stolen away by Shen here.
Look at Shen.
Who actually, considering that here, Blank, Shen and 4am were able to hold out Falcons eventually. HS, I think I couldn't even see his peaks against Tiggleton as they were holding out the boys.
No, I think that for HS, it was he held his nerve, right? Where I think Tig makes the right move where he pushes out. I think technically there's a moment where he can push a little bit further towards hard cover, but you're so worried he's going to peek. But HS doesn't give him any kind of moment to get that off, and then finally pushes out. It's like very good timing from him. I think Tig actually plays it as best as he can there. HS just has this really, really nice angle where plays it to almost perfection. But again, for Falcons, 5 kills here for Tiggleton. It was a good game, 1,000 damage as well, rivaling Example, the team that won that game. Genuinely, really, really good runs from the Falcons so far. From like we said, some really difficult games.
0% headshots, Tig. Come on, man. Oh, I know why, actually. It's all mortars.
Yep. Is that what
you don't
it
get
is?
headshots with mortars. Yeah, that's it. Listen, lands right on your noggin.
Example, almost 50% of his team's damage, 42.8% of his entire team's damage. He's on one today.
It's because his team lets him stand up behind a car and just shoot at everyone in the valley while they run around behind him to take care of the business. Like, that's I mean, and you should. Example's a king, but like, that's because they let him do that.
Yeah, there has been many a time we have talked about just enabling a turret in PUBG and just saying, go ham, my friend, go ham, absolutely. It's a terrifying thing. Twisted Minds and Falcons looking great up at the top. You know what? I've kind of put my chips where I need to. Poro might have lent towards some EMEAs, I'm not quite sure. What about the newcomer? What about Blank? Where are you placing your chips here for PGS4?
You know, I'm still kind of on board with South Korea, man. I still feel like there's someone that can rise from that side, be it T1, you know, Gen G maybe getting up there. I'm unsure just yet. I would love to see T1. They're a very, very exciting team to watch. I think this is just from the eye test right now. I actually do really like watching this team. I think they're super creative, and that's the team that I kind of like. I like creative squads.
Yeah. I think that when we watched this T1 roster form together, we were very excited about the idea, especially when Type was firing on all cylinders, Toffees. There was moments where we were like, this guy's a king. And now the rest of the team is kind of like balanced things out, and they're all kind of shooting on an equal footing, I would say.
Yeah, I think when I look at just straight rosters, like T1 was one of my favorites coming into this season in general in terms of flipping into TPP, managing games very, very well. And they've definitely lived up to the expectations. I think the things they're running into is some other teams I didn't expect to be rising to the challenge have really embraced it very, very quickly. Now, I think the Twisted Mindset's a really great spot and a good circle on that one, so I'd like to see them continue pushing this forward.
Sure.
But as we go into this one, I need Na'Vi and Team Liquid to pick it up. These are 2 teams that should be doing significantly better. Na'Vi's going to have a great day tomorrow. I'm calling it now, but they got to stop having a good second day and a butts first day. They need to step up and put points on the board right now.
But yeah, I'm in full agreement. You can't be a slow starter in a best of 10. You've got to be able to fire it as strong as these 3 teams at the very top have been able to put themselves in a great spot already. All right, gentlemen, Poro, Toffees, thank you very much for joining us here. We'll get back in with you after this game. We are ready to rondo as we've got a bit of a south playing path here for game number 4. The 3 at the top, Blank, are setting themselves apart just 3 games deep.
Now they are, and again, that's the big thing, is the variance, but not only that, is that we've got 2 days here. There is no longer the redo, the reset, clear the chessboard. We are directly continuing that game that we left off last night. So for teams like Na'Vi, as Toffee said, having this first bad day and then coming in tomorrow and being like, giving everyone the thumbs up, that's fine. You're probably still going to be in 6th place if you do something like that, though. So I do think that now is the time to really put on a show if you want to have that chance tomorrow. Because with the way it's going, for Gen.G, slightly different story, but for at least Twisted Minds, Falcons, I don't see these teams letting up today.
Yeah, we should be realists in that I think that for the 2 Gen.G wins, I think there was pretty good circles for them-ish, aside from maybe a little bit of what could have been scary in some of that Miramar moments. For Twisted Minds, that was a good circle. For Falcons in number 1, as I said, they have been chasing non-stop and still being able to get it, and they're above the teams that have got wins so far. So for my money right now, I think that they are looking spectacular. At the same time, though, if you think about the rest of the Americas, Team Liquid needed those kills in the previous one just now. And they've dropped out early in the playing path like this. It's a south side circle they can rotate on into. Nyx is getting crazy with an MP5. I don't think we're hitting this one, but you can try. Oh, we did get a bit of blood.
Yeah, I mean, Nixie, he'll always try
74.
for it. He'll always give it a go. There is that big caveat at the top as well. I mean, Falcons, 0 chicken dinners, right? I think that Poro puts it perfectly, this is the difference between a good team and a great team, right? You know, this is how you make it work, is that if you can get first place, 44 points, no chicken dinners, you know that team has played dominantly today. But we'll see how it pans out. For Gen.G, I really don't want to send this breakup text to them just yet. I want to see this relationship keep going, stay strong, right? Okay, I've got the paragraph ready to go. Gen.G, give me a little bit more.
Let's see what happens when they have to chase circles, because I think that's where their weakness definitely was in a couple of the games in the previous PGSs, where they did look disjointed and things like that. But they've got a little bit of luck on their side to start things off, but they've still been able to back it up with the fights, with the firepower, with what they need against everything. For Falcons in number 1, I think Rinjiang is a really good spot for them to be able to rotate in on the south side circle like this. I think for Team Liquid behind them, Cowboy understands that Falcons should be down there and is actually scouting a little bit further down. I think he's going to be their eyes forwards to see when they can potentially enter and make a late game transition on that south side.
Oh yeah, Cowboy's got the radar up, but if there's a team that he knows the exact pinging noise of, it's going to be Falcons. They play alongside these guys. They will know roughly their rotates. This would be 100% an easy assumption for Cowboy to make, so they can make a little bit of a later rotate in. I do like the way Team Liquid plays. It has felt a little bit... I don't want to say all over the place, but there has been some desperation moments. It's frustrating, though, because if we go back to that Miramar game, there was one specific thing that was said, was that it could be a big old greedy split over towards Minas, and it was, but they didn't trust their own call, and they moved towards the side. So there's this sense of a safe play coming through from Team Liquid, and I think it's very hard to break out of that mentality and just be super confident all the time, especially from Team Liquid, who just barely scraped in through the Survivor stage. But it is annoying, because when you listen to them, they're making all the right calls.
Yeah, and particularly interesting when you look at the highlights from this game as well. They're technically in part of the winning compound here in this moment, as Luke 12 and the boys kind of leave and allow Twisted Minds to be able to eventually take that away. So, as you say, I think their reads are definitely there. They have to be to have those spots early on. It's just that they've got a little bit... they've fallen by the wayside in terms of what they choose before these circles then start to bear down. But, yeah, this was all about Twisted Minds on that north side. And once this shift came in, they knew. You could see, actually, their pings wanting to hold out any late rotates on around them on the north side. And that's really important in a spot like this, because then people are coming in alongside all these trees and foliage. Those lines of sights are covered a bit. But if you can control that and then look down into the field below you here, and it's going to be an easy victory for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, it's such a free win from this location. Obviously, we had flashbacks between them versus Pro, but there was no doubt during that game, was there really, between Twisted Minds on that side of things. Nixie went down almost immediately. But we're back on board with them right now. They're currently playing from Neox and Test Track. They already have Lu, who's sent down towards the northern side of Danqing, so they at least have an anchor to play off the back of as we move down towards the southeast zone. We have had some big old lassos sent down towards the very edges of the map pretty frequently so far. I think teams are just sort of worried this is going to shift far over towards the eastern side, keep a lot of the water in.
Maybe. Sometimes it does go there. For our first 3, of course, it can really go anywhere. And then some of those spots like the pillars here on Rondo will have a bit of a factor and impact alongside the water. That's where we do end up going to. But one thing's for sure for Twisted Minds, they always have a great track record on Rondo. It's always because of that test trap drop. And seeing where they want to go. Didn't quite work on out yesterday up until the very last game where they were able to really pop one off. But the man of match in the previous one, good old Shen from 4 AM, the Tasmanian devil of the team, just landing some crazy shots left, right, and center. And he's good for it, man.
Yeah, they had that south side as well. Again, it was a game of heads and tails, wasn't it, really, with the south side and the north side. We flip a coin, goes either way, and you're getting a very different set of teams winning. But yeah, this was a really, really good fight between them and the Falcons. Some serious skill between both those squads. Such a pleasure to watch these players on our screens at the moment. So competitive here in PGS4.
I think that would have been even harder for Tiggleton if he didn't fat peak at the very end there as well. He got a bit bold there, did Shen?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Again, I think for I do think for Falcons that this moment where they're making these risky plays. I like that. I like for the Falcons. I think that they're super confident in their gun skill at the moment, which is great. I mean, Gustav has been hitting some nasty shots, but not only him. I've actually noticed today that Kickstart has been mental on the old shooting range. He has been sending some lovely shots down range at the moment. So it's not just Gustav, it's not just Tiggleton popping up.
It was one of the discussions that we had for quite a while, which was like a few years ago, IGLs could get by on just being an IGL and not necessarily having a ginormous amount of gun skill to be able to also back it up, right? You'd be able to get away with it. Stop. What are these bumper cars? What's going on here? These cars sponsored from Falcons. Why are they all so uniform? But anyway, the nowadays, your IGL also has to be popping, and this is when we saw like Batulis rising up in terms of his gun skill and being able to really kind of match the brain that he encompasses as well. Kickstart, who has now taken on the mantle of IGL. We always knew he was a great fragger before taking up the mantle of IGL alongside this team. So yeah, you need everybody to be really working hard on these teams.
One player that is working extremely hard, so much so that he is sweating it out in these matches. It is Cowboy from Team Liquid. That last match bringing them a huge amount of kills on side. He has been a lovely pickup for the squad all the time he's been playing on the team, requiring him a lot of times to break open these caches of points for the squad. But now they're moving in from that south side. They did wait for Falcons to move, so they kept tabs on that one. They know roughly where they are over towards Tinlong Gardens, but they are playing it out slow. Gonna wait for this next circle to pop here. Most teams are in. Crazy Raccoons, always a weird team to come in towards the finals, right? They add a little bit of spice to it, you know, a little bit of chili powder here at the end.
Oh, they're just coming in late again as well. They're just so happy to come in late on these circles, be the last team in. The funny thing is that they're not even on the right side of the water right now. they're just meandering up on that northeast side of Crazy Raccoon, because I don't think they actually care about when they come in, because they feel pretty confident, I guess, about playing in from the edge, playing in on some of those fights. And Team Liquid, as we check in with Cowboy that you were mentioning, right? He's doing some scouting forwards. He was already watching Falcons studiously before to be able to find a time when they could come in. The only problem is that T1 is shooting in this direction as they're trying to figure out where they want to go. Cowboy will be calling out some spots.
As best as he can, at least. They're dropping the pings on the map. Relatively free so far. They ping out. The compound is taken over towards their western side. That's T1 taking shots over towards them. But if it is just a 2-2 split there from T1, they have been loving these 2-2 splits throughout the tournament. Very good at holding them. Very good at consolidating towards that end game. Jeez. Cowboy, though, he is going down.
Yeah, the lobby decided, you know what, we're taking you out, and the Purdy-Curdy's in the perfect spot for the pickup. Man, imagine if he'd have landed on it, you know, like the people do those stunts, those tricks, and just get straight on in the car without even landing on the ground. That'd be sick.
What, leaped him through the window like a prize diver. Oh, Cowboy eye. Yeah, good stuff. But yeah, they are scooching over. I mean, this isn't always the nicest of position to play, but it is a spot to work with. They're going to push a little bit further forward here. Falcons are off in the midst, and they are rotating directly towards them. They can play alongside them just on this lip here. It's a bit scary. They have the valley. They do have the valley to work with.
Spicy circle blank, because there is quite a bit of unplayable on that south side. Tinlong Garden causes some problems as well with the water that does have available to it. Here's the Furia, though. They're getting absolutely ransacked by the position of Virtus Pro, but at the same time, Kraken did take down Lukarugs, so a bit of a trade here going on as he now tries to dip, tuck tail, and leave. That is going to be 3 nice points here for Virtus Pro. They want it all, though. Jurex, he's doing a little bit of a chase down here and going for some shots, and they run straight into Batulis for Fury. It's a disaster.
Yeah,
caught between EMEA and EMEA.
Oh, Nixie gets a little bit of revenge, though, as Kraken's turned into Calamari. And now it will be Beamy looking for those shots, but he's the last player alive. And Twisted Minds losing Perfectix. It's not great. It's not ideal, especially where they are on the map. But there might be a chance to pick him back up again.
I'm flabbergasted that anyone's Legend sending it into Tinlong Garden on a circle like this. I think a lot of teams will be trying to pitch up just north of it or in those kinds of spots. Again, though, technically speaking here, for a third circle, it kind of could go anywhere. So there is a world where it could go down that way, but very unusual if we do end up going that and kind of focusing on those areas for fourth circle, of course.
I think for anyone's Legend, you realize that a lot of these positions, they're mostly taken, right? You move towards Tinlong Garden, you know that because teams aren't thinking that the circle's going to go down this way anyway because of the water that is involved, it's likely an open spot. So I think for anyone's Legend, they get a little bit of free position that maybe they can start pushing in from that south side. This is a very much third-partyable position as well for them if they want to move out this way. And Himas is already starting to scout it.
Winder peeking on up here. Falcons is gone, and that now opens things up at the top. Number 1 down with 0 points whatsoever. 4 a.m. in a position where they can also start striking at those top spots as well now. 21 points for them in 5th place. I say that, but then I look at actually how dense that mid pack is, and anyone can still strike at that here after just 3 games. So kind of forget everything I just said.
Yeah, I mean, with our 5-match days, it does require a bit of a effort towards the end of these 2 matches to really kind of springboard yourself back up there. Beamy, all on his lonesome at the moment, looking to still keep things alive here. Twisted Mind still have 3 players. He moves out into the open. Should be an easy pickup here for Batulis, and it absolutely is. Virtus Pro go out in 4th place with only 23 points, but again, 23 points through to 9th. You're looking at 6 points differential. It's not much.
It's going to be terrifying if Twisted Minds, after not having Perfectix on LAN for 4 tournaments in a row, suddenly has him back and then wins an international straight away. Like, they already have 4 PGSs under their belt when they were big standalone tournaments. So, well, let's see where this circle's going to go. As we go, jeez Louise. Oh, that causes some crazy stuff. And actually, Team Liquid is central north of Tinlong Garden, and we can actually listen in on some of their comms whilst the circle's gone down. Let's see how they're going to hold out this position.
Yeah, you just commit.
Ever go towards waypoint?
No, it should come back north. It should come off the water and feed you. My spot, it was open to 2 like both waypoints here.
Yellow rock might be okay.
Nathan Power on the north, guys.
Exactly.
I think if you go take my rock, Luke, and block your northwest, and then use the rock to block south, you can play it. Northwest, like the northeast side. You need to move the cards. Rock, is that what you're saying?
You can take a C4 and make it playable if you want.
Respawn plane.
You want to take this shit out of the car, guys?
What else should I take?
That's it. That's it.
I'm leaving the C4 with you.
Okay.
I'll take everything else out.
Alright. Do you have lethal on your body, Pretty, or anything useful? Yeah.
Tower's getting fucked.
BP?
Yeah, smart there coming through from Team Liquid. Exactly what we're kind of talking about with Tinlong Gardens, where they know the water is likely going to shift back over towards that northern side, so they know they've got a good spot. So they're trying to lock it down as much as possible, as early as they can.
Yeah, there was a world where, they came in a little bit wounded, and then obviously having to take what is not a super amazing position, but if the circle does act the way we're expecting, then it could work. As you saw Luke 12 flex out just a little bit. Na'Vi also dropping in on the west side of this. I think they realized that it was going to be hard for transitions from where they were from. So, okay, let's go for this and just fight our way on forwards if the circle actually does go north flank.
Yeah, this is it's a good spot to be in. Again, Anyone's Legend took the same kind of approach. They knew that this area of the map likely is very open because teams don't want to play down there in the first place, but they know at least we can try and play forward off the back of it, which is not a bad idea. In comes the Crazy Raccoons, though, which is a frightening spectacle for the boys on Na'Vi.
Go pillar, please. It's insane. No, wait, I think they're going against Tittle Garden. Oh my god.
Yeah, they hate Na'Vi. They hate them.
Well, let's see how it goes here. They're jumping right on top of them, but everybody's going to shoot at them. Surely they lose Ionix, they lose Guyon, and Glass finds the floor, but already needs being charged forwards here from Spiro. He's got to be careful. He's bailing on the left-hand side. He thought he might be on the roof there, but obviously the building's a little bit of a weird shape.
You gotta admit, it's kind of a disgustingly late decision from Crazy Raccoons at this point in time. I understand that they have to try and make a play off the back of this, but it is a tiny bit late to go for an E pickup like that. I think Na'Vi was just here slightly earlier. Same thing for Na'Vi. That they know that it's a bit of a long maneuver for them to go for this one. Luckily, they are here a little bit earlier than Crazy Raccoon. Circle moves far over towards that northwest side, giving once again T1 actually a nice bit of spot to play around with. Glasgow's down. Na'Vi's having none of it. And Peel's up on high.
I think Peel went into business for himself. I think he was like, you know what? I'm going to the pillar. I am going up there. Everybody else, yeah, if you really want to go to Tinlong Gardens or whatever, I think it's suicide. So he's up on the pillar trying to make something work there. So yeah, a north shift. And technically here, Team Liquid did have an emergency backup laid down here on that tower. I don't think they're going to take it though, as maybe it was just an attempt at a denial, or just in case some crazy circle happened where it encompassed some of that water, but that was not the case. They were right on their read.
Yeah, I think you draw the E-pick up there to stop teams from pushing over the top of you and then maybe getting over towards the small dip that sits on the western side, because if they get down there, it's actually hard to take shots towards them unless you're T1 and you're looking over the top. So I think that's a good decision from Team Liquid to try and prevent teams from getting off from this eastern side. They know that's where they're going to get a lot of their points from.
Been done. That is example here, and Twisted Mind still looking raucous up on that northwest side.
Your Perfectus back too.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. That's a great feather in their cap here for the moment. 5 kills so far. They've probably got him a little bit of gear as well.
It happened so early on that they had time to work with. They got him back up. They pushed VP off so quickly. They were his blue chip almost immediately. So really, really well played to Twisted Minds. It might be a double back-to-back today. It does feel like we had a few times during this tournament that there's only usually 1 or 2 teams, or 2 or 3 teams that are allowed to get themselves the chicken dinners on the day. Fairly amusing.
What was it? Yesterday we had a back-to-back and then a back-to-back?
Yeah.
Or at least 2 wins and 2 wins. But yeah, now for this here, Soul and Gen G, as much as D is down, Bean is gone, they'd still be looking for a little bit of points here and there. 2 kills so far there for the boys. They're kind of separated in the middle of this circle. Cerberus is moving in on that east side, and some teams are going to try and dig themselves in up against some of these spots.
Before Team Liquid's currently playing, I think they might need to have a little bit more influence here, because they have allowed a lot of teams just to stream on past them. And if they're going to do anything, it has to be up towards 4 a.m. now, if they want to try and control this northern side pursuit. But for the time being, they are tucked in.
Oh, Boostic doesn't miss him. He does not miss him. He's so well versed when it comes to being able to pinpoint accurately hit those grenades. That one's always going to be a little bit more difficult there, as now trying to deal with everybody moving in underneath them here. Hakuri, though, goes down to Yuda with that nade. As Cerberus has kind of made a bit of a dash through onto this spot, dropping down some of the cover to be able to ward off any shots coming in from behind them. As the smokes will go down here for Boostic and the boys to try and keep things going here for Na'Vi. That is Cerberus gone. Na'Vi has such a good track record as well on this battleground. Maybe they can make a bit of a recovery here through day 1.
Hope so. I mean, 5 kills already. Poppy's just saying it. These guys need to start popping off. DN Super's coming. DL is down.
6.
Big player for the team. Up to 6 and 11th place. Twisted Minds unleash the mortars and see what they can find off the back of that one. DN Supers are just going to leave it, right? They don't want anything to do with it. You got Heaven still back behind the pillar, as well as Pio still playing up high. Na'Vi knows about this. Sends Fairist over to kind of deal with it.
I love that Lou was looking there. They know that eventually mortars will push people out of comfortable spots. So just keep your eyes on them. Just shoot at them as soon as they try and move. And Lou was on a dime firing that off as fast as he did. They just got him back up. Leave him alone.
Oh, straight back down again. Cannot catch a break on side of things. The boys from DN Supers, they tried to wrap back over towards that northwest side to get an anchor, but T1's having none of it as Hakuri now looks to put down anyone's legend.
It's really smart by Na'Vi. Just clear your backside from a circle like this, right? You know teams are going to be trying to come in from Tin Long Garden from what was going on just prior. You've heard them before, as well as the Expendables moving in on the east side of you at the moment. Pio's still up there. Fair play to him, right? Like, I think that... I think Crazy Raccoon should have all gone up there, to be honest with you, with that late emergency drop that they were going for. Na'Vi on 7 here, Blank.
They're starting to pump those points. I think it was kind of unfortunate for anyone's legend being here first, and they didn't try and take that third pie over towards Na'Vi when Crazy Raccoons came in, and they're suffering because of it. Luckily, Adelwin will at least find Ferris, leaving them down to 2 players in Destroy. But PO is here, and I think he is taking shots over towards him, does find him. Delwyn is down and out. Luke also with a big old mortar, and it's going to allow Team Liquid to move a little bit further forward here.
It's the perfect mortar. Gets them a kill, gets them a dip to be able to play on in, as well as watching the Expendables driving around in circles. We're doing donuts, Tamvu. It's the wrong game. This isn't Need for Speed. This is ridiculous. Oh, dear me.
Ferris going to back it up and backs it straight into the bullets of Cowboy. Now Boostic, he's got a big task on his hand. Final player alive. Looks like they're going to be going out a little bit earlier than they expected. But 7 kills, it's not a terrible game. They're going to be looking for a much bigger one, though, next match to put them in the running for tomorrow. Otherwise, it's going to be a bit of an effort for themselves. After up the weights, Cowboy, he's going to move forward. Look to confirm the flush. They also need those eliminations badly.
Gosh, this circle gets weird because there's so much edge play. Salute's kind of playing his own game as well. Like, it's not quite Need for Speed. He's just playing a little bit of a lie-down game in the middle of this circle. But beyond all of that, so much edge play, a few buildings in play and stuff like that. But if this circle centers up, the roads create such an annoyance. Yeah. And that one especially. It's just a river running through this. But the thing is that you can exist alongside both sides of it because it kind of dips in towards the road. So for like T1, for example, I think that they might be able to leverage this quite nicely. And that's why I appreciate the 2-2 split that they currently have.
It's hard, though. It is hard for T1, because how do they want to play this one out? Because there are teams that are going to want to swipe down on this south side. There is a bit of a slope down here, deny sidelines from the south, but T1, they know that they have to deal with the teams on that north side too. It's a really hard decision for them. And it looks like they're going to let teams come through on that south side. They're more preoccupied with the teams having to cross over towards that high ground on their north.
You know, I think you're right. I think dealing with Twisted Minds might be the absolute priority for T1, because beyond all of that, right, I think that they've probably got quite a bit of information from that south side. They've kind of moved a little bit, rendezvous with the rest of the team here for a second as Type. Ian's kind of just holding it off on the down on that side. If they can deal with Twisted Minds, they probably don't have full information as to what's going on the east, so at least they can deal with their side of the circle to then greet whatever comes over the hill over the other side.
And they know that if they've been watching the kill feed as well, they'll know that Twisted Minds is fairly good when it comes to players alive at the moment. So it's definitely a team that's scary. They're coming off a high from that last game. So for T1, definitely a priority. They still leave E-End on that south side to give them information, just in case they need to start taking shots down that way. Like we said, that slope is one of the best ways to get in. Lou, once again, popping off, finds shots over towards Jacob, and that's a nasty time to get a knock as the blue starts to push in.
And Batuling's acting as the anchor point means that they've got a lot of options here, Blank.
Massively so. Example now will sit themselves up along that side. I mean, they're corralling them so well here, Kalaris. There's really not a lot that Myth can do off the back of this one. It's a good nade, potentially to open things up, but it's easily sidestepped. Gymnastics coming through from the Twisted Minds players. That one will blast the vehicle away, though, and it's never good losing wheels.
And at the same time, Ian actually deals with the backfill as well as he shuts down Team Liquid's going for a bit of that wraparound mid.
Nice.
Trying to make a bit of a dash for it as well. seeing what they can get done over on the other side of this road. But this road is also still a problem, and Twisted Minds has good lines of sight on it.
That's really, really smart coming through.
Oh!
Damn! EN wants to get another massive nade. But again, for T1, it's a really big deal. They move down that south side because they see the fight start to break out on the north. They know this is the best time. They can clear out the teams trying to swipe their way through on the south. So smart from T1. Now they're going to try and reinforce back over towards the north. They even get a quick swipe across to take down Salute, so Raining doesn't go down. They stay as 4.
If T1 can deal with Twisted Minds fast, then they might have an opportunity here against 4AM to at least have a 4v4. Wait a minute, are we falling down to T1 versus 4AM again? There's no way.
Heather, great shots from him over towards Lou, does take down one. Scappy also runs down Batulis in the process, squashing the chances of Twisted Minds. Example starts to creep out from the smoke, but we are boiling it down to the 4v4, the fated battle, the duel between 4AM and T1. It's on again.
Oh no. And yeah, 4AM has just not got the better of T1 in the almost entire tournament so far. That said though, Myth being the wild card on that north side, if they can get rid of Twisted Minds as well, there's definitely a little bit of an opportunity of a play here from them. Perfectix, the I was about to say new boy in for lands, which is a ridiculous statement considering he's missed 4 of them, but it's sure good to have him back on land. As Myth is trying to go for the wrap, finds him, kiss magic, easy peasy, didn't even need to do magic there, just pulled the rabbit out of the hat. It was an easy one for him.
That it was. I mean, just looked off to the side a little bit too late there, and Kiss is happy to pick up the points. But Myth getting in here going to be a little bit difficult. I think for you might laugh at this, but for 4AM, honestly, watching the kill feed and seeing that T1 is still up, that's a bit of a stressful factor. When you think of the human element of the game, the amount of times you've lost engagements versus this squad, that's going to eat away at you a little bit.
You're talking about like 3 or 4 big engagements across this tournament, right? And in such a condensed amount of games as well, for it to be like that. Oh, Heather! A huge nade. Can this Molotov burn them out? No, it goes a little bit far. So maybe just a confirmation of these is extremely important just for those extra little points. Yeah, okay, he walks straight into the line of sights of him as well. And the thing is that T1 has this circle cordoned off. I think 4AM might actually go for a divide and conquer play here. They're going on the south side, realizing T1 might be a bit separated.
Ian backs it off a little bit, gets behind, then goes to spray. It's a slow roll-up. They don't take too much damage, though. Ian is very low, goes down. Now it's up to Raining, looking to hopefully hold them out. But immediately the boys have to come in fast from T1. Heather off in the distance. Type's going to send in. This is a bold maneuver from Type.
I loved the divide and conquer strategy here for 4AM, realizing that all of this was going on. T1 was a little bit thinly spread here. Type, though, does confirm here with an aid forwards. Shen, the previous man of the match, as well as a Molotov coming in through Hesameme against Type, and now it's all on Heather. He has been a bit of a mad lad here throughout this tournament so far, but I don't think you beat out 4AM this time. I think it was the perfect move on the south side blank.
Yeah, gorgeous maneuver coming through from 4AM. They finally beat the allegations versus T1, and we're down to Myth with Baron alive with the ghillie suit. Some pretty formidable weapons in hand. Bullets are looking a little bit low, but a fight like this, it's not looking too strong. For 4AM, though, there is elation within the squad.
They've been able to take out some Titans in this game. They destroyed Falcons in the early game here, did 4AM, and now finally overcome the T1 problem, the perplex puzzle that was put ahead of them for T1. Finally, they've been able to slot in that final piece. And you're gone.
4AM gets T1, T-done right at the end of the game. Lovely stuff. Catching themselves a beautiful chicken dinner here in match 4.
Yes, they did. That is it for game 4. Yeah, 4AM. Is there a coincidence in their naming? Who knows? But we've got ourselves Poro and Toffees back on board here to talk about this one. And Toffees, this was a bit...
I mean, nice, good rotations, a lot of backfills when we talk about sort of what the Falcons, everybody else was dealing with mortars. But you're right, it was 4AM, and I think you've been doing a great job of selling this 4AM T1 fight, you and Blank, and it came down to that moment. But what I loved is you sort of noticed that Heather got the double grenade knock over on the north with Myth, and 4AM went Ooh, they're separated, and they just collapsed and went south as fast as possible. And it was it was such a good play. Set Myth up for second place, but set 4AM up for the win. I love that they were proactive. They were tracking the kill feed, and they executed knowing that 4-on-4 doesn't work for them. 3-on-2 does.
Yeah, it's like we can't win the 4v4, so let's just take the 4v2.
But this is Poro. This is a 4AM that if you'd have told me that they were going to be this proactive and read the situations like this in 2025 when they were a different roster, right? We'd have called you all a liar. But this 4AM looks proactive and looks for those opportunities.
And not only that, they're starting to look a little bit more comfortable, right? Like at the beginning of this this weekend, like we saw them end up in those kind of late game situations, and they look nervous, right? Like just watching them and the way they're positioning themselves, like they look like, you know, kind of scattered, looking all in different directions, like, oh, where's the fight gonna come from? This one looked like they were in control, like they had control over the south side of the circle rather, and they were the ones taking the fights to other people rather than the fights coming to them. And even there at the end, Shen going out there to hunt down that last player, like that, you could see the looks on their face, like they're psyched about that one.
Yes, they are. Smiles across the faces of 4 Angry Men, and we've had many a 19-point win today, but it's 21 points going the way of 4 Angry Men. I understand your kind of like differences of where they were coming in from, Poro, because they were in the northeast side for a long time and then wrapped around onto the south. So they were, again, just chasing circles, being able to take out teams along the way, and now they kind of join the top pack to a certain extent. It doesn't look as crazy, the divide between 3rd and 4th place, but still Twisted Minds Toffees, still here, still ever killing things, still being annoying.
Still grinding it out, absolutely dominant. And I think what you have to look at in the last game is going into that top pack, be north of 30 or the chase will be untenable. And so 4AM does that off the back of Shen's performance here. They managed to get up to that sort of, we could be north of 30 going into tomorrow. I think that's going to be the order for everybody in this next game. Because as Shen did well, 4AM stood up. We also saw Na'Vi finally turning it back around. Up till now, they look like novices. Now here they are playing well and getting some points on the board. I love what 4AM's doing. I love that Spaceman is here kind of helping prop them up. But for me, it's been kind of Winda and Shen that have stepped out over the last 2 days and been like, look at me. I've got the skills to pay the bills. And they're kind of carrying in those moments when it matters most.
Oh yeah, Shen's been bonkers, man. And he'll be the man of the match 2 games in a row, Blank. And it's exciting to see Shen kind of playing this way, because when we saw Shen emerge onto the scene, it was kind of like on a pseudo-Malaysian roster, because the kids, you know, he's going to be representing Malaysia again at PUBG Nations Cup, and he is the star of that country completely. So it's impressive to see him gel with this Chinese roster in the way he does and be able to look so amazing doing it.
Yeah, it's a very difficult thing to do. Right now, he's trying to speed run the 200 kill mark, right? Apparently. Yeah, doing very, very well. I think HS also a really big member of that squad, doing a lot of work. It's funny because there is a lot of praise that goes towards Spaceman as being this big member of the squad, but right now it is kind of HS as well as Shen putting in a large amount of work for that squad. I do think though, again, bringing back that human element, you take down T1, that you feel so much more comfortable now. You don't feel like you've got this weird looming factor. We can't deal with this team at all. But yeah, look, a really lovely game from them. I think for Team Liquid though, right, for that squad, it felt like there wasn't that proactive nature coming through from like we saw from 4AM. There was that moment on the eastern side. I genuinely think the team comms, they set themselves up nicely. But outside of that, what were we really doing?
Any more teams you want to talk about, Blanco?
No, I'm done. I apologize. You know, I'm finished. Hands
All
up.
right, anyway, we haven't had a chance to talk to him for 4 lands in a row, but we've got Perfectix on the line here, who's ready with Bella for an interview.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing here with Twisted Minds' new boy. Well, Perfectix, great to have you back here. Well, this is officially your first TPP tournament, right? Like, how have you been adjusting to it? Does it feel different? I just want to hear your side.
Yeah, it's my first TPP LAN tournament. I feel confident, so I'm excited to play it, and I hope we will win.
I mean, did your other teammates, did they tell you like their take on TPP or anything to look out for or keep in mind when participating this time around?
Excuse me, can you again?
Did your teammates tell you anything about like the format now and what TPP the difference is?
I mean, I was watching all the games when I wasn't here, so I'm in.
You're in? All right. Well, thank you for that Perfectix, and I hope you guys win too. Thank you.
Perfectix. Fantastic. It's always great to have the back aboard. Molodok was a great fill-in, but it doesn't beat the full roster being there. Good to go. All right, gentlemen, we're going to go to a break. When we return, one final game for day number 1 of our final stage. You don't want to miss it.
Hi guys, it's Bella here with the relay interview, and today's guest is Salute. 안녕하세요. 안녕하세요. Well, Shilla had to say that he wanted you to take the next interview. He had a couple of questions. He wants to know
why he toxic. He say me 바보.
And this is your chance to defend yourself.
뭐 그렇기 때문에 좀 S2G 선수들이랑은 좀 연이 없어서 좀 그런 식으로 친해져 보려고 그냥 장난스럽게 한번 그렇게 말했습니다.
I know a lot of the players here in the lobby, they are familiar with Korean culture, but if you, Salute, as an individual, had to recommend one thing from Korea to other players, what would it be?
일단 뭐 저의 이미지랑 어울리는 거 음식 추천인데 비빔밥 참 맛있는 데 가면 맛있어가지고 추천드리고 싶습니다.
인정입니다. Before I let you go, I have to ask you, who do you want this relay interview to visit next?
일단 팔콘 코치의 건어를 선택하고 싶고 그 이유는 일단 사실 해외 대회 나가면 건어가 되게 적극적으로 다른 팀들과 소통하고 좀 그런 팀들을 많이 도와주기 때문에 굉장히 책임감 있고 멋있는 코치라고 생각을 하기 때문에 선택하겠습니다.
꼭 전해드리도록 하겠습니다. What should I ask Gunner other than telling him what you just said?
어떻게 그렇게 화를 다스리는지랑 그리고 어떻게 그런 책임감을 가질 수 있는지 궁금합니다.
Alright, thank you Salute for joining me. 감사합니다. 네, 건어 코치한테는 잘 전해드리도록 하겠습니다. Alright, 안녕.
The famous Bella double wave live from Seoul, South Korea here. We've got one more games coming at you here today. And right now, the ominous presence of Twisted Minds is in first place here. But there are still plenty of teams looking phenomenal up towards the top. Falcons has been chasing circles all day. They didn't quite have the best of it this time around here on Rondo, but they are still very much in the race. So is Genji with the double win. So is 4am with Shen looking very excellent indeed as well. Toffees, it's all popping up here for the final stage.
Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, it really is coming down to the separation in that leaderboard where pop-offs are happening with our top teams, and I expect them to continue. But that break-off between 5th and 6th of 10 points, and then another 10 points when you get down to 11 and below is becoming a little bit too much for teams to deal with 6 games left to play. So that's where, as we get into this last match, if you've got friends, if you're a fan of these teams, you need to start really, I don't know, burning some incense, sending them some tweets, whatever it is. Because if they don't pop, yeah, exactly. Here's some sage advice. Do well in the last game or you're going to be really struggling tomorrow because the leaders are taking everything from this lobby.
All right, this time, Blank, any more teams you actually want to talk about? This time is a real question.
I'm gonna keep pretty stum, I think. No, I think honestly, for the main ones really are Falcons right on Twisted Mind. I mean, that rivalry is in full pursuit. I would just like to see Falcons have themselves a nice circle to work with on this last game. I think that's what I would like to see.
That'd be cool.
And just have them have a good game and see what they can get done with that, because they might be able to make it very difficult for anyone else to get towards the top.
Yes, they may. Perfectix being compared to good old Kickstart here. We were talking about it whilst the game was going on, Poro. The Kickstart, I think he's really stepped into the IGL role very well so far for the team.
Absolutely, and every game that passes, he's just going to get better, right? Like it's all just, he's got years and years and years of experience at this point. Like it's just a slight change in kind of taking over that leadership role. But we said at the beginning of the day, when you're listening to those comms, you can hear like he is taking that team by the horns and driving it forward. Like whenever they need to finally just shut up and make a call. He shuts them up. He makes the call. They go ahead.
Yeah.
So, I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do in this last game. Like, even without the 10-point buffer, like, they've had a pretty decent day so far. 34 points on the day, 44 when you add in the 10 from winning winners. We'll see how much more they can get.
I spoke to Tig when actually, as we take a look at the overall leaderboards, I spoke to him about that kind of change, and he said that Kickstart's the kind of person that will launch himself fully into the role, even though he's never done it before, and that's very much been the case, right? He is really, as you say, taken it by the horns and been able to ride alongside us. 44 points for them so far. Genji at 44 points as well. 51 for Twisted Minds to get the lay of the land fully here. But it's not out of the realms of possibility, Toffees, that 4am continues on this streak that they've been able to push. T1 could quite easily be able to put up some big numbers. Myth could even make some jump ups. There's so many teams that could easily do it in this last game.
But and that's the hard part, though, because a lot of those teams have to easily do it, have an arch rival or a counter rotation that could end it for them, right? 4am and T1 are both on the cusp, but they both have to deal with each other on a regular basis. And that goes right down the line. Myth continuously has to fight through some tough spots. All of these teams have to do it now. You can't leave it for tomorrow. 5 games tomorrow, 1 left today. This is the time for rubber to meet the road.
Yes, they do. A great start to our final stage. Let's end off the first half with a banger as well as we give you Poro and Toffees to bring us Erangel.
Yes, sir. Nothing but bangers here today. And we will end the day with another banger for sure, as we get a plane going from south to north. Toffee, it's interesting. You look at the leaderboard, you start thinking about, okay, the last few days, on those days when we've seen the 5 games where everything's kind of revolving around top 8, and the cut points have been around like 28, 30 points. So if you consider that that's your average, right, I think that should be the goal for all these teams that are kind of still looking towards tomorrow. Try to get to that 30-point threshold and give yourself an average day so that maybe you still have a shot at turning things around tomorrow.
Yeah, there's nothing more depressing than being the team that's coming in to salvage PGC points, because that's essentially what happens. If you don't make that 30, then you have to strategize tomorrow, because there's still stuff on the line. There's still PGC points, there's still money, there's still a shot to maybe sort of set a standard that you be at the next PGS. Like, there are things to earn by everyone in 6th through 12th to 15th place, right? But you know, as you prep for tomorrow, if I'm not north of 30, I'm not really prepping to win this event. I'm prepping to get the most points out of it that I can. And that is a very different feeling coming into the day of play. So I think you are absolutely right. And I think that you need to be north of 30 to allow yourself to go home and say, I can win this. Let's strategize accordingly. And when you're not doing that, when you're planning for different, like something else, it's just not as fun, man. These guys are motivated by domination. They want to go out there and be the best of the best, not salvage for the later in the year.
Absolutely right. As we check in with Virtus Pro, we see the circle cuts down to the southwest, and Virtus Pro will have their pick of the litter in terms of spots near the center to see where they decide to go. Just a quick reminder and a rewind back towards PGS 1 when we had our final stage. Petrichor Road and 4 Angry Men took first and second with 95 points apiece. And then you had Made in Thailand down with 89 in third place. So that's kind of what we were looking at last time. We'll see if we get that high up this time. But having those point sponges in the lobby that time around kind of made things a little bit tighter further down the leaderboard.
Yeah, I think you're right. It is because with our top 2 team, or our second and third place team at only 44, 4am below that, it does leave a few extra points on the board. And I would love nothing more than to see this be 6 horses going into the race tomorrow in that north of 30 position. So the circle, this is a look back on the last game as we watch those transitions by 4am who came out in the victory. You can see them charting out those rotations, making sure they're covering each other. And every time that they came into a crash, sometimes they were contested, sometimes they weren't, but they found good spots, they locked them down, and they played strong as a group. And to me, that was the key. Their arch nemesis is T1. They were spread out. 4am moved as a unit through most of these fights. They did leave 2 here off in the distance to sort of cover them from the other side, but especially when it came to the end of this game, 4am understood when to move, how to use signals, sound signals, and then of course how to use the kill feed to make sure that they were always stronger in the fights they took.
They look great. They look confident as they push through all these teams here. Now, going back to last time, again, we'll say 4 a.m. tied with Petrichor Road. They only lost the tiebreaker on placement points with 95 points. That was PGS 1. PGS 2 and 3 finals they both made, but they also kind of fell down after that. They finished in 9th in PGS 2 and then finished in 16th in PGS 3. So this is one of those things where you see 4 a.m. obviously extremely capable. They're just a frag-happy team, but they need things to kind of go their way. They need to start building off of their successes, and having that success here on day one hopefully will put them in a position where they can start building off of it.
I mean, I'll call a spade, though. You saw it there at the end. They almost threw that two-man push against T1 in the 2v2 to take the car. And if they had lost that 2v2, they probably would have lost the game. So I do think there is something to say for they are improving and they're making great plays, but I do think sometimes they're a little rushed with those decisions. And I understand why, but I think there's sometimes a little bit of hunger. You saw it with the Falcons in that fight, too. They kind of overtopped that hill just a little too quickly and took shots from third parties. And I think that is something that 4AM has to shore up just a little bit if they want to keep thriving as a team. Speaking of 4AM, let's jump over and check on them. Looting down here in the south. No contest. I don't think they've got any issues. They are going to get out of this rotation very, very comfortably. They don't have any team standing between them. They actually, I think, sent Spaceman forward to watch the early rotation south of Razak. So they should be good coming to the circle with no problems.
Yeah, our other top 3 teams, Twisted Mind, Gen G, Falcons, all taking their time looting up, so they'll be coming in late. We'll keep an eye on them and their rotation paths in, as pretty much most of the rest of the teams now already in the lobby is Liquid. Oh no, Rex, can't park there, homie. Cardi will put a shotgun right to the jaw, and that'll pick up another point here for Team Liquid, and the rest of the boys have arrived, so Supers will go ahead and dip on out.
You know, the other guys are still, Luke and Halo are not there yet, but the Supers just weren't willing to risk it. The fact that Purdy took the quick knock and flush is actually going to chase them away, so I love that. I love that the two here were able to bristle strong enough that they convinced them this is not a fight you want.
Absolutely, worked out in their favor. A team that could definitely use some things go in their favor. Furia had a decent start to the day, but then it's just been, conflict after conflict. They're just kind of just straight up losing team fights, it seems like, Toffees. The guns just haven't been on their side here today, and they're pulling in on the eastern side of this circle just behind Anyone's Legend. Anyone's Legend a little bit split, though, so they might be able to avoid a fight.
I'm going to be frank, Furia has felt lost in this lobby so far. Every time they come into a fight, I feel like they're just catching the bad end of it. I'd like to see them turn that around, though. They have to go through Anyone's Legend and a bunch of other teams here. There's not a lot of clean rotations, because even if they pass AL, Na'Vi is next in line. So Furia, you can see, this is... Okay, that moment kind of sums up what it feels like their games have been like today. This idea of a little bit of miscommunication, a little bit of mistiming, and in a lobby this strong, a little bit is an awful lot.
That being said, it seems like they are aware, right, that Na'Vi and Anyone's Legend could be up here. So instead of just sending it blindly through, they're going to go ahead and play the coastline to where at least they know one side of their rotation will be clear, as there's going to be nobody in the river. Meanwhile, Made in Thailand, where even are Made in Thailand? They are trying to find a place to call home, but it seems like, okay, they're just south of Everest. So they're coming in north. They're backfilling Liquid. We still got Crazy Raccoons taking their sweet time up in North George, but maybe I was wrong. Furia did not get the memo that Na'Vi is still here. Na'Vi took their time, and they're calling the other boys down, but it looks like they spotted out Boostic. They'll take the shots, but don't get any damage in.
I think he just checked the window before opening the door. Smart play. Goes around the side. Boostic says, they found me, and has to jump back out, but he fakes the out, goes back in, and says, all right, I'll hold. As Na'Vi says, we're coming to help you. So Boostic retakes the house and holds the push angle.
You started to see Na'Vi start to come online last game. Got a nice little stack of kills for themselves playing out of the city, and now they have Furia in their midst. Biel Malcamo already on the top of the roof, spying out. He heard the engines. He knows that there should be more players here on the cliff side. But Na'Vi, they are taking their time. They don't want to take any unnecessary risks here in the final game of the day.
Yep, they know 4AM's got the other six-pack and is watching there from behind, so they can try to just lock him out. Posa pushes forward, gets the knock on Boostic and the quick flush. Na'Vi might choose to pull at this point, though they did already. Oh, man, they rolled him around, so it looks like they don't have a pull option. They're going to have to Are they going to... I don't know if I'd fight this, man. They've got a building. There's no chance of pushing in. It's not going to be in the next circle, most likely. It just doesn't feel like it's worth throwing bodies at.
Yeah, and not only that, like, this is one of those situations where you got to be expecting teams to keep coming in from that eastern side. And right now you're not getting shot in the back, but the longer this fight goes, the more chance there it will be that another team will kind of look over in this direction and be in a perfect spot to third party. But they do seem to want to stick around and take some shots.
Res beacon.
Yeah, that might be it. That might be it.
Both of these teams are like, we can fight here because if we win, we just have the beacon. And we'll likely catch a circle enough time for them to come back, right? So, like, I think that's part of pushing this fight. I just don't know that it's the right move for Na'Vi. They need points. They got to get north of 30. Even if you win this and you get the res beacon up and you bring your lost players back, you're limping the rest of the map just as badly as if you're 3 equipped.
Well, let's see what they decide to do. Meanwhile, we see the Falcons coming in kind of on that same coastline, so they could be joining this shortly. While things are kind of slowing down here, let's take a moment to listen into Furia as they will try to repel that push from Na'Vi.
Dá do banheiro.
Vou abrir aqui.
Vai.
Mano, tinha um dando tiro daquela casa. Ainda matou um.
Cadê o carro do cara, sabe?
Não, sem info.
Mano, ele foi a pé pro 4. Vai tá solo ali, eu acho.
Tá bom. Tá safe.
Vamos explodir o chip desse cara e vamos jogar assim. Tem balão, tá?
Ah, tô vendo um vindo aqui pra esse negativo aqui, ó. Deve ser o que tava lá no verde, ele tava vindo assim, a linha laranja, tá? Vindo aqui pro laranja.
Glider. Mano, vai passar a rotação, esses caras vão começar a tomar tiro, velho.
Vai ter um aqui também já na casa amarela, guys. Muito aberto, cuidado, posso você tá por fora.
Yeah, Na'Vi kind of been just holding the line here, and it's actually going to create problems for Furia if Na'Vi decides to stick around, but it's also creating problems for Na'Vi because they've got to make their way in.
I think they're going to try to jump in a car, maybe drive off, leave a floater here to pick them off because they know that Furia is being crazy careful right now. They do move a car to a safer spot. Hakuri knows he's got a good ridgeline with an easy 3P peep, and so he can just keep holding this, and they can move to the blue as it closes. They know that the onus is on Furia to travel. Now, we got T1 blowing on by in between Liquid and Gam the Expendables, just looking to find somewhere to sit here on the llama. TL opens fire, though, and does catch Crazy Raccoons. Nice move by Halo.
Yeah, Team Liquid actually taking over this compound. They're getting pressed from both sides as they'll take shots over towards T1. They get the knock on the Crazy Raccoons. That's going to force them to go back down to the south force. Crazy Raccoons going to go into Expendables territory, or at least Zest's territory. It looks like Zest might have been just stepping out from the compound on the beach. So he's going to go ahead and retreat. So Crazy Raccoons should be able to reset. And it looks like T1 will survive for the time being. Meanwhile, Furia do eventually try to leave. He gets shot at in the backs by Na'Vi, but this will pull them away back to the north. This is a nice disengage here from Furia.
Absolutely, you got to stick the dismount. They knew that Na'Vi was being troublesome. They made a long rotation around the outside. Smart. Will it pan out? Hard to say. They got a tough rotate ahead of them, but at least they're making smart, forward-thinking decisions, and that's not what they did in the previous couple of games. I think the old Furia would have charged straight at Na'Vi and tried to walk away by rezzing their players afterwards. So Na'Vi going to go back in, see if they can find Boostic's blue chip. I don't know if Furia took it or not.
Actually don't mind this from Furia either. They saw the glider from Kickstart, so they know that there's a team kind of over here. They're coming up to the high ground to do a little scouting, see where the next spot they might want to go is. Kickstart will be able to feed all that information that a full 4-man squad is coming up over the top to the rest of the boys down in the compound below. You can see where they're working from, and now Gen G has started to make their way in just off to Falcons West. So a lot of action going in here on the northern side. Looks like the Falcons are going to hop into vehicles and dip on out.
All right, the soup is cooking as they try to get a few more in. Ionix, though, looks like he wants to spring an ambush on Myth. But Myth driving like they smell trouble as they ping off to the left side and choose not to land there. Smart.
Yeah,
I don't know what they sniffed out, but they knew there was something waiting.
Well, the thing they're not going to sniff out is Petrichor Road on that western side, so they may end up running into each other. We'll keep an eye on that as Furia will cut down into the fields. But they're going to start getting hassled here by Virtus Pro and by Falcons, as you just see a number of teams just hovering around in the fields, in vehicles on that northern side. There is a red zone that's popping right now in those northern fields, so we'll maybe create some more holes, more ditches for these guys to hide in as they wait to see what the next circle does, and it will go right in the center.
I like how the players' relationships with red zones have changed pretty dramatically. Now it's like, man, I hope it opens up some cover for us. Tonbin opens the spray with the 3X, can't walk away with anything as Petrichor zips on by, heads into a nice kind of central south of the road position.
Oh, D. Genji trying to go into the fields. D will get taken down. They're going to find DraftKing, though. Bean gets the knock. He gets the flush. Posa is going to stay alive by the grace of the shack right now. We'll find the knock as well onto Bean. Actually, Lukaruk's going to get that knock. So Posa getting a little bit of support from on high. Virtus Pro had the angles, and they took them.
That was a great first knock on D, but Bean absolutely sent in and said, you know, I'm going to take vengeance, try to keep this man alive. So Bean is done. They might be able to get a Brez back up on D as the digging begins frantically by the Falcons. Strimsy signed to make cover. Tiggleton assigned to set up a mortar and figure out who to shoot.
Hey, stick with what you know, kid. And right now, Tiggleton knows mortars. The Expendables will try to repel the push from Supers, but no, Clories will have to retreat back in. He gets knocked. He gets flushed. Guman will pick up a point for Supers as the Expendables try to re-rack, but it looks like Heaven might go. Oh, Kate Tiggleton finds the double knock on the Soul, and there goes Gen G, just like that.
Trigonometry pays off dividends as the Falcons get back at Genji for some of the early game antics. Now we jump back over to Gam, the Expendables, dealing with this attack by the Soup. They came from the sky, they took the house, and now they're looking to pounce. Can Gam, the Expendables, hold off against this one? Duck Juice is knocked. DL try making a really nice play. I don't know how you dig them out, man. You're
this is
outnumbered.
tough. You're having to do, both teams having to do this under the eyes of Liquid, who have the high ground, and you see Supa have to immediately retreat back to the hard covers. Rex is getting the flush with the pistol, because why not? But Supers now have a compound. They know that there's a team on the high ground overlooking them, and T1's going to hear these shots. Raining's starting to creep down over in this direction. Liquid needs to be careful.
Well, here comes Petrichor choosing to get involved from the opposite side. They're going to bang into Gam, the Expendables, aggressively. And so you can see that fight breaking out as Tanvu turns on I-266 and stops him. Meanwhile, Navi comes from the sky, and Inonix is waiting.
Oh, Navi, they tried to take the E pickup. Oh, Hakuri will get Inonix the second he looks away. Guyon is low, and looks like Navi knows it. PO nowhere to be found here as well. Actually, no, he's going to get the knock on Ferris. He had the angle, but Hakuri will make the creep up onto Guyon. He gets another one. He's the last player left alive for Navi. Maybe he can get a res here, but PO is on his horse. He's headed over.
He's coming over. He wants to take this fight against Smakatori. He's trying to fall back and get himself the res. PO doesn't care as a solo. He says, I love this. I was built for this. Give me a 1v1 as he tries to come up this hill. Throws a couple of feeler explosions out there to see what he can walk away with.
It's going to fall well shy, though, as looks like Ferris will be donated over to the blue, but we will get Sparrow back. Hakuri looking back uphill, knowing that PO is coming. Grenade will fall a little bit shy. Hakuri will spot him out, takes the shots, but PO is able to retreat back into the smokes. But look at the little ridge line Hakuri has to work with, and now Spiro also could provide some support. The grenade's going to come through. Goes a little bit short as PO is still dancing around on it.
PO is like, I came for a 1v1. You know what? I'll stay for a 1v2. Why not? You could try to salvage here, but this is the Crazy Raccoons way. Meanwhile, VP and the Falcons continuing to give each other a hard time. Shooting some stuff in the air. He's looking for that flush. He can't quite find a way to crawl to safety, but I think he gets away with it.
Oh, Virtus Pro, though, they're in vehicles. They're starting to make their way over here. They just want to get into grenade range. That's all they ask for. So they will send some utility over into the dips. It's going to fall just a little bit short. So Falcons may be able to get this res back off, but both eyes, or sets of eyes here from the two remaining Falcons players are set on repelling these invaders.
And then from the other side, Furia, rapidly their foxholes are becoming trenches, though, as nade after nade rains down upon him. Tingleton just praised the bounces, don't favor him. The car goes over the top, but Ting opens the double!
Big double knock there as the res came through for Falcons, but it doesn't matter. They clean it up anyway. Corexi and Beamy will be the ones that finish it off. Furia, they are still 3 alive. They're still involved, and they've got VP pinned up against the wall. Nixie should be able to get back on his feet, though.
That was incredible. Posa watching from the 3P position says, you know, maybe I don't want any of that smoke. We'll let them do them as the fight continues between VP and the beautiful defend of the Falcons. They were ultimately eliminated, but you got to give Tig some love, man. That was a great double spray down, though VP should be in a recover. They got 3. They've got some cover out there and some extra loot on their hands. But here comes 4AM, the cavalry, pushing hard.
It's a valiant effort as we see the replay from Falcons. 4AM breezing through the open field, and it looks like they will survive here as we get to see a replay of that beautiful mortar from Tingleton once again and the immediate follow-up. So great work there on the part of Falcons. They will finish their day with 47 points in second place. We'll see how much more Twisted can get as they are now down to 2, scrapping with Myth on the south side.
All right, so the grenade comes up here as Myth trying to slide in. They need the points desperately. Twisted Minds in dominant position in this lobby so far at score. They'd like to expand that even farther. Example pushes up. Nice grenade. Gets the knock on Scappy. Opens the door for him to come forward. Already low. Gets the Molly tossed up. Grenade in exchange. He drops down to half, but it's just too strong. Molly whopped as Example gets the dub.
He does indeed. He'll try to smoke off Lou and see if he can maybe go for that res, but unfortunately for Twisted Minds, Anyone's Legend is starting to press down on them, and they will get that flush, and they might get a little bit more if Example and Batulins are not lucky here. As we see, he's trying to hold the line. Him-ass in vehicle. They're just kind of hovering around over in that direction, and now you can see Cerberus actually inside zone on that roadside looking over in that direction, as well as Navi starting to make their way in. I think they've got Hakuri inside zone, one more in the blue, and we'll see if Anyone's Legend can hit the utility. So far, it's not landing.
We saw Tingleton get a double. Example answered with his own. Now can Example answer with a triple as he faces down AL. 4AM on the crash. They join the Petrichor soup kerfuffle, and they do manage to get in without losing anybody. They should just hunker up here, I would assume, as we jump back to watching Example try to hold against the Pandas.
My goodness. What a send from 4AM. I can't believe they managed to get everybody across that field. Well, they lose 1, but still managed to keep it 3 up. That's pretty impressive stuff as Batulins will continue to cycle those smokes, try to give himself a little bit of an opportunity. Virtus Pro, meanwhile, they've sent Corexi and Nixie up to the high ground. They're going to start taking shots down towards Furia, but T1 has been hanging out up here for a while, and they are going to hear that, and they're going to send everybody over here to clean up that high side.
Yep, they need to lock up this ridge. It's a great winning position for them potentially, and they need VP not to infringe upon that. Nixie and the boys do have a great little creator here. Remember, we saw those red zones earlier. I think that's what created this for them, as they got a good spot to hide their car. Honestly, the best part of those red zones is car hiding. But here comes Example. He goes for the opening spray, tries to get it, and cannot pull it off. Batulin tries to give aid, and both drop and get their heads lopped off with a nice pivot by AL.
Yeah, nice work there by Anyone's Legend, and Cerberus will take down Hakuri, so that'll be it for Navi, as 2 of our EMEA squads get summarily dispatched from the lobby almost back-to-back. Virtus Pro now might be next on the menu as T1 starting to make their way over here. The utility is being sent as we'll see if Furia can maybe get Kraken back on up. I feel like you could drag him back into that shack. That might be a little bit safer. Oh, nope, you don't have time.
They don't
yep, never mind.
They just took some gear and went on his way. Now here's the big watch. Anyone's Legend and VP, they're both in a good position to get north of 30. That was our target, get north of 30 going into tomorrow. Can they do it? Furia is playing pure salvage, sends their 2 men forward to try and find themselves a little something, but there's not much going on. VP needs to survive tier 1 if they want to stay in this race. Both of these teams at the upper mid pack. Who comes out on top?
Oh, that's a big grenade from Raining to get the knock on a Lugarux, and now the circle is going to pull away. That's great news for Cerberus, great news for Team Liquid, and it could be great news for T1 if they can clean this up cleanly. Corexi, though, is going to get the knock. Ian's going to go down as well to Luke 12, and now things are starting to fall apart here for T1. They have got to make short work here of Virtus Pro. The grenades are falling, but they're not finding the mark on these last 2 players.
Heather, this is the player to make it, but Team Liquid sees the blood in the water, and they're trying to make a back push. You got to make the play now. Nixie goes to the right side. Heather's got a grenade in hand, switches it out. Your XC gets rating flushed. Heather gets a knock, and VP is eliminated as Heather comes through, guns ablazing, but Purdy has appeared. Team Liquid knows that T1 is now limping, and they'd love to get this space for themselves.
This is fantastic timing for Team Liquid if they can manage to get Type and Heather before they're able to reset these smokes. They've sent 3 up here. You can tell they're taking it seriously. And now 4 a.m., they actually leave their compound. They're backfilling for T1. So T1 is getting pressured from both sides, but Type will find the knock on a Cowboy immediately. Shen will take down Heather. Purdy will steal it away. Type will go down to Winda. And now 4 a.m. and Liquid are squaring off on the high ground.
There was a firefight as everyone wants to get involved. 4 a.m. and Liquid. It was VP versus T1 in the same spot. And my, how the tables have turned as these have to fight up on the top now. Shen making a drive-by. He goes for it, but it doesn't pan out. 4 angry men become 4 dead men as Team Liquid somehow survives with 4. Throw Halo in the car. Get him back to safety. Things are flying by on fire. It was chaos.
It absolutely was, and Cerberus now taking the fight with Anyone's Legend on the south side. Anyone's Legend with their backs up against the blue. They're starting to take some damage here. You see Delwyn and Destroy both bleeding out quickly. Cerberus holding the line strong. Udert will get the knock on to Destroy. Sololzi's going to go down as well. Himass now down. It's all down to Delwyn, and he's in the blue. He's going to run around back to the smoke. Can he find anything? No, it looks like he's donating his point over as he will go down, and Cerberus up to 5 kills.
Anyone's Legends learns you can't peek if you ain't got a head, because every time they looked up, pop, 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 they take their heads right off. Team Liquid in a great spot, though. They got a wall to work out of as the circle begins to close. Soup still got to deal with Petrichor. Tam the Expendables got some folks lying just outside the circle, and then we got Cerberus on the high ground with no nearby threats.
Yeah, Cerberus just begging this circle to cut back south. It looks like they're just going to loot up right now and then get themselves set up for the late game. As Tanvu will get the roof peak onto 04. It's the immediate knock. He's going to miss that grenade. Oh no, the C4. The C4 is in play, boys. Wong F will drop it on. You can hear the beeping. Is he going to... We're going to drive it over? We're driving over? Yeah, just give it time, give it time, give it time. We got this. And now we go, now we go, now we go. We're going to get them close enough. It gets close enough. It's going to roll right by. It's going to find nobody. That does a lot of damage, though.
It does. It forces the move. Tanvu actually gets a knock out of it, but that is all they're going to get. Tanvu not a lot of options now because Soup is shooting him from behind. What a move. Turns around and says, stop shooting me. I'm trying to help you guys. And then goes back to working on Petrichor.
Oh, goodness gracious. Tanvu doing the most from this high ground, keeping track on everything, while Purdy Curdy is actually going to spot out Cerberus from range. So Cerberus does not get fortunate with that circle shift, and they're going to have to move a little bit farther to the north. Team Liquid gets to hold on to that high ground, and a beautifully cooked grenade from 04 will put an end to the Expendables' reign of terror.
It felt like they were trying to save that utility for later and finally just said, this guy's got to die. He's been attacking us for far too long. Team Liquid take a quick look at their coaching staff, their strategists. They're planning, they're hoping, they're drinking water as Liquid tucks in here. They lost the circle. They had to creep forward. They've dug their own graves. Or will they be foxholes that they can win this out of? A little bit of high ground might make a big difference as Cerberus has to try to push into the circle now.
Now, Team Liquid has to be looking at this one like a very winnable game. And they just have to find the shots there. Kurt will get another knock on the Stan. But unfortunately, Cerberus has enough utility to where they can just take these knocks, continue to revive. And no flushes coming out just yet for the Liquid boys. But look at the area they have to work with. They're looking pretty good. All eyes on Cerberus as Supers is just content to hide out in that compound for the time being. There's not really much else they have to do. Same with Petrichor Road. So Cerberus, hate to be you, buddy. Yep. Everybody is looking over in your direction.
Can we talk about Liquid's next level hiding a UAV behind one? Like, they're using the UAZ to cover the UAZ, and that's baller. Like, you can't shoot it if it's hidden, brother. So that's why they got it parked there. They will have an escape plan. Cerberus getting dismantled from the other side of the map. If Petrichor crushes Cerberus, it sets Liquid up, like you said, in such a good spot to roll over the top of that hill to get the soup drained. This is what we need, is the teams all need Cerberus down. Cerberus needs that circle to snap shut in their favor, and they could still come out on this unless Liquid gets angry. They've got the Doritos, they've got the smoke. They're going to push towards center.
I like this from Team Liquid. They realize that their win condition is to try to make their way across that road, and that new circle pop is going to favor that. They have multiple angles here. The thing they need to prioritize is getting rid of Cerberus, but the good thing for them is that Supers and Petrichor Road are both looking over in that direction as well. So Cerberus really just pinned down with their backs against the wall. There's not really much they can do.
There isn't, and they have to figure it out down to a set of three-headed dogs trying to stay in this fight, but there isn't a lot of options. They're pinned on Liquid's side. Liquid not only made a good move, they set themselves with solid defense against the northeast attack cycle, so they can lock in here. The issue is Soup and Petrichor still have some ground to hold, which means they're not going to get very aggressive. They're just going to sit in their buildings and try to get picks here on Liquid, and that might save Cerberus a little bit.
You can see the angles that Supers have. They just don't have a shot onto Liquid right now, and that's just a result of great planning on the part of Liquid and setting themselves up here in beautiful position for this late game. Cerberus trying to find if they can maybe at least get something off of Petrichor Road. That's the only thing that they can even safely peek at right now, as they are most likely almost completely out of utility. You can see the smoke's still blossoming, as it looks like Petrichor Road's going to try to get a little bit closer towards them, see if they can maybe get a couple more points here.
You know, and I think this is a war of attrition, as all these teams are just going to wait out Cerberus's inevitable death to the blue, because they just can't move any farther forward. So you don't want to risk anything. You don't want to lose helmets. You don't want to take too many more knocks. You just kind of let the circle do its work. As you see Cerberus trying to ghost ride the whip as they slide closer and closer to the circle, try to stay ahead of the blue with the Zampa strats, but I just don't know how that's going to work.
All right. Things kind of slowing down here a little bit. Well, everybody, as you said, just kind of waiting for Cerberus to make moves. I-26 will get that knock on a stand. I think he's been knocked about 5 times now. He's going to find Tadman as well. So these are big points getting picked up for Petrichor Road. Pretty Curdy going to try to steal one away. Alo will get it. So that'll be a 6 point in the bag for Liquid. And now Supers have realized that Petrichor Road has left, and they will find an opening knock onto Chewy with a beautiful grenade from Rex.
This is big news for Liquid. If they can force these two to fight, it's huge for them. Cerberus is out, Petrichor down by 2. It's Rex, the king, the newest pickup for Supers, making a big push, but here comes Halo Cowboy. From the other side, they see the advantage portal, they're going for it.
And Rex is waking up here. He finds 04, and that's going to do it for Petrichor Road. No knocks taken on the part of Supers. So this is a straight 4v4 between Supers and Team Liquid for our final win of the day. Team Liquid continue to try to move their cover a little bit closer towards center dot, while Supers, they've got a lot of smokes.
You know what? They tried to make a move on that fight, but they finished it so fast it stopped Cowboy in his tracks, and it is a good old-fashioned 4v4. Making a 3v4 as Heaven, the king, gets the knock. Luke 12 trying to make a counter, wants Purdy to be saved as best he can, but the Supers are being aggressive.
Getting picked out on the side. Heaven will flush him out as well, as looks like Guman will retreat to some pre-made destructible cover here. Cowboy trying to see above the smoke, see if he can spot any heads moving. It looks like Team Liquid is really just trying to get a read on exactly where the Supers players are, and Cowboy will spot out at least one, as Luke 12 will peek with the Panzer. He's going to find one. Guman goes down.
Luke 12 Panzer Fausting while Cowboy gets on top of his mount. Heaven trying to make the left side push. Can't go for the res because Luke is being aggressive. Hears him off to the right side. Thinks maybe it's the crawler. It's not, baby. It's a man in the blue. But he goes down. Counter exchange. Cowboy trying to make it work. Here's the pop. He is blinded. And Supers pushes. They are boiling. They are hot. And they come away with the win on the last match of the day. What a blazer of an ending. A small stalemate followed by non-stop action. Let's bring Kylaris and Blank back in to what a way to end the first day.
Man, whenever we travel, Toffees, he's a big fan of Soup, and he was saying he wants the Supers to be able to step up. Toffees, you got your wish.
I ordered soup and they delivered. I don't care what kind of soup it is. Sometimes it's thick, sometimes it's thin, sometimes it's scary, but right now, they're hot.
Yes, they are. Boiling hot, in fact. You're going to have to wait to be able to consume that one here as DN Supers takes the win blank from this, and it was a tricky game. Let's be real. Team Liquid made a really good run of it, but DN Supers having that compound on that northeast side of these last circles, and the masterful fight that they take against Team Liquid towards the end. Team Liquid didn't seem to stand a chance.
I want to see more out of DN Supers. We know they can do more as well. Really good team. Rex on side has been doing a lot of work. DL's been fantastic, but it's really been Heaven, this guy who has stolen the show for the squad. Fantastic nades all today. Again, for Team Liquid there at the end, though, versus them, there were so many moments where me and you were talking behind the scenes saying, they know they have a good chance to take this. They know pretty much where he is, but it always felt like this lack of self-belief. Even on that side for Luke, he was looking directly where the player from DN Supers were coming.
Yeah, you could sense it, but unfortunately when that smoke dissipates, it's just too hard to be able to shut it all down. Let's take a look at the highlights from this game. Yet another game, Poro, where Falcons has to chase a circle. They got a few kills here and there, a few more points to keep them up at the top. I think that they've been super impressive considering they've not been able to get a chicken dinner so far and had to chase all these circles.
Yeah, I mean, making lemonade out of lemons, like it was he almost pulled this off too. That was always insane work by Tig, but Virtus Pro in the end will take him down. But again, man, like I was worried for Supers. They had been hanging out in that compound, just heads down, not looking at anybody, not shooting at anybody for so long, for like the last 3 or 4 circles. But man, the second that they got the idea to go push Petrichor Road, it was just click, click, click. Like they did not take a single knock. They looked so confident and so scary, just running across that road and just dismantling these teams.
Yeah, especially with how they kind of entered that compound as well, right? From the sky, from the emergency pickup, wrestling it away from teams and then being able to leverage it the way that they do. So DN Supers here with a very important win to start pushing them up this leaderboard. It's 21 points. We really haven't had any big chicken dinners, like big chicken dinners at all here, Toppies, which does speak to the idea that this lobby is very close to one another skill-wise.
I love me some Korean chicken, and we had quite a bit of that today as Supers come out with a great play. But this is a team that you got to give love to, okay? These guys, when you talk about Heather and Human, they've been at the helm of this team since 2024. They added Deal, they added Rex this year, and it seems like it's really starting to turn on as they are able to get above that 30-point line. In fact, 8 teams have made it to that spot we said they had to get to, Kylaris.
Yeah, I'm getting EWC 2025 vibes from this leaderboard so far, Poro, because it's gonna be close, and I think it's really gonna be down to the wire to the very last game here.
It's gonna be a banger, unless one of our top teams comes out and just, you know, puts their foot down in the first 2 games and just runs away. Like it's gonna be back and forth. But as you said, like, the whole left side of the leaderboard did exactly what they needed to do. 30 points and above, like that's average. You want to get above 30 if you can, and that the farther you can get above 30, the better your odds are. But that was such a great performance there from Super. I'm still in awe of just how dominant they looked at that end game.
Yeah, very good, strong control, good flanking around, good use of the smokes when they were able to push on through, and Heaven will take man of the match for this game. And Blank, I mean, at the same time though, Team Liquid on the other side, they had a strong compound. They moved on up against the position on the high ground to be able to shut down T1, and then pesky 4am comes along again for T1. It's all a bit crazy up there.
As much as I'm critical of that end game a little bit for Team Liquid, I think that they have shown like these little bright spots during the day. There was that moment where they pushed over towards 4am and T1. That looked good, and I don't think we'd see Team Liquid of match 1 try and go for that thing as we get through to match 5. So I do think that these moments where they're starting to click for them, we just have to trust our gut on some of these plays. I think if they start doing that more, they'll start getting more and more towards these end games, because they took a really nice 2-2 split across the road and held it wonderfully. It's just that late game that just, it kind of gets all ruined as soon as Purdy Curdy goes down on that edge. I know what he was looking for, it just didn't happen.
All right, well, we'll get with you, Toffers, in a moment, as we looks like we're going to have an interview as Bella in the Bella Dome is ready with Batulis.
Interview. I'm standing here with Batulis. That was a quick run you had to make to grab a drink of water. But here you are. You finished the first day of PGS4 final stage as number 1. I know that you have Perfectix, your boy, back on the team, and you have so many PGS trophies already, right? But I actually wanted to ask you, it's more about how do you keep yourself from becoming complacent? How do you stay motivated, although it's been quite a smooth sail ride for you, the team?
I would say it's pretty good question, and it would take some time for me to think of it, like, to have some big answer, but like just as I feel now, first of all, it's TPP, and we never won anything in TPP yet. So like this is the first motivation. The second motivation, which was the biggest motivation of all time for us, it's PGC trophy. So to be able to win PGC trophy, you need to qualify there. Right. To qualify there, you need to know how to play TPP. So like it's pretty simple motivation. Yeah, I would say it's pretty much it right now.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate you covering all the things that I say for the opening things too. I'm like, this is important because we have PGS points on the line that lead up to, EWC and PGC. All right, well, I guess the more trophies, the more points you get is what matters for the team. And with Perfectix now back in the picture, you've constantly mentioned that you want your OG boy back on the team, and he is back. He said that he's been watching everything, and nothing, it seems like, Twisted Minds is back to what they've been doing. And today, did you have anything that you were a little bit like, we would like to fix it going into tomorrow, or?
I would say I had this feeling through the whole tournament until today, because today was the first day when we managed not to make like huge mistakes. Yeah, like with the difficult circles, we managed to communicate well, rotate well, not do some dumb stuff and so on. In the good games, we managed to kill everyone, to check like all the solo players, especially this Taiga game. I was literally digging the hole in the map, and I knew there was a Sparrow player. I was waiting for him for 15 minutes. Like, my travel distance by foot was like 5 meters for the past 15 minutes. So I'm just glad we play disciplined, if I can say that. In PUBG, it's pretty, like, not easy to play disciplined right now. There are so many features like Mortar, Panzerfaust, red zones, like parachutes, whatever it is, and you need to keep calm and play our best game. So we did it today, and I'm happy. Yeah.
Determined and disciplined was the keywords for the team. And by now, like, you're basically a local in Korea. You guys spent so many days here in Korea, and I heard that you went on a new adventure, fishing. Is that the kick? I would love to hear more about that too.
I would say I'm not really a fishing guy. I'm absolutely noob at it. My girlfriend is, and Falcons, Gunner and Kickstar, they're like professional fishing players. And so we just had a funny communication about it. Like we found a spot together, bought some stuff for fishing, and did it like on a sunset. I did it yesterday on a free day when so. No fish, actually. Yeah, but the vibes are good.
No fishing, but you caught the vibes.
I know. You should tell me. Is there like any fish in Korea in this, big river?
In Han River?
I guess so.
I've never gone. Hey, I come from a fishing background. I had my fishing show, but I've never fished in Han River. All right, well, we'll talk later after this.
Sure.
Well, that was Batulis for the interview. But before I let you guys go, we need to remind everyone that PUBG Nations Cup 2026 is going to be happening here in Seoul, South Korea, in Changchung Arena. It's going to happen from June 23rd to 28th. And Batulis, I'll see you there as well, right?
I guess so. You should wait for announcement. Maybe first time ever.
First time ever?
Wow.
All right, here's to hoping. Thank you so much, Batulis. And we'll say bye to everyone now.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Who was interviewing who? That's crazy stuff. We did a PC interview with him, and he wouldn't shut up, and he's phenomenal at the interviews. And then we were having such a good conversation, and I was thinking to myself, there's no way Bella's going to get more out of him. And then he started asking Bella questions about fishing, and then the PNC. Oh my God, that was spectacular, Toffees. I loved every moment.
And I like that he was like, and maybe we shouldn't make leaks, Bella. Let's be careful. The whole thing was hilarious. Honestly, the two of them together is always a good time. But that's what I love about Batulin. on the back of whatever happens, he's always well-spoken. He's always a leader. He's always standing up for the team. And they had that was a great chat back and forth. I also love that he found a way to throw shade at the Falcons. They're not here. They weren't really a contest today. And he's like, I thought they were professional fishermen, but I got nothing with them. Are there even fish in Korea? As if that's why you failed. There's no fish in Korea, right? Come on. That's like saying hackers when you get headshotted. That's
so good. It's so good. He's one of my favorite people in the whole scene as Batulis. Amazing stuff. Blank, that was an interview. Oh, that was an interview.
It was curious. It was definitely curious. I mean, he looks happy though. At the end of the day,
Yeah,
I think that's the main thing. I think he's happy to have Perfectix back on board. He's unhappy there's no fish in the Han River. That's very upsetting to him.
Fella has no clue.
Yeah.
She had a fishing show apparently. Where's this at?
That was a bit wild.
I need to get those VODs, man. Where are those at?
That was like a low-key self-plug that none of us knew about.
Back on my whole fishing show. Yeah, wild. But overall for Twisted Minds, it's looked like a good day today. Yes, they had some circle luck on side, but there are also a lot of games, even our first Erangel of the day, where they were just living in towards the end game where they pretty much had no right to.
All right, final thoughts. Let's wrap this up. We'll start with Poro to get this all done here for day number 1 of the final stage.
I mean, I got to give a shout out to Machine Gunner for apparently bringing the fishing meta to the entire scene. Like,
I watched his streams.
Like a gunner thing. I was hoping that they would start golfing, so I would have somebody else to go play with, but no, I guess it's going to be fish. But shout out to Twisted Minds. That's a terrifying prospect. The fact that we have to deal with them in first place with their eyes on the prize, like that's scary stuff. But yeah, make sure you guys are here for game 1, because I feel like if one of these teams kind of takes to the reins at the beginning of the day, that might be it going forward.
Yeah, let's get everyone in on our own personal hobbies. I'm going to get everyone in on the Warhammer meta.
Nobody's painting Warhammers.
No one's got that kind of money, James.
That's not as cool as golf. Sorry, I apologize. Toughest final thoughts.
Listen, it is going to be a crazy day tomorrow. We got 8 teams that broke that 30 barrier, and I think it's going to be a really fun race. But a lot of it's going to come down to those top 3 or 4 teams, and I think 4 Angry Men and Gen G probably should take up fishing, because if it's the Falcons and Twisted Mind that went fishing together, they're at the top 2, and they're angling to be at number 1 at the end of this thing.
Okay, I like that. Yeah, that was good. Blank, final thought?
Yeah, he did that well, didn't you?
Yeah, he did, didn't he?
Look, man, South Korea, like we're saying, they're looking good right now, but can they really defeat the likes of Twisted Minds and Falcons at the top? I don't know how likely it's looking. I think Falcons get a couple of good circles tomorrow. It might just be all over.
It might be. They've been chasing all day and still looked great. All right, gentlemen, thank you very much. What a fun day we have had here on the desk in the cast, as well as the games. They've been bangers, and so have the interviews as well. That does it for day number 1 of our final stage. Tomorrow we are back, same time, same place, for more PUBG action. It's going to be awesome. You don't want to miss the last 5 games. We'll see you there.
They wanna see me in a shiny flash. You got to sell a pretty face. Got a something dope for you, man. I don't really wanna understand. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again.
No time to negotiate, never chase, I set the pace. I'm a 5-star kid from the quick to the break. You wanna see me in a shiny flash? You got to sell a pretty face. Gotta sell the dope, heard you mad. I don't really wanna understand. Got a missile name, got a pretty face. I don't partake with a face. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again.
열심히 뛰어봐 나는 앞에서 해줄게 인사 반응도 못해 다 쓰러져 dominant one in a fair game yes I'm a 신사 기상 pack it up 팀사 긴장 shoot it up 비상 산책하듯이 누가 티탐이 판에 so boring 내가 할 만한 피사
Locked and loaded like my gun, I told it. Skies pitch black till we pull up and blow it. I'm all day with it, no I never get off it. Everywhere I go is drama, all the boys I give the trauma. Diamond spoon stir up to pot, pretty face don't let it fool ya. They say I paid making me really wanna. Now gotta pave the way, they'll never walk.
Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. you got no sense, that's common. Talk the beef, get cooked like ramen. I just make gala and I dress her up with diamonds. I know what I know, I don't bargain.
It's good.
He's gonna be dancing. He's cheating too now.
Hello everyone, welcome to another sit-down game time with Bella. Ba-da-bam! Yay! And Falcons, of course. All right, so we're gonna give you 5 bullets for this shooting challenge. We have 5 bottles, and the winner of this challenge gets to pick what the loser of the team has to do when you guys win a chicken dinner today.
Excellent.
You're gonna come in first, right? That's the guess.
I don't know.
Yeah?
I mean, I'm getting kind of old. I'll go
All
first.
right, here.
I'll go first. There's like no iron sights either.
Bro, there's no recoil.
Oh!
Turkish guy, no gear, just raw.
Ooh, okay. No, that's 1 point. Smaller bottles, 2 points. I don't
Bro,
think I
you're
can
setting the
fight
wrong
these 4. Whoa, okay.
Wait, he's different.
Dealer's choice. Which one do you want me to hit?
Middle.
The middle?
Yeah. Oh.
Dude, come on. Yep.
Oh, okay, 2 out of 5. Good job, Gunner.
2 points, 2 points.
Okay,
Tig's
Tig's up. Find out. Ooh.
Kid, there's a hair in it, Gunner. You absolute ape.
Wait, did he?
Oh, no.
He licked his finger.
He licked it.
On the tip of it.
Oh.
So it goes like.
Oh, okay. Remember the. Oh, what? Frimsy is up next.
I'm inverted.
Whoa.
What was that?
Crap. Ooh,
It's
okay.
different.
Okay.
Wait, hit the one with the
What?
it's different. Yeah.
Oh. Kick from Kentucky.
Did you guys aim with the iron sight or what?
It's cooked.
Oh, you have 5 points.
Dude, that one.
Oh, okay.
Dude.
Oh.
The default gunner.
I'll show you how we do it in Denmark.
Oh.
It's cooked, it's cooked.
He's gonna be dancing. He's cheating too now.
Oh.
Dude.
I'm telling you, Gustav is just doing this on purpose. Oh. Oh.
Alright, I'll drop the zero bomb, guys.
Yeah.
Take one.
Take one. Would you like to show us?
Do a practice run. You have to do it. It's part
Practice?
of media.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for joining me, Falcons.
Thank you.
Good luck to you.
Thank you for having us, Bella.
Bye.
Left, and that's going to be Falcons making the rock kills here in match number 1.
Nice play, great start. Falcon steps up and dominates. Watching the stream, Gustav looks proud, and the reason for that is he spoke up. He